Now we have all of my Halloween episodes in one video. It took a lot of years to do this, and you'll notice some changes throughout it, especially considering how I shot some of them out of order. You'll see camera quality changes, set changes, facial hair changes, hair changes, weight changes. In other words, the reviews are every bit as much of a choose-your-own-adventure as the continuity of the Halloween series, just as long as Ben Tramer is alive in one of those universes. Enjoy. So many times throughout the years, I've had to watch all of these slasher movies with sexed-up teenagers, virginal leading ladies, pot-smoking, nudity, silent mask-wearing madmen. Well, now, thankfully, I get to watch one that also has all of those things. But the cinematography is fantastic, so that makes it okay. It's John Carpenter's Halloween, a slasher film so groundbreaking and inspirational, it not only inspired hundreds of other movies in the years to come, but also caused pre-existing movies to change their frickin' names. And that movie had absolutely nothing to do with Halloween! So does that mean I'm gonna review this movie with the respect that it deserves? Or am I gonna be my usual snarky self just to make myself sound smarter than you? Yes! I mean, it's Halloween. What other movie did you expect me to do? That Trick or Treat movie starring Skippy from Family Ties? Wait a minute. Why the hell am I not doing Trick or Treat starring Skippy from Family Ties?
Dear Cinema Snob, you are clearly only choosing this movie just to get hits, and therefore that makes this an inappropriate movie for you to choose for your otherwise fantastic internet series.
What? No, I did not choose it for the hits. I chose it because it would have been highly inappropriate for me to choose Friday the 13th 3D for Halloween, which I would have chosen for the hits. I don't know why I'm wasting time here. Let's get to one of the greatest horror films of all time. The hell? That's a silly title. Can you see the foreshadowing? She spells Linda with a Y. Whoo, she's definitely gonna die. Forget this Michael Myers guy. I want to get the real story on this mysteriously expanding pumpkin with an obvious hair lip. Ah, Haddonfield. As an Illinois resident, I know exactly where this is. It's in our California district, named after a town in Kentucky. The cameraman here is keeping a good eye on that pumpkin before someone steals it and makes an opening credit sequence out of it. Lights out, I know what that means. Curling up around the TV to watch Joe Bob Briggs tell us all the reasons this movie is awesome. With the length of this child's arm, I think that he's secretly Mr. Fantastic. And in this whole 40 seconds of time, Michael Myers' sister was able to go upstairs and bang her boyfriend, who then leaves. To be fair, 1963 sex mostly involved running around the house with plastic bags over your head and somehow making that racist. I want to see that giant child arm again.
Yes, Stretch Armstrong. Now stretching fun farther than ever before.
Now whatever you do, don't run too fast with that knife. Oh, god damn it. This tall guy next to me won't stop stabbing my sister. See, Friday the 13th, this is how you do murder and sex in the opening scene, by doing it before Friday the 13th came out.
Michael?
You are so grounded, mister. We are gonna stare at you for the next 30 seconds, making damn sure you know how disappointed you made us. You know what would have made this better? If that scene were 40 minutes long, and they were all rednecks. This is the part in the movie where half the audience was thinking to themselves, are there 30 days in October or 31? Which one is Halloween? Here we see Michael's doctor, Sam Loomis, on his way to pick up Michael for the annual Halloween Easter egg hunt. They do crazy things at the loony bin.
Just try to understand what we're dealing with here. Don't underestimate it. Don't you think we could refer to it as him?
Seeing how I'm transferring the shark from Jaws, I'm sticking by that statement.
What do I give him when we take him in front of the judge?
A Zagnut. He'll go into diabetic shock. That's exactly what we want. But the Halloween pranks start a little early at the Nut House.
Since when did they let them wander around?
See, this is what happens when you throw a water fountain through the window. R.P. McMurphy dies, the chief gets away, and babysitters are murdered. And after this, Michael will be so distraught by not getting her nurse's hat that he'll kill her 20 years later.
He's gone. He's gone from here. The evil is gone.
I don't know what patient that was, but the shocks in that bastard car will go out any second. Now we're at Halloween, or if Connell Cochran made the title card, here's what it would look like. As you probably know, the movie is set in Illinois, but filmed in California. Seeing how there's a couple shots where palm trees are in the background, or the grass flipping out because they've never seen fall leaves before. I would make a petty remark on how that goof somehow makes this movie bad in order to make myself look hip and cool. But it really wouldn't. Wait, and there's California license plates too? I reserve my hypocritical continuity hate for lesser movies, and even then it's still kinda silly. That's sorta like criticizing the video quality of an internet reviewer who mostly talks about porn. Just think, if this movie were made nowadays, they'd really drive home the era and have some sweet 1978 Top 40 playing. This is Laurie Strode. She may seem normal now, but give it some time and goth chick.
Just watch.
And that's what makes Halloween the ultimate no trespassing movie of all time. Seriously, if Michael had just put up a sign, that would have saved a lot of lives. Anyway, after a good night's rest, Dr. Loomis is ready to catch that crazy.
Well, he was your patient, Doctor. If precautions weren't strong enough, you should have told somebody. I told everybody! Nobody listened.
He should have been listening to you. According to the credits, that's Dr. Wynn, a member of the Cult of Thorn who created Michael. A creation, by the way, that specializes in staring at high school girls through the window. It's pretty spooky that Michael is staring at her, but Nancy has it much worse on the other side of the room. And to be fair to Michael, he isn't allowed within 50 feet of a school, so at least he knows the law. Too bad Tommy's having a worse day.
He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you.
Yeah, old man Winter's gonna get you with these outdoor locker rooms you have.
Don't you know what happens on Halloween?
Yeah, a shitty Paranormal Activity movie comes out. And why isn't Michael allowed within 50 feet of a school? Well, this image says it all. He scares children, but doesn't give them candy afterwards. He just murders their fucking friends. What they're not showing you here is that Michael has already driven over 30 children from driving with a mask on. Damn it, Dr. Loomis, you'd make it to Haddonfield sooner if you weren't talking on the phone every 5 miles.
If you don't, it's your funeral.
Way to really creep out the crew member standing 5 feet from you. Wait a minute, these are the same matches the nurse in the car had. Why is the nurse stealing jumpsuits? Go easy with the soundtrack. You're gonna wake up the truck driver. He's been driving for 36 hours. And now we get to meet the rest of our characters who are nothing like those airhead dolts from the 1980s slasher movies. Oh no. These are pure Mensa members all the way.
I'll be totally wiped out.
I don't think you have enough to do tomorrow.
Totally. It totally never shows.
That's not true.
Totally.
Totally.
Yeah, it's totally dark.
Well, I guess you gotta respect someone who finds one word and just sticks with it. But still, good cinematography, a good soundtrack.
Hey, Linda, Lori, why didn't you wait for me?
Because you're near 30 years old and you shouldn't be hanging out with us. Ooh, uh-oh.
Hey, jerk! Speed kills!
Michael Myers, the slasher movie villain who's very insecure about his driving.
You know, Annie, someday you're gonna get us all into deep trouble.
Yeah, one of these drivers is gonna stab us in the chest someday. Or, follow us home.
I don't see anything.
The guy who drove by so fast, that one you yelled at.
Oh, subtle, isn't he?
In the 70s, after-school stalking was a fantastic way to meet new people. And by people, I mean underage ladies.
Lori, dear. He wants to talk to you. He wants to take you out tonight.
Well, he was following us, but free dinner on Halloween night? Ooh, sign me up.
Guys think I'm too smart.
I don't. I think you're wacko. Now you're seeing men behind bushes.
It's almost like your brother is a serial killer. That'd be a stupid twist. When the hell did the Silver Shamrock Mask come into this movie?
Excuse me, Laurie.
If only this were Halloween H2O, that kind of thing would have happened 30 more times and with a music sting.
You know, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare, huh?
Yeah, did you see the horror movies that came out this Halloween? We didn't even get that one good scare. So far, Michael is getting a really bad rap. He just wants to dry off his leftover rags from the garage truck. The music is making everything sound so dire. But seriously, fantastic soundtrack. Oh, what jokers put siding on our garage doors? Oh, those damn kids. And see, this is why the movie works so well, because even our survivor smokes weed. Oh, wait, that also happened in Friday the 13th. Yeah, well, this movie did it first. And it takes time out to tell us another scary story.
One night he finished dinner, and he excused himself from the table. And he went out to the garage. He got himself a hacksaw. And then he went back into the house, and he kissed his wife and his 2 children goodbye. And then he proceeded...
Where are we?
Fuck, God damn it, Dr. Loomis, I wanted to hear the end of that. No, seriously, I've always wanted to hear the end of that fucking story. And he moved the tombstones but didn't move the graves? Meanwhile, at the corner of Narc and Cop Dad...
Bye, girls.
Bye, Dad.
Bye.
There goes the last time I'll ever see my girl alive again. Wow, that was a sad joke. And it's always funny to see Loomis and Michael conveniently miss each other in the same way that Schwarzenegger and DeVito did in the first 15 minutes of Twins. Let's get back to the real issue of the movie. Boys!
I'd rather go with Ben Tramer.
Ben Tramer? I knew it! See, you do think about things like that, huh, Lori?
Shut up.
He's cute!
Plus, Ben Tramer has a fantastic future ahead of him. At least for the next 8 hours or so. Hi there, I'm here to bone in your house while your daughter watches horror films. Poor Loomis, bet he wished he were with Ben Tramer tonight.
Does anybody live here?
No, not since 1963 when it happened. Every kid in Haddonfield thinks this place is haunted.
They may be right.
Dr. Loomis believes in ghosts?
What is that?
Dog.
Oh, don't mind the dead dog. They were just filming a Godfrey Ho movie in here. But about the place being haunted... Wait till about 3:15 a.m. and you'll start seeing pig's eyes out the window.
I spent 8 years trying to reach him, and then another 7 trying to keep him locked up because I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
Dr. Loomis, eternal optimist. It's nice to actually get a real dramatic psychological breakdown of our slasher movie villain. That is, unless Silent Night, Deadly Night does it, then it'd be sleazy. Kid looks bored. She must be reading him Goosebumps.
I don't like that story.
I thought King Arthur was your favorite.
No, I said Arthur 2 on the Rocks was my favorite.
Tarantula Man?
Lori, what's the boogeyman?
It's a hit song by KC and the Sunshine Band, but that's not important right now. Again, the animals are always the first to sense a slasher film. Personally, I love the image of the camera crew mooning the dog in order to get that reaction from him. The girl Annie is babysitting is hard at work readying her fantastic career in reality television. And Tommy is getting scared by Michael posing for the poster to Psycho 2. After spilling some butter on her shirt, Michael's inner animal house is aroused by the prospect of full frontal nudity, but no luck. Dick! This'll stop him from jerking off next to a tree.
Lindsay! Lester's barking again and getting on my nerves again. Never mind. Guess he found a hot date.
Yeah, that's the sound a dog makes when it's on a hot date. With the preppy murderer, that is. Why aren't they watching John Carpenter's The Thing, even though it hasn't been made yet?
Tommy, Halloween night, it's when people play tricks on each other.
Yeah, especially movie studios release the majority of their horror films in January. I miss the days when it was perfectly acceptable for kids to go around dressed as O.J. Simpson from Capricorn 1. One thing I certainly wish they would touch upon is how Michael Myers can open doors with his fucking mind. And when Annie gets locked in the laundry room, pay attention. Michael shows up in the background only because he just murdered Waldo. And don't bother asking her for help. She won't do it unless Andy Cohen tells her to.
Hi, Lindsay. This is Paul. Is Annie there?
Here she is.
Get her for me, will you?
Annie, the director's on the phone. He wants you to show up in a corpse cameo in Halloween 2. Back then, it's important to note that laundry rooms came with refrigerators. It was before the invention of the dryer.
She got stuck in the window. She'll be right here.
There marks the first time that someone thought of Kyle Richards as bitchy. Also, you see this? This is scary enough. Future movies don't need to make Michael Myers the size of a house.
Well, come on, get your coat. We're going to pick up Pa.
I don't want to.
Look, Lindsay, I thought we understood each other.
I want to stay here and watch this.
Okay.
That was fucking abrupt. I knew this movie had an open ending, but I didn't know it was that open. Oh, right. I did that. Oh, how did they not hear that giant fart he just let out?
Oh, fancy.
You want to talk? You're about to fuck a pumpkin. Now watch this kid for me so I can have sex, which is really quite awesome.
The old Girl Scout comes through again.
If she were a Girl Scout in an 80s slasher movie, well, that'd be sexist. Now she's off to have sex and get promptly murdered afterwards. Or not. Don't worry, it's already been established that Halloween is the season where people play tricks on each other. She's fine. No need to get frightened, kid. It's probably just some raccoons wrestling around in the garbage. Laura gets pissed at Tommy, which is hardly fair because only hours ago she was also seeing disappearing, reappearing people. Say, you're at the wrong house. There's no babysitters there.
Hey. Hey, Lonnie, get your ass away from there.
That's what the Halloween sequels needed to be after this. Just Donald Pleasance fucking with children. I saw what you did to those kids. It was really quite hilarious.
I watched him for 15 years, sitting in a room, staring at a wall, not seeing the wall, looking past the wall, looking at this night, inhumanly patient.
But more so this part of the night, not Halloween 2. This part's much better.
All right, I'll stay with you tonight. Just on the chance that you're right. And if you are right, damn you for letting him go.
I didn't. He escaped the asylum, but whatever. I'm sure his daughter is fine. They killed off the horny girl before it could get to the sex scene, something a classy slasher film does, not some.
That's when we go upstairs to the first bedroom on the left. You got it?
Okay, first I rip your clothes off.
Don't rip my blouse. It's expensive, idiot.
Oh, I got nothing. They really need to slow down on their drinking. Halloween in 1978 was on a Tuesday. They've got school the next day. Maybe this movie does foreshadow that Michael and Laurie are brother and sister. They both like watching people have sex from a distance. Now that's a climax. At least no one in this movie has said,
I'll be right back.
Now, I was gonna say, Linda, you asshole, but you cut me off.
Linda, you asshole.
Ooh, he said it. That's what you get for looking like a 40-year-old man fucking a high school student. Luckily for Michael, they had a 3-foot-long butcher knife in the cabinet. Cannot figure out the physics of what I just did. It's a shame, too. I really liked that guy.
Then you rip my clothes off. Then we rip Lindsay's clothes off. Yeah, I think I got it.
Yeah, that was weird.
See anything you like?
Not really. Happy your nipples are being cut off by the bottom of the screen.
All right, come on. Where's my beer?
I'm sorry, I thought you asked for some spirits. I still can't believe the best money shot in the movie is during a strangulation scene. Boy, would I cry foul if this happened in a Fulci movie.
All right, Annie. First I get your famous chewing, now I get your famous squealing.
It's a thing they like to do, call each other while having sex. Oh my God, William Shatner from Impulse, it was you all along?
Big, tough, broad, aren't you?
Yeah.
I don't know why she's calling back. Michael Myers doesn't talk. Die! 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 Well, that was stupid. Meanwhile, Dr. Loomis has just noticed that the car has been about 100 feet from him this entire time. On his way, he can figure out how to not tell anyone that because it's really quite embarrassing. Laurie goes off to check on her friends, and just think, right now Dr. Chalice is watching this very scene while being held hostage. Hey, that's the music from The Taming of Rebecca. What's with this 3-foot-long butcher's knife on the floor? Weird.
All right, you meatheads, joke's over.
I just got done watching it all in the family marathon, and I'm not in the mood. Here's one of the many places where the choice of music really adds to the tension of the scene. I mean, imagine this next sequence if it used music cues from Shriek of the Mutilated. Your friends are dead, but look on the bright side. The mystery of the stolen tombstone has been solved. Good thing Michael counted on Laurie coming over, because that would have been really surprising to find when Lindsay's parents came home. And Laurie wouldn't be getting the shit scared out of her for 15 minutes.
Mr. Tambourine Man!
Don't worry, you can escape. Just go for the off-color glass. That's obviously the breakaway one. Ah, great, it's the girl from Prom Night and Terror Train again. When is she gonna learn not to leave the house? After trying to wake up Carl Stowers to use his phone, she returns back to her place and finds that she lost the keys. At least that's better than the car not starting. You broke a window with the palm of your hand. You can burst through that door. Or just get the boy to let you in. Michael is soon stabbed with one of Quilt Lady's needles. At least she won't make the typical slasher movie mistake of leaving behind the knife. Oh, God damn it. What was all that screaming about a few seconds ago? I'm sure it was nothing.
Was it the boogeyman? I'm scared.
There's nothing to be scared of.
Are you sure? How?
Killed him.
You stabbed him in the neck with a needle. Boogeyman or not, I don't think that killed him. Nope, sure fucking didn't. Scooch over, Kyle MacLachlan. There's enough room in here for two. Hey, neighbor, I could hear your fucking radio! Clearly, she did not pay attention to the foreshadowing that the skull-shaped sunset with the blocking trees forecasted on the drive over. Ooh, right in the I'm still alive spot. Hospital! Hospital! Must kill more people at a hospital. Well, now maybe she won't drop the knife. And son of a bitch!
I want you to go down the stairs and out the front door. And I want you to go down the street to the Mackenzie's house.
I want you to tell them that they're assholes for not letting me in the house earlier. This ending, by the way, is such a rip-off of the opening scene from Halloween 2. And in the end, Laurie Strode is saved by... 1970s child psychiatry.
What's the boogeyman?
As a matter of fact, it was.
I said, what's the boogeyman, not was that the boogeyman. That explains nothing. I know where he went. Michael's just run off to go direct that 90s Dennis the Menace movie. No, really. That's how you set up a string of mostly disappointments. Halloween is obviously one of the shining examples of how to do a slasher film right. Likeable characters, heroes that you want to see live, a scary villain, solid suspense marked even better by moody cinematography, and a beyond memorable and oft-duplicated soundtrack. As a horror film driven more by suspense and build-up than by kills, it holds up today just as it did in 1978. I say this while making a complete moral stand against all the other misogynistic disregard for human life slasher films for doing some of the same things that this movie did too. But it isn't enough that this movie is more well-made or better written than some of those others. No. As a cinema snob, I need to get all soapboxy about it and claim that it's okay when this movie did all of those things. And that there, my friends, is why I hate the word art house. Wait, what?
Nobody believes me. I believe you, Tommy.
Thank God I am away from all of those women-hating slasher films of the 80s and can now focus on a slasher film of the 80s. But this one is a sequel to John Carpenter's Halloween, the movie that had a lot of things in common with what I hate about slasher movies, but this one did it first-ish, so it's grandfathered into being a movie that I approve of. So while your Jason Voorhees and your Madman Mars were busy teaching children that there's nothing more to life other than sex and death, Halloween 2 will bring slasher films back to its roots of slow-burning suspense and fantastic cinematography. Jesus Christ! Or fuck it, let's just blow some shit up! This disappoints me severely. A sequel that ups the ante with more deaths, action, and titties? That's unheard of in a horror sequel. This movie's only purpose is to show us what Halloween would be like if it were made in the slasher days of 1981 and not 1978, and I do not approve of this one bit. I can't tell you what 80s slasher film I'd rather this movie be like, because I don't like any of them, thank you very much, and I've never seen them either. The film's tagline is "More of the Night He Came Home." Assholes, I didn't think there'd actually be more. VHS subtitles have even called it "The Nightmare Isn't Over," which I guess is better than the original tagline, which was, "For Michael Myers, every night was Halloween night." Halloween 2 picks up directly where the first film leaves off, if the first film left off in 1981. But at least it's still in Haddonfield, and on Thanksgiving. But what's this music I hear? Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Trying to fool me into liking your movie by placing in a classic soundtrack, I see. Well, it's working. I can see why they chose this song, since this is a horror series about a guy who kills you in your sleep. Oh hey, are we showing the end of the previous movie? Excellent! That means I can show the end of last year's Halloween review. As a cinema snob, I need to get all soapboxy about it and claim that it's okay when this movie did all of those things. And that there, my friends, is why I hate the word art house. The fuck? Oh, inside jokes. As you can see, Laurie Strode is mourning the loss of her real hair before she has to put on a wig for the rest of the movie. Luckily, they don't show Michael's face this time around, so they don't have to pay the actor. There's a couple of different shots here, like showing how easy it was for Michael to fall off of the balcony, since there was a ramp leading right up to the rails. And remember Loomis's creepy, "I knew this would happen" look at the end of the first film? Fuck it! Switch it out with a "holy shit, this just happened" look. And then inspect the ground so we can see that Michael shit himself on the way down. But truly, the real victims of the first film were the neighbors.
I've been trick-or-treated to death tonight.
You don't know what death is.
Because so many more people die in this film. I guess they corrected one thing in this movie. They fixed the pumpkin's hair lip from the opening credits of the first film, and they show us the inside of, what the hell is going on here? If I'd have known that that's what it looked like on the inside of a silver shamrock mask, I wouldn't have put the damn thing on. Good thing they went into the future to hire the director of Halloween Resurrection, and this is the second Halloween movie in a row that shows us guard dogs not doing their fucking job. If you thought they retconned Dr. Loomis to be more panicky in the opening scene, check this out.
I shot him 6 times. I shot him in the heart. Can't have gotten very far. Come on. I shot him 6 times. Yeah.
That's weird. It sounded like 7 shots to me, but whatever. You're the doctor. Are we doing the opening credits sequence again? Careful, there's a skull in that pumpkin. The horror-thon from the first movie is continuing throughout this one, and I sure hope this is the John Russo version of Night of the Living Dead, because it explains so much. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Perhaps they'll continue with the slow burn of not showing Michael Myers right away, and oh, there he is. He only needs a knife, no big deal.
For you. Look, there comes one of them now.
He'll hear you.
Here he comes now. I'm getting out of it.
That's how everyone in Chicago reacts to ketchup. Unlike in the previous film, it seems that this one has some helpful neighbors.
His wife's always picking on him. He probably got angry and decided to start beating her.
Whatever, that's a whole lot of not my fucking problem. Behind the scenes, director Rosenthal actually did want this film to be paced more like the first one, to set itself apart from the current wave of slasher films. But fearing the movie would bomb, writer-producer John Carpenter added a lot more scenes of death and nudity, which probably explains why we get a lot more scenes like this. Jesus, shooting Michael Myers just made him angrier. He doesn't even stalk you anymore. He just wants you dead quick. It doesn't even matter if you're a babysitter anymore. Speaking of babysitters, it was awfully nice of the paramedics to give her Linda Blair's hair from The Exorcist II: The Heretic. A majority of the movie takes place at the hospital, where it's a very busy night, meaning one kid has something fucked up happen to him.
Oh, God. Oh, here, just put it up there real gently. You okay? Let's go. Just walk real slow. Come on.
That was actually the very first episode of Brad Tries. The 80s was a very notorious decade for razor blade candy. This kid will get the best treatment the hospital can offer.
Fill out this form. Someone will be with you in a moment.
Oh, but we should see a doctor right away.
He's with a patient. Would you please wait in room 8?
Oh.
Apparently a razor blade sticking through the kid's tongue is considered a non-emergency. Doesn't matter, the doctor's drunk anyway, and he gives Laurie a sedative. That way she can be asleep for a majority of the movie, while still getting top and to the right billing. And rectangular sirens on the ambulances? They did not have those in 1978. What's next? Are there going to be palm trees in the background, even though this is Illinois? Meanwhile, Dr. Loomis is the calm yet very worried doctor from the first film, meaning he's an armed vigilante chasing down anyone who looks like Michael Myers. That is, if Michael Myers stopped for a bag of candy first. Trick or treat, motherfucker! A real emergency comes in when Sheriff Brackett finds out his daughter Annie was one of the ones killed. Don't worry, I'm sure someone will stay with the burning corpse. At least this kid is okay.
Oh, sweetie, I can't understand you. Look, it'll be okay. We'll play some games tonight and...
Maybe he should go to sleep, considering the massive amount of blood loss and his newly forked tongue. And now Laurie suffers a fate worse than Michael Myers, being hit on by the last starfighter. She's actually way more interested in Lance Guest's brother Christopher, no actual relation. And if you look very closely, hey, it's Dana Carvey making his big screen debut in a role that's way funnier than Master of Disguise. But still, this is my least favorite Dana Carvey-Mike Myers collaboration. Seriously, the sheriff is just finding out about this. This happened like 3 years ago. And Christ, boys, you could have closed our eyes first. Donna D'Errico's eavesdropping in the background and reporting that Michael Myers shot himself. The townspeople are obviously very distraught about this, calmly walking along on their merry way.
Was taken across town to Haddonfield Memorial Clinic.
Hey, the Halloween theme comes in really good on that radio. And Michael has just returned from getting his blonde highlights, I see. At this pace, he'll make it to the hospital by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Or, you know, in about 5 minutes. My God, she's parked in the visitors' parking when she's clearly an employee. She is so dead. The TV horror-thon continues as the security guard is watching Halloween 2 on the monitor. Shouldn't they be listening to a non-stop loop of Nights in White Satin? It's gonna be a shame to see these employees go. They're the best of friends.
Every other word you say is either hell or shit or damn.
Sorry. I guess I just fuck up all the time.
Ugh, Steve Perry is an ass in this. Wait, hang on. We gotta wait for the cameraman to get downstairs first before we continue on with the rest of the movie. Let's just kill some time by showing more of Leo Rossi.
Amazing grace, come sit on my face. Don't make me cry, I need your pie.
Oh, sorry, he's Andrew Dice Clay now. As if impending death wasn't enough, this nurse is also being reprimanded.
You were late again tonight.
As you can see, it's a madhouse here, and Lance is off providing exposition to the patients.
In the Myers house? That little kid who killed his sister?
Yeah.
Alright, she never was told who Michael Myers was in the first movie.
Why me? Why me?
Don't worry, they'll explain it, and it'll be really stupid. I don't know why everyone is so nervous here. Look, they have a security guard. See? They sacrificed the fat security guard, leaving them plenty of time to escape. This poor guy, though, I don't think he's gonna make it.
He's young, maybe 17, maybe 18.
Michael Myers is 21.
Oh yeah? Well, the ending credits says that he's 23. One thing is definitely for sure in this film, Dr. Loomis can't count. There, this'll show Michael Myers. Trash is already trashed house. Somehow I think he'd be more offended if they actually cleaned up the place. And it's not like anyone important was killed.
Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, what is it, Craig?
Yeah, I'm worried about Bennett Tramer. He isn't home yet. Yeah, and he left the party at 10.
He was real drunk.
How old is he?
17.
He had this stupid mask on.
Wait, Ben Tramer? The Ben Tramer?
I'd rather go with Ben Tramer. Ben Tramer?
Now Lori has to settle for Lance Guest? And why am I being so mean to Lance Guest? And fuck you people and your smiling faces. Fucking Ben Tramer just died, you insensitive pricks. While Dr. Loomis may have his numerical shortcomings in this film, at least he's still good at monologuing.
There was a force inside him, biding its time. The staff grew accustomed to his immobility and silence. In many ways, he was the ideal patient. He didn't talk, he didn't cry, he didn't even move.
Oh, I get it. Michael Myers is evil. No matter what problems I have with this film, so far it's done a pretty good job at not resorting to cheap jump scares. At least this takes care of my complaint about the first one not being enough like Candy Stripe nurses.
Let's go down to the therapy room. Bud's finger needs a little bit of therapy.
Why, everybody's all weirded out tonight. All this Michael Myers crap.
Now look, babe, there's a mass killer running around murdering people. The smartest thing for us to do is to have premarital sex. Although if they leave to have sex, who is going to look after these empty-ass hallways? Or wake up Laurie Strode in case of flashback?
I told you. I'm not your mother.
Harsh? The fuck was the context of that statement? Who gives a shit? We gotta put this therapy hot tub to good use, especially after old man Johnson took a shit in it this afternoon. And I'm glad that the money I spent watching Halloween 2 went to seeing Leo Rossi's ass. Unlike other horror villains at the time, Michael doesn't wait for Leo to climax. I guess you could say that in this film, Leo Rossi doesn't make a fast getaway. It should be noted that Myers actor Dick Warlock was the shortest actor to ever play Michael Myers. Probably why he has to stand on a stool first. Whatever. It's so much scarier when he's the size of a house. Oh, and she's not gonna climax either. Look at the bright side. At least his hand is okay. I don't know why me and my fellow critics are so upset at this movie. Most of it is just Michael Myers doing things that would gravely injure, but not necessarily kill a person. And somewhere during all of this, Michael Myers found the time to break into his old grade school and complete his spelling assignment.
Samhain. It means the Lord of the Dead.
It's Samhain, Doctor. I love when the nurse from the previous film shows up, and Loomis is pleasantly surprised, but meanwhile the deputy next to him is so fucking surprised, he looks like he just ran into the nameless bar woman that he banged the night before. If you're wondering why the nurse showed up, it's to tell Loomis why he's a terrible doctor.
Dr. Loomis, this thing is all over the state. The patient escapes once, murders 3 teenagers. You shoot him with a gun, he escapes again.
Nope, not buying it. This guy was so not a teenager. And no love for dead truck guy? And at least Michael didn't have a hand in offing Ben Tramer, you insensitive prick. And look what you've done. Jamie Lee has to resort to playing dead in order to get out of the movie. Don't worry, she's not dead. Rick Rosenthal will pick a much more stupid way to kill her several movies from now. Maybe the drunk doctor can wake her up out of her plot coma. Man, people in the 80s chose really stupid ways to do drugs. And fuck it, this shot from the first movie was effective, so let's do it again. See, critics? We're not like the other slasher films of the 80s. We're ripping off Halloween. Crap. What can we do to please you? While Michael takes his rage out on Laurie's pillow, she makes a clean escape, even though she probably could have hid under the bed since Michael didn't check there. Instead, she's desperately hiding from people asking her for a cameo in the Terror Train or Prom Night remakes. Alright, there's still a nurse left. Huh, that's weird. The security guard never leaves his hat behind. He must have a hammer in his head. By the way, 1981 was a very popular year for officers getting hammers plowed into their heads. I guess Lance Guest will have to be the acting security guard.
Listen, I can't find anybody. Bud's gone. Mrs. Alves is gone.
And no one seems to be worried that we have 0 patients. Doesn't anyone else find this weird? And this lady doesn't count. This actually has nothing to do with Michael Myers. It's just a Ben Tramer blood donation that went terribly wrong. Before he can jet off to the arcade, he slips and bangs his head. But to be fair, there was a sign saying that they just put down a fresh coat of paint. Ain't nobody getting out of this hospital. Not only did Michael slash the tires of the live nurses, but he also slashed the tires of the ones he already killed. Is really gonna give her serious back issues, but probably not kill her. There's a look that says, seen it. Also, this is a little far-fetched. Why can't it go back to being realistic, like shoving a 3-foot knife into a guy's chest? Jeez, I recognize that music. That's the chase music from the first movie. I need to haul ass! Just to make sure that Laurie didn't leave, Michael slashed Annie's tires back at the house. We wait until Christmas to hang up these decorations, Michael. This guy still isn't as hammered as Dr. Mixture. I hear in the original version of the script his name was Dr. Spritzer. And I'm pretty sure that at this point the hospital has more boxes than patients. Yet another drawn-out climatic slasher movie chase scene, I see. Why couldn't it build up proper suburban neighborhood suspense like that movie with Laurie Strode and Michael Myers? I think the big twist in the movie comes when the elevator teleports her right back to 1955. Here's another doctor who needs a good stiff drink.
Don't feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for that little town back there. 2 years before they forget this.
Yeah, 10 years to be exact, and in between that time they'll be mourning the events of 1982. You know, I think we could just skip this scene entirely. It's not like anything important is gonna be said.
That girl, that Strode girl, that's Michael Myers' sister.
What?
His parents died and she was adopted by the Strodes. They requested that the records be sealed in order to protect the family.
Well, except for the time they apparently told her and introduced her to Michael, which I guess she forgot about until she dreamed it. That's okay. You're adopted and you have a brother who's in the insane asylum is usually the kind of thing a kid forgets. Somehow this was a hell of a lot creepier when he was just stalking babysitters for the fuck of it. If she was his sister, why wouldn't she have been the first person he killed in the previous film? When he killed his other sister, he didn't attack the neighbors first. And of course, this is a plot line that they kept in not only the other sequels, but in the remakes too. That's like if they made any more Jaws movies and continued to make the sharks have a vendetta against the Brodies. God damn it, Lance Guest, stop appearing in horror sequels where they unnecessarily bond the killers and the heroines. At least Dr. Loomis seems to be taking this lightly.
What does you fellas usually do? Fire a warning shot, right?
Christ! And they called Malcolm McDowell unsubtle? Speaking of Lance Guest, I guess he's dead. I don't know. He kind of passes out from the movie. I know that in the alternate TV cut, he pops in at the end. When I'm not watching that version, they cut out all the sex and violence that I've been complaining about in this version. Loomis makes it to the hospital. I hope she doesn't scream for help until they're too far away to hear her.
Help me!
Ugh, there's some crazy wigged lady screaming in the parking lot. Just ignore her. We gotta find Laurie. You know, if Michael could run, I have a feeling this story wouldn't have stretched over 2 movies. Also, he's paying for that fucking door. Oh my god, he shot him 6 more times! Typical slasher, where the killer is never dead, unlike in the first one when he stayed dead. I'm just gonna throw this out there. They could probably lose him. The poor son of a bitch can't even catch an elevator. And don't give Laurie the gun. How good of a shot could she possibly be? I believe that more than I believe that they're brother and sister. Well, since Michael was Loomis's only patient, I guess there's only one way for them to go out.
It's time, Michael.
Is it too late to tell him that throwing in a torch or a Molotov cocktail would have had the same effect? Shit, Michael put on one of those fire suits. I guess it's one that only lasts a few seconds, though. And then Michael Myers, Laurie Strode, and Dr. Loomis were never seen in movies again, and the franchise became a successful line of Halloween-themed anthology films. In a slightly more perfect world. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if they put her in the ambulance and then just parked and took her back out? She's gonna need another stiff cocktail once they tell her what happened to Ben Tramer. This must be what set Laurie onto her goth phase. Hell, maybe Ben's in the ambulance with her. Oh, hang on, the theme is kicking in. Mr. Sandman. Between this and Halloween H2O, I guess Mr. Sandman is the unofficial Halloween theme. That is, until it was replaced by Love Hurts, of course. Oh, how the mighty have fallen indeed. This movie completely missed the point of everything that made the first film great, which was the impending romance of Laurie Strode and Ben Tramer, who they abruptly killed off in the first act of this film. See? The people on the IMDb message boards get it, asking, who is the bigger drunk, Ben Tramer or Dr. Mixture? Well, to my knowledge, Ben Tramer wasn't operating on anyone, so I believe that Dr. Mixture is in the wrong here. Or how about Ben Tramer dressed as Michael Myers? Why? Well, sure. Blame the victim. Also, it was already established in the first one that the pale-faced William Shatner mask was a hot item at the time, so why wouldn't he be wearing that? Halloween was a film that greatly inspired 80s slasher films, which in turn inspired Halloween 2 to be more like 80s slasher films. Which means I don't care if this movie is entertaining, it's not like the first one, and it gives me the chance to properly insult slasher films once more. So boo on this movie! The film was still a box office success, bringing in around $25 million against a $2 million budget, so you know what that means. Sequels! Which also means I'll have to spotlight more of these movies come future Halloween seasons.
Will you put that thing away?
Well, after all of these years, it's finally time for me to talk about Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. But according to this video evidence, I have already? I don't remember ever doing this, so clearly this must be another character dressed like me. This 80s Dan thing appears to go at it from the angle that this faux snob hates Halloween 3 because there's no Michael Myers, but by the end of it, he loves Halloween 3. Well, so much for me going that obvious route. So I'll just start here at the very beginning to say that Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is great. With Halloween 2 being, at the time, a definite end to the Michael Myers saga, Halloween 3 became a test to see if the series had any potential in becoming an anthology series. Set in a world where the Halloween films exist as movies, Halloween 3 was to be the start of a new format in which each film would contain its own stories and its own characters, all centered around the day of Halloween. The anthology idea came from producers Deborah Hill and John Carpenter, and the film serves as not just a dark satire on heavy consumerism around the holiday, but also a love letter to science fiction horror stories along the lines of The Twilight Zone, Night Gallery, and especially Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The movie's almost made to be one of the late-night horror films a character would watch in the movie Halloween. Science fiction writer Nigel Neal of the Quatermass series wrote a majority of the script, but would later have his name removed due to the amount of violence in the film. But John Carpenter also did uncredited rewrites, with the main screenplay credit going to director Tommy Lee Wallace, his first film as a director, then off of being art director and production designer for the original Halloween. So, given that this was the only standalone in the franchise, I guess, sorta, it's hardly the only veer off on a detour, you can probably imagine what the reception and receipts were like in 1982, but we'll get to that later. Until then, let's have some fun watching Halloween 3. And don't forget about the big giveaway at 9. It's a copy of Beverly Hills Chihuahua 3, because I hate kids! John Carpenter and Alan Howarth, who both did music on Halloween 2, returned to do the music on this film, and you can tell... because the music is so haunting that those opening beats tell you right away that this is a story that is not going to end happily. Director Wallace wanted various connections to the first film, be it obvious ones or more subtle nods, like how the first and second one have their opening credits over a shot of a pumpkin, and in this one it's a digital pumpkin, going along with the movie's theme of witchcraft in the computer age. While the story is moved from Haddonfield, Illinois to Northern California, so still California, you can tell that this has that Carpenter movie feel, as the cinematographer was Dean Cundy, who also shot Escape from New York, The Thing, and The Fog. Anyway, sorry, I think this guy's on the run from something. Yep, just as I thought. It's Christine! This is Harry Grimbridge, small-town store owner, who is finding out the hard way that you do not piss off Patrick Bateman. He will strangle you until you compliment his new set of business cards. Oh boy, this is a stock market crash John Carpenter style. And that's not the weirdest thing to happen tonight. A piece of Stonehenge has gone missing. I'm sure that's not gonna play into things later. Nor this.
8 more days to Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. 8 more days to Halloween.
You definitely won't hear the Silver Shamrock jingle 14 times throughout the film. And don't get too close to this man. He just escaped a California lab testing Project Blue. We're all screwed! Luckily, there's a doctor around, but he's a little pissed off. I asked you to thrill me, not soak me, damn you, Lord! Dr. Chalice, played by Tom Atkins, is divorced, realizing it was a bad idea to marry the babysitter in the first place. That's Nancy Loomis from Halloween! You suck, Dad, with these lame-ass plastic masks. No way can they be the killers from Last House on Dead End Street now. Haven't you seen the ad?
8 more days to Halloween, Halloween, Halloween.
Yes, I've seen the commercial, kids, and I'm about to once again.
8 more days to Halloween.
Turn that down.
Halloween.
See, that is why Dad drinks.
You
gotta call him.
Drinking and doctoring, great combination.
Yeah, this is 1982. You can drink and do about anything. Good thing Dr. Chalice is called in, though. Harry's condition is that he's a dirty shoplifter. Just kidding. I don't know why he's here.
I mean, unless there's going to be trouble. There's not going to be any trouble, is it? I mean, you never know when somebody might be needing help.
Oh, right, he attempted to drill a hole in his head after watching the Silver Shamrock commercial too many times. But this old man isn't going to stop the hospital fun.
I think I should have married you, Agnes.
Oh, Dr. Hades, is that passion on your breath? Or is it Coors Light and cigarettes? Anyway, James Spader will put a stop to this. If this actually did take place in the continuity of Halloween 2, perhaps they would learn to have better hospital security. This hospital doesn't even offer a nose job. That's not going to be covered by his insurance. However, the hospital does have a burn unit, even for robot Ben Tramer. Worst part of witnessing all of this, though, explaining it to the ex-wife.
No, Linda, it's nothing like that at all. If you just relax for a minute, The 2 men died here tonight.
You drunken bastard. A murder-suicide is no excuse for you to not take the kids to the arcade. On the plus side, free Silver Shamrock mask. Those cost a fortune nowadays on eBay. It's good that they remind us it's Sunday the 24th, and not a single one of his robot friends has shown up to move the car. But who does show up? That's Stacy Nelkin as Ellie Grimbridge, Harry's daughter, who is there to identify that the corpse is indeed the rotting remains of the Jerk 2 script. Sure, Dr. Chalice may have seen something disturbing at the hospital, but let's be honest, this morning would have began with booze regardless, and a Halloween tie-in.
The the immortal classic, followed by the big giveaway at 9.
That settles it. This movie is taking place outside the continuity of Friday the 13th. And I don't know why he's annoyed at the commercial. He's got to get used to it. It'll play about 10 more times in the movie. Anyway, I was told by a moldy brown paper bag in the gutter that I'd find you here, Doctor. Perhaps they should investigate the death themselves. People always try to play detective when they're good and drunk. This is Harry's toy store. It's perfect for the dork who wanted to go as a kid with Frankenstein's monster on his shirt for no reason. Seems Harry was on his way to pick up more masks, but found trouble in Santa Mira, where they make the silver shamrock masks. Dad was always a bastard. He had plenty of time to say who was gonna kill him and why, but decided to take a nap instead. Putz. Now let's investigate this shit, but first... plenty more booze. I love the slow pan to another commercial. The Silver Shamrock theme is so memorable that it's the first thing I think of when I hear the tune, and not London Bridge is Falling Down, which it's a knockoff of, due to London Bridge being in the public domain. There's other great nods too, like how Santa Mira is named after the town from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Only here, it's a town bought by tycoon Connell Cochran to turn it into a toy town factory. With the perfect blending of Halloween and St. Patrick's Day, it's like it's the result of an Irish version of the Nightmare Before Christmas plot. There's even state-of-the-art security to make sure no one steps on a church in this town. Dr. Sex and Ellie pose as a couple of buyers, more like a couple of procrastinating buyers. It's almost Halloween. You don't have your masks? Luckily, they find out that not only did her dad stay there, but so did someone named Marion Crane, whoever the hell that is. Here we also meet a Silver Shamrock employee family. Hello, I'm dead, this is my wife dead, and our son very dead. Everyone is showing up at the same time. More procrastinating buyers! He must have been out there listening to people bitch for hours, since it's now nighttime, and you know what happens at night.
I could sleep in the car. Be better on this floor anyway.
Where do you want to sleep, Dr. Chalice?
That's a look that says, is it too early in the movie for a sex scene with someone I barely know? The answer, it's 1982. It's never too early for a sex scene. Apparently, the voice announcing the curfew is Jamie Lee Curtis, and she's also the voice of the operator as well. Maybe, but then I see something like this, and suddenly I don't know what to think. So let's compromise and say that the voice is PJ Souls. Whatever. It's drunk 30, and he's found his own kind in Santa Mira. The movie gets very hardcore into themes about big business and corporations pushing out smaller businesses and firing local employees, like Starker, who has been rendered homeless due to the Silver Shamrock machine. We'll see what Cochran's corporation has to say about Starker's threats to destroy it. And thus, Radio Shack crushed the head of Drunky Starker's Electronics and Goldfish. Oh, they're just pissed because reviews said Michael Myers wasn't in this, but look, there's Halloween 2's Dick Warlock right there! There's a lot of foreshadowing here, like Marge Gutman picking up another order and concerned about the trademark falling off. Oh, kids will just tear that thing off anyway. Or at least they would if they knew what was coming. Meanwhile, the burnt car body is just turning up more ash and mechanical parts. It's a case so confusing, the doctor can't even properly flirt on the phone or in real life. Sorry, I need at least one more can of Billy beer if I'm gonna properly flirt with about 17 uses of the word bang cream. And you know what will really liven the mood? I was gonna say Barry White, but sure, the Silver Shamrock theme will do. This is right when we find out that the good doctor and Ellie aren't gonna be the only ones shooting a load in the hotel that night. Because the Silver Shamrock label just came. A body double had to be used when actress Garn Stevens didn't want to wear the prosthetic, but huge kudos to the makeup expert Tom Berman, who also worked on The Exterminator, The Goonies, and even the 1978 Invasion of the Body Snatchers. But now we can finally meet one of the greatest movie villains of all time, Conal Cochran, played by Dan O'Herlihy, a CEO so evil he wouldn't have just watched Ed 209 shoot a man 1,000 times, he would have joined in. Although they are taking Mrs. Gutman to the factory?
They're taking her to the factory. We've the most marvelous facility there for emergency treatment.
Okay, in fairness, after the events of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, it is a good thing for all factories to also have a medical unit. And just like that, he's off, on his way to torture information out of James Bond with a box of charts. Best we sleep this off, because when we come back, so many people are gonna die right after this.
This place was once a funeral parlor, wasn't it?
Night of the Demons. The party's just begun. Rated R.
Now that we're back, let's liven things up with a sitcom family so made for primetime television, the name of the kid is Little Buddy. The Kupfer family is there because Big Buddy sold more masks than anyone in the country. Therefore, we're gonna kill him. What does the person with the least amount of sales get? A vacation? But that still doesn't take away from Cochran being a good businessman.
A replacement order is being prepared for you, absolutely free. The whole thing's on me.
Oh yeah, great. We're a day away from Halloween, but sure. Guess we can put them on clearance. Hell, the factory is still making masks, which is smart. If their plan doesn't succeed, it's best that they get a jump start on next year's orders, so they can perfect their evil child-killing plan. The movie has fun with the history of toys and practical jokes and how they've evolved, especially with lines like this.
Before that, he used to make toys. Oh, remember that? When I had one of those when I was a kid, used to sit and watch it for hours. And the man has...
We as a people were desperate for entertainment without TVs back then. Thank God someone came along and created F-Troop. The silver shamrock masks used in the movie were created by godfather of Halloween himself, Don Post, with the 3 masks being called the Halloween 3, like the title. However, in the movie world, the final processing comes in, which is a mixture of Stonehenge and the cave sequence from Temple of Doom. That's why they need bodyguards. Either that or Conal Cochran is also President of the United States? Here's one of my favorite Cochran moments. When they find her father's car, watch as his face goes from a sweet old man business owner to murderous CEO psychopath.
Trade secrets.
Good lord, that's a guy who can't wait to turn a kid's head into bugs. After the 12th shot of tequila of the night, they decide maybe it's best to leave. They can sell masks out of their trunk and make back their gas money. And despite everything else going on, Dr. Chalice still looks like he wants to take an axe to the head of a commercial. If given the choice, he would probably prefer dealing with a missing Ellie. Great, she's been replaced by Spandau Ballet. Dr. Chalice escapes, but also seems tempted. That looks like the kind of place that would probably serve alcohol. Oh, wish I brought my glasses. He might as well save Ellie. He's not going to go back to a world of sleeping with hospital staff. At this point, he's probably worried that the final processing is a disgruntled employee jerking off into the latex. I love that this factory is so weird that he thinks that must be a real old woman just sitting there in isolation and knitting.
Where is she? Where is she?
Relax, you can still bang it. The movie's also a commentary on mega corporations preferring to use machines over human employees. But granted, it is easier to get a machine to be a toy store Terminator. And unlike humans, machines are filled with delicious banana cream pie. Going back to his expression earlier, this here is the opposite. Now he goes from frightening evil to friendly with brilliant grace.
Let's try to get a replacement. Ah, Mr. Chalice.
See, he seems nice again. He isn't all bad. Sure, he's a villain who has to explain to our hero his evil plan, but that seems very in keeping with Cochran as a character. This is a dude who relishes in telling someone about the insanity of his plan and his creations.
Bless you. Convincing, aren't they?
See, the guy created sneezing robots. And if you're wondering how they got Stonehenge all the way to the factory, Cochran's got you.
We had a time getting it here. You wouldn't believe how we did it.
I love it. No need to explain, just know it was crazy. Even when Tommy Lee Wallace gets asked about the lore of the movie, the response is usually, hey, it's magic, man. So, Stonehenge has a power that's like the laser from Top Secret crossed with Freddy Krueger's insect-making ability. Makes sense, it's magic. Cochran loves a joke so much he brings the Kupfer family in for a demonstration. If Dr. Chalice wasn't there, were they just gonna bring in this family to murder them just for their own shits and giggles? Again, it's perfectly in keeping with the character that the answer would be yes. At least we find out that the big giveaway at 9 is a Blu-ray of The Nest. Still not sure if it's Stonehenge and the mask causing little Buddy's death, or if that's just naturally what happens after hearing this commercial for the 200th time. Nope, definitely Stonehenge. I touched Stonehenge once. That's why I'm a grasshopper now. They're only fainting because finally they have a moment's peace. The bugs will be far less of an obnoxious disappointment than little Buddy. As for Dr. Chalice... Yes, I've reached the ultimate reason to start drinking at 7 in the morning. Leave it to a Halloween movie outside of the Michael Myers continuity to still contain the best Halloween franchise death. And this is only the second most dangerous toy of the 80s. I remember the pogo ball. Speaking of nostalgia, the whole montage of kids getting their masks and trick-or-treating takes me back to when I was a kid. I love that the masks are so popular and so much of a fad that kids are combining them with costumes that don't even call for those masks. It takes me back to my own days of trick-or-treating. It just looks like my childhood, more so than any movie in the Halloween franchise. However, I don't think I've ever met a robot. They're covering their tracks too hard. They murder the morgue attendant on the off chance that she'd think the body was a robot, but even if she did, who would believe her? And how would that stop their plan? It's already Halloween. I'll chalk it up to he's drilling a hole in her head because she hasn't seen the Silver Shamrock commercial enough to do it herself. And why is Cochran doing all of this?
Why? Do I need a reason?
It's like his hatred of children and his appetite for a sick joke is way more important than business. But he does give a bone-chilling speech that adds more to this.
The last great one took place 3,000 years ago and the hills ran red.
Yep, pants properly shit. He digs deep into a history of human sacrifices to control their environment, as foretold by the planets, whose alignment is telling them that it's time for another big sacrifice. That sounds insane, but O'Hurley sells it.
And happy Halloween.
And with that, Conal Cochran is a true horror icon. Yet it is still nice enough to let the Doctor's last movie be Halloween. It could be worse. He could have put on Savage Weekend. After 40 takes to get this shot right, the Doctor easily escapes. Perhaps they think that this is just the opening scene from Halloween. I wonder if they had a plan for the big giveaway at 9, if their plan didn't work. Like, well, our human sacrifice didn't work out, so here's a box of Lincoln Logs. Choke on them, you shit-ass kids. Don't forget, though, the night could still get worse.
Shut up. Linda, listen.
Because he called his ex-wife. Ugh, I'm gonna go hang out with Cochran. I know how to get seen. Well, he's just not even trying to be sneaky anymore. The logos have a very different effect on the robots. If you play the song and release the labels, it just zaps them to death. Stonehenge is weird! Though we do have one remaining brilliant Cochran moment. Yes, he has his own bravo clap. He knows he's about to die, but he also knows that that doesn't matter because he's already won. Oh, and then this happens. Why does Stonehenge have the power of Old Testament God? At least the town can now be known for beautifully bleak cinematography. Although, given that Ellie has been turned into a robot, you gotta give her this. At least she waited for her evil side to kick in. It was nice of her to help Dr. Chalice out by killing all of her other robot friends. Plus, after he knocks her head off, he's gonna find some way to mix her blood with vodka and tomato juice, after just one more handjob for the road. See, this makes sense when you also know that Tom Berman also did the effects for Oliver Stone's The Hand. Santa Mira is either suddenly not that far from the gas station, or she waited a hell of a lot longer on the trip back to turn evil. But this sets up for a beautifully twisted ending. He calls the TV stations to take the commercial off the air. I guess they believe him enough to do so, at least on a couple of channels. He doesn't tell the kids in front of him to take theirs off because, well, the effects earlier were pretty cool. Even if this particular network doesn't go off. All your kids and all your friends' kids are dead. Game over. Now this may seem ambiguous, but nah, I'm on the side of Chalice failed. The novelization states that the kids all over are dead. Plus the end credits were supposed to contain the screams of children dying, until they thought, well, maybe we'll just leave it ambiguous instead. But that's a local affiliate he's talking to, and the Silver Shamrock commercial is a national commercial. Our kids are dead. While Halloween 3 did make its money back, it made $14 million and cost $2.5 million, it still didn't perform as well as the previous two, and the reviews at the time were negative, with audiences and critics not digging the fact Michael Myers wasn't in it. So the anthology idea was dropped, and in 1988 we got The Return of Michael Myers. And ironically, to me, Halloween 3 is better than any of the Michael Myers movies that came after it. Over time, the movies gained a gigantic audience and critical reappraisal, with more modern reviews being positive towards the film. It's a movie that captures the lore and spirit and feel of the Halloween season, in my opinion, more than a lot of the others in the series. Even the fake commercial is just as iconic as a real seasonal commercial, and definitely captures how many times you see ads like this on repeat during any given holiday. Sure, the movie is full of holes, but along with the fog, it's like the perfect embodiment of a horror story you tell around a campfire with your friends and a flashlight. Not to mention, Conal Cochran is one of the greatest horror villains of the past 50 years. Sure, Michael Myers may kill you and your friends, but Conal Cochran will kill all the world's children, not just for a sacrifice, but for a lark. Halloween 3 is one of those great horror films, not appreciated in its time, but is now a huge part of the season in our home. Watch it this month and give it the love it deserves, or else Stonehenge will turn you into a mantis. Maybe. Probably. Stonehenge is weird!
I do love a good joke, and this is the best ever. A joke on the children.
Halloween 4 answers what we've all been asking since 1978. What would the original Halloween be like if it sucked? Halloween 3 was meant to take the series in a more anthology direction, with each sequel being about a different story centered around Halloween. But when Halloween 3 was a commercial disappointment, Michael Myers was brought back for several unoriginal sequels that are all insultingly inferior to the first one. So, goody. John Carpenter was approached to direct Halloween 4 and collaborated with writer Dennis Etchison on the script. The script, however, was rejected for being too cerebral. How cerebral are we talking? Are we talking Michael Myers' mom on a horse cerebral? Or it's not a direct carbon copy of the first one cerebral? So Carpenter sold off the rights to producer Mustafa Akkad, and due to an impending writer's strike, writer Alan B. McElroy had 11 days to pitch the story and send in the final draft. They were in safe hands. McElroy's later writing credits would include Spawn, Wrong Turn, and Left Behind. Yep, this is much better than, doing something different. All the ingredients are here. We have Michael escaping from custody. Loomis hangs out with the sheriff's daughter is one of the victims. Michael eats a dog. He steals clothes from a mechanic. A kid is bullied at school. There's a clown costume. Because doing the same thing, only without the suspense, will truly make it as good as the original. The film opens on October 30th, 1988, so it shouldn't be called Halloween, seeing how on October 30th we celebrate John Adams' birthday. But thankfully, we get that hauntingly beautiful Halloween theme. Which appears to have been lost in the wind somewhere? Good of Michael to return. They could use an extra farmhand. Why are they even celebrating Halloween when all of the children were killed off at the end of Halloween 3? I'm only guessing. I still don't remember watching that. But there's little Buddy's corpse being used as a Halloween decoration. This film is apparently for those who thought the original looked too much like California, and since this one looks more like the Midwest, clearly that makes this a better film. They even brought Donald Pleasance back as a mailbox. The ambulance is on its way to pick up Michael Myers, and it's gonna take them a while to get there since they're not moving. It's good of them to credit John Carpenter for the theme that they're not even playing. Michael Myers is being transferred from one institution to another because he can't escape without that happening.
Jesus.
Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this place.
We strictly practice Scientology at this institution. And if you missed out on the first two films...
A decade ago, Halloween night, he murdered 16 people, maybe more, trying to get to his sister. Nearly got it, too. But his doctor, of all people, shot him 6 times.
Thank you. That's for the one guy in the audience who hasn't seen Halloween 1 and 2, but for some reason is going to see Halloween 4. Plus, the poster already gave us a recap. I believe it means it's been 10 years since the loss of Ben Tramer, thank you very much. And we still haven't gotten a proper Ben Tramer memorial in Haddonfield. The movie wants to remind you of the first one so much that it puts the original movie's mask on the poster, even though that's not the mask he wears in the film. That explosion at the end of part 2 has kept Michael in a coma, but only put a couple of scars on his hand. Still haven't heard that theme yet. Too little, too late. I see Dr. Lecter is really happy to see him go. I understand why he's being transferred. Being in a coma for 10 years has made him very troublesome. Hopefully he at least waits until the ambulance is a block away before he tries escaping. That's just one of the few extra gore scenes shot and inserted by John Carl Beechler, who ironically directed Friday the 13th Part 7, a movie in which all the gore is cut out. Michael is crossing parallel universes to kill remake Annie Brackett before the Rob Zombie movies can be made. Danielle Harris plays Laurie Strode's daughter, Jamie Lloyd, who lives with a foster family.
Do you love me, Rachel?
Serious questions tonight. Of course I love you.
Answered in a way that makes her act very annoyed at being polite. Of course I love your pea casserole, Grandma. Maybe she's just tired. I'm sure Rachel here is a very good foster sister.
We're not really sisters, Jamie. But that doesn't mean that I love you any less.
It just means I can only love you as much as I can tolerate anyone who isn't my flesh and blood. And I'm a bitch! Laurie survived 2 Halloween films only to be killed in an accident off camera, which is only slightly less insulting than the script to Halloween Resurrection killing her. All Jamie has to remember her by is this still shot from the first Halloween. Oh, and her murderous uncle. Well, this is moving fast. Maybe it'll be a short film after all. Her foster parents are running way too slow to catch her. Oh, it was a dream. So I guess she's psychic since she correctly envisioned what mask he was gonna be wearing. Whew, I sure hope that psychic bullshit isn't visited in part 5. And like hell, this is Haddonfield. Where are the palm trees? Wrong title card. This is Halloween 4. Rachel is given the unfortunate news that she has to babysit Jamie. Hopefully she doesn't overreact.
I think tonight Brady was ready to make a commitment. But now my future relationship, my engagement, my marriage, my children, and your grandchildren have all been wiped out because I have to babysit.
No, future generations will be affected when Michael Myers kills you. Jamie overheard Rachel complaining, but Rachel makes it all better.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
What I meant was that my life would be so much better if you weren't here. Surprisingly, Jamie is disinterested in trick-or-treating. It's not like her uncle tried murdering her mom on that particular date or anything. Let's see, Michael Milhouse Myers. Got it. Dr. Loomis shows back up, having grown an ear on the side of his face, and is still stressed about Halloween 1978.
I don't want anyone to have to live through that night again.
But those movies made money, so it's gonna happen several more times. Looking at it, I think Michael's mask is modeled after Dr. Hoffman here, played by Michael Pataki, who correctly predicted Michael's powers.
Whatever he hits, he destroys.
A better part 4 than Halloween 4. Unfortunately, this accident has caused all the blood donations to spill everywhere.
He's gone.
Way to sound annoyed by it. Poor guy's just frustrated he has to go through another one of these movies. They suggest the crash killed Michael, which between getting shot 6 times in part 1, twice in part 2, and blown up at the end, I'm sure it was a car crash that killed him. Speaking of, how can Michael Myers see in this film when he was shot in the eyes at the end of part 2? I can buy him surviving multiple gunshot wounds and explosions, but not bullets to the eyes. Unless Michael is Daredevil. But with Michael escaping, Dr. Loomis can monologue again.
You're talking about him as if he were a human being. That part of him died years ago.
Yeah, it was killed by his doctor's horrible bedside manner. Perhaps the town can be saved by Darkman. Never mind, Darkman's kind of a dick in this. You know, this could all be a coincidence. Perhaps Dr. Loomis stumbled upon the set of The Hitcher. Anyone seen Rutger Hauer around? I do believe this is Illinois, mainly for the tremendous amounts of Lincoln pictures on the wall. I'll know it's Springfield if they serve him a horseshoe sandwich. Loomis somehow knows this is Michael, despite Michael now being a whole foot taller, and the coma apparently made his muscles even stronger.
God damn you.
Tender loving care my ass! He shouldn't have gone in there anyway. The open light is off. And check this out.
bigger budget and more explosions clearly make this not as good as the first one. Even if you do remember the first movie where the bullies bring up the boogeyman.
Boogeyman, boogeyman, Jenny's uncle's a boogeyman.
10 years later and they're still talking about the boogeyman, I thought Uli Lamel killed off any notion of the boogeyman being scary. Speaking of the first one...
You remember Lindsay, don't you? Hi, Jamie.
Yes, I remember Lindsay from the first movie. Couldn't get either of the Richards sisters to take up the role, huh? Jamie decides that she does want to go trick-or-treating, and Discount Freddy Krueger is reminding me that I could be watching a better movie. Vincent Drug was Bruno Mattei's least popular pseudonym. Nothing is too soon in Haddonfield, which is why they still carry Michael Myers masks on the wall, and the same clown outfit Michael used when murdering his sister. Rachel's boyfriend, Brady, is very pissed that she has to babysit.
When did you find this out?
This morning.
Well, you found out this morning. Well, why didn't you tell me before? I mean, it's 5 o'clock now, Rachel.
Don't get angry.
Yeah, handle the situation like she did.
What am I supposed to tell Brady? Sorry, but I've got to babysit my foster sister. Go and have fun by yourself.
See? You two are made for each other. And why is his name Brady? Is Bobby Brady from the Brady Bunch a production assistant on this movie? That is actually true. And no one sees a giant with third-degree burns walking around. Dr. Loomis, meanwhile, is hitchhiking back home after deciding against living with a family of dodos. No, don't go with them. They're going to Crystal Lake, not Haddonfield. Ride with this guy. He's got that one thing that'll get you through the next few movies. Booze.
You're hunting it, ain't you?
It's good that he's getting a ride from one serial killer to capture another serial killer. Movie Halloween is where you can openly TP someone's tree and no one gives a shit. I guess the John Wayne Gacy outfit was always popular in Haddonfield. And Rachel is really rocking that Elizabeth Shue costume. Even though Michael knows who she is, he still breaks into her house where she hasn't cleaned up her pictures. And why does she have a picture of Michael clearly taken on the night he killed his sister? Loomis goes to see Sheriff Meeker, who will beat the shit out of Michael, just as he did his son, Henry Hill.
Myers has been locked up since before she was born. He's never laid eyes on her.
I understand why they're skeptical. They were skeptical last time, too. And what was the worst that happened? Alright! 16 dead people! They go searching for Jamie, but I hope they put an extra guard on Ben Tramer's family, just to be safe. Uh-oh, it's those bullies again.
That clown costume's really cool. Really?
Clown costumes. Winning over bullies since never. They're at the sheriff's place where she catches Brady with the sheriff's daughter. The sex must be so good that they're taking time out to give out Halloween candy.
I mean, you blew off for a date at the last minute.
So you hop on to the next best thing? I thought you were different from other guys.
No, I'm different. It's just that...
Hey, look, Rachel, I can explain. You're a huge bitch. Their breakup is less awkward than when they both appeared in the after-school special, Just Tipsy, Honey. Michael being in Haddonfield may be bad news, but there's no way this dog is shutting down his bar. Unfortunately, there's no answer at the police station.
What's going down?
Where are we going, Earl? We're going to bed. The phone never just rings at a police station. No way. No how.
Wake up the sheriff.
That is the whitest thing ever said in a horror film. And something tells me this isn't the first time these guys have jumped the gun. Literally and figuratively. Meanwhile, we finally get that Bucky Barnes origin story. That kill was just for Michael. He's missed decades worth of 4th of Julys and really wanted to see fireworks. This always happens. You look away for 3 seconds and you and your sister are on the shitty side of town. Here she is walking through the alternate 1985 from Back to the Future 2. Maybe Jamie is over here by these abandoned cars. Seems like the kind of place she'd hang out. Here she is looking like most kids who lose their babysitter. She doesn't give a shit. Man, Rachel is never gonna find...
Jamie!
Huh, well that was easy. Probably would have found her sooner if she hadn't checked the junkyard first. But now Loomis and the sheriff need to find them, which will never... Halloween 4, a sequence of events working out perfectly fine. But I question using cloning technology on Michael while he was institutionalized. What is with the popularity of the Halloween 4 mask before the movie is even released? Does Silver Shamrock still put out masks? Is that why there appears to be only 3 masks in this town? Even though this was a prank, Loomis seemed to fully believe that Michael had now cloned himself. Back at the sheriff's station, a slaughter seems to have unfolded. Okay, are we sure Rutger Hauer as the Hitcher isn't to blame here? The evidence is really piling up. I understand Michael killing the law enforcement, seeing how bullets have totally been proven to harm him. Anything new to add, Doctor?
How can a man do this, Loomis? Tell me.
It isn't a man.
Sorry, can't quote the first movie right now. Need to shit? Ah, good. Just what we need. Duck Dynasty fans.
We're gonna fry his ass.
These men may be the only defense you've got.
A group of armed, drunken rednecks roaming around on Halloween looking for someone in a mask? I see no problem here. Now give them a chance. Maybe they got something.
Shit, Earl. It's Ted Hollister.
Ted Hollister? You prick! That's Ben Tramer's cousin!
You dumb son of a bitch. You said you saw Myers.
Well, if you can't trust a redneck with a gun when he said he saw something, who can you trust? Meanwhile, in a scene so tame that televised versions don't need to cut out shit, Kelly and Brady's sex time is cut short when her dad comes home. The sheriff has nothing to worry about. She has a no nudity clause. And look, at least Brady gets to shoot one load tonight.
Well, yeah. I catch you grope my daughter. I'll use that shotgun on you. You understand?
Okay, but I can still have sex with her, right? First things first, a bottle of sherry. This is about as suspenseful as hanging out in a house and trying to sleep. According to Kelly's shirt, cops do it by the book, and also don't wear bras. I don't know why they're trying to protect Jamie from Michael. This movie is directed by Dwight Little, who also directed Marked for Death, and we saw what happened to Jamie in that movie.
Johnny! They hurt my baby!
Forget Michael, protect her from Jamaican drug dealers. Nothing like a cast that isn't scared, but annoyed.
Jamie's sleeping. When can we go home?
When there's not a serial killer after you, shut the fuck up! And let Dr. Loomis spout out more trailer lines.
Hell of a night.
Not over yet.
I know, the movie's still got 28 minutes left. Thanks for reminding me. It's really important when we see Rachel and Kelly bicker when a murderer is after them.
I didn't know you and Brady had anything, okay? You knew. You just didn't care.
You know, this doesn't really work when both of them are the bitchy girl. At least the sheriff knows what the real threat is.
Hey, I got a town full of beer bellies running around in the dark with shotguns. Who's gonna be next?
I know exactly who's gonna be next. Ted Hollister's family. Any other insight?
Pretty boring out here.
I know. If only something would happen. Don't worry about her. She may be dead now, but she's about to come back as Bride of Reanimator. I don't know why Rachel is upset. Brady is all hers now. The movie is so proud of its severed head that it shows it not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Right now.
Not without Jamie!
They're so focused on the head that they completely lost Jamie. How are they gonna find...
Jamie.
The suspense is truly the killer of this film. Relax, they got plenty of time to flee. Michael is walking as if he shit his pants and doesn't want it to drip down his legs. I trust Brady's instincts. This is what you do in a gunfight. You just hit someone with it. Oh my god, he off-screened him to death.
Michael chases Rachel and Jamie onto the roof, and you know what would help if she weren't dressed like Bozo the Clown's nutsack? Rachel actress Ellie Cornell was actually injured during this scene by a protruding nail from the roof, but completely unfazed, she finished the scene after a brief visit to the hospital.
I may have issues with this movie, but respect.
If only Jamie was dressed like Santa Claus, she'd be able to go down the chimney. When Jamie gets down with the help of a rope, Rachel takes the shortcut.
She's fine. No, seriously, she's fine.
Michael is now instantly jealous that she survived a much bigger fall than him. And speaking of the first one...
Look, if we have her saying the same lines as Jamie Lee Curtis, and even naming the character Jamie, surely this will be regarded as one of the best slasher films.
She's now completely on her own. She'll never be rescued, and...
Doing out here alone?
Now what the hell is Loomis doing out there?
They break into the local school, where Michael tries to be hip by putting on a Simon LeBont mask instead. It's one of the scenes in the movie where he's wearing a blonde wig that was originally used before switching to the Pat Riley mask. The blonde wig was changed when it was deemed too disrespectful to Ben Tramer. Good choice. Michael has the right idea, though. If he just stands there, they'll hurt themselves on their own by either falling down the stairs or falling off a roof. Aha, the cavalry has arrived.
In the school.
Oh, good. So Rachel and Jamie are about to get shot.
Actually, this is their first good idea. They leave and let the police handle it, though they still act like jackasses when they do see the police.
Yes, fire a gun into the air as the police are coming down the street. That'll prove that you're the sane one.
Michael, however, tired of being teabagged by truck nuts, makes his way from the bottom of the truck.
Finally, Ted Hollister has been avenged.
Props to Rachel here. When Michael falls off the roof and stands in the road, she actually does run him over. That's a smarter option than trying to handhold him to death like Jamie does. Jesus Christ, this is the most pro-armed militia horror film until Texas Chainsaw 3D came around.
Good work, boys. You've inconvenienced him until the next movie.
Michael Myers is in hell.
Yeah, he was shot a bunch of times and fell into a hole of shit. Truly, that finished him off. He's not gonna want to show himself with poo all over his clothes. As a reward, they all treat themselves to a viewing of the first Halloween movie. That's a classic. Wait, this isn't the first Halloween.
No! 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 No!
Huh. What?
Oh my god, it's just like the ending of Friday the 13th Part 5, when it suggests that survivor Tommy Jarvis will go on to become the next killer in the franchise.
And I don't mean it's similar because the endings are the same. I mean it's similar because the next installments completely ignore those endings.
Halloween 4 came out 6 years later after the previous Halloween film, and this is what they came up with?
Although I'm sure bringing Michael Myers back brought them a much bigger profit than Halloween 3. Nope! Both movies brought in roughly the same $12 million profit. Yep, totally worth abandoning that anthology idea.
Okay, maybe I'm being too hard on this film, because I am constantly comparing it to a much better classic film that this movie keeps throwing reminders of.
Maybe I'll be much more lenient on this film if I compare it to the next movie, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. I don't know. We'll find out soon enough.
off, Wade.
I figured I'd go ahead and get part 5 out of the way as opposed to waiting until next year. It goes along with the theme of the movie, since I'm pretty sure this film was made only a couple of weeks after part 4. So many people were curious what would happen after the cliffhanger ending of part 4, making it the lowest grossing film of the entire series. So much so that outside of the United States, the film mostly went straight to video. But lucky us, we got to see it on the big screen! We just chose not to. Halloween 5 was rushed into production without a completed script, especially since the original script, featuring an all-evil Jamie being pursued by Myers, was changed, since producer Mustafa Akkad thought, nah, people just want to see Michael. That's the Akkad motto, God forbid someone do something different. Here's a thought, if you didn't want an evil Jamie, don't make her fucking evil at the end of your previous film. Even Donald Pleasance himself was disappointed that Jamie wasn't made to be evil. I even think the movie's subtitle is disappointed in the film, since The Revenge of Michael Myers is included on the poster, but not the actual movie. It's the movie where Michael gets revenge on the people that he was planning on killing anyway. Speaking of the poster, the movie is so rushed, they just used Michael's image from the Part 4 poster and stuck a picture of Jamie on it, who was wearing her Halloween costume, not from Part 5, but from Part 4. I really hope this movie wasn't made for cynical reasons. Even the opening credits are a little disorienting. Ooh, it's great when we can actually see the editor hacking away at the movie. And what in the hell is going on now? Is the movie giving someone a colonoscopy? I find this to be in bad taste. They're hacking away at little Buddy's head from part 3. The film then shows us the ending of the 4th one, since it's been a whole year since part 4 came out. I would repeat the same jokes, but part 4 is so forgettable, I can't remember any of the jokes that I said about it. Though I do remember the scene, young Joseph Gordon-Levitt looks on as Michael is shot down a hole that transforms him from George Wilbur to Don Shanks. Alright, I remember when they threw dynamite down the hole and blew the piss out of it. Oh wait, that didn't happen. Though it should have, since the ending of part 4 suggests that they think Michael died from an 8-foot drop. But they didn't count on those wild rapids of Illinois suburbs. Oh my god, Mr. Shatner, just lay down, we'll fix you right up. It's 1 year later and Jamie is in a children's hospital, and I must say, this scene is creepier in the flashback than it was in the actual movie.
Look at me. Do you want me to call your mom?
Her mother, Laurie Strode, is dead. Thank you for reminding her of that stupid plot point. I guess the old salt gave Michael a tattoo. He must have. We've never seen it before. And without Michael's mask, we find out that he was Mad TV actor Michael McDonald this whole time. And hang on, has Michael been in a coma for a year? Does he hibernate when Halloween ends? And did his caretaker wonder why this sleeping giant went a whole year without needing food or water? It was nice of the old man to get Michael a new mask, since this isn't the Data from Star Trek mask that he was wearing in part 4. Jamie has visions of Michael's murders, so she writes, "He's come for me." It's always about you, isn't it? It's obvious he's come back to rid the world of old prospectors. I feel like they could be a lot more efficient in this hospital if they ever bothered to turn on some lights, especially when going down the stairs. Jamie is mute in this film because she'll return for Halloween 5, but you'll have to pay her extra for words.
She has something to tell us.
That's right. She can predict Michael's revenge, but not his box office. With the sunlight coming through, the hospital seems like an okay place, except for one thing. The hell kind of security do you have in this building when anyone off the street can just come in? Not to mention this.
What's up, everybody? My man. You
looking good, brother. I can handle the talking dog, but there is one thing I'm having a problem with. Annoying Tina cannot possibly die faster. Loomis has no problem with these cokeheads being in the room, but only has a problem with the dog.
Man, that was cold.
And seriously, do something about the security here. Anyone could just throw a brick through the window. A brick that says the evil child must die. Cousin Oliver used to have the same things thrown through his window at the Brady house. They should have kept the dog around, since he's good at predicting danger too.
Oh, it looks like teeth pulling time.
Jamie discovering that sniffing markers will get you high is a little questionable, but not as questionable as Dr. Loomis creepily staring at the children through the window. She's having visions that the dog is in danger, and I guess it's easier for her to draw this scary image as opposed to just writing, "The dog is in danger." They warn Rachel to check on the dog, mainly because it's a Halloween film and this would be like the 10th time Michael Myers has killed a dog. By the way, it's nice that Rachel is incredibly forgiving of Jamie nearly stabbing her mother to death. This universe is weird. Just look at these cops.
All clear. Nothing above, nothing below.
The fuck was that? I know it seems like I added that goofy music in myself, but I swear I didn't.
Max!
In Compton, an Italian dinner is microwave macaroni and cheese.
How is it that the talking dog makes more sense in this scene than the fucking circus music? Oh, and we haven't had enough creepy Loomis yet.
Tell me what you know. Right.
She then writes in all capital letters, "Boundaries!" I have a feeling Rachel is gonna die in this one. This is the second time she's gotten naked in the movie. But I'm not gonna lie, this movie contains some creepy shots that were solely missing in Part 4. At least this one is trying to mimic the suspense of Part 1, and not just the plot and dialogue. But it's a sequel, so I can find other stuff to complain about, like how Rachel dies 20 minutes into the film, making Jamie a terrible psychic. Rachel was killed to show the audience that no one is safe from Michael, and the audience responded by not giving a shit. Speaking of not giving a shit, Sheriff Meeker is back.
Time a little girl twitches, I'm supposed to call out the National Guard.
How many people did he kill last year? Have you forgotten?
Oh yeah, it's not like one of the ones killed last year was your daughter. Ooh, too soon. Loomis shows the horror of the situation by displaying his scarred arm, which only reminds me that he's lucky that all he got was a scarred arm after this explosion. Oh good, she's back.
Wait till you see the burrito I'm gonna dump on your leather interior.
Chill out, Max.
So since Rachel is dead, does that mean we're stuck with this girl? I don't like the plot turns of this movie at all. And what's with the theme music? I'm glad this movie has introduced us to Halloween theme, the bummer version. The girl gets as excited as the dog about a doorbell, but she should be excited. Cameron Diaz is there to greet her, and boy do I mean excited.
Can you believe we have this whole house to ourselves for the weekend?
Tina, that's what you've said before, remember?
Oh, Sammy, are all your circuits on hold or what?
I know it's still the 80s, but is there a chance you could have gotten an actress who was on a fraction less cocaine?
Oh, Max!
I taught you better than that, kid.
But they still celebrate Halloween in Halloween Murder Town, so they gotta plan their Halloween murder party.
It's cool. Mikey and I like it in the car.
He likes the gear shift up his ass. I don't judge. So do we get to meet her boyfriend, Mikey? Does he know he's your boyfriend? He seems more annoyed by you than I do. Mikey is on his way to be every rebellious high school student from every 90s Fox teen show ever. He's late for his audition as bass player for The Heights. This movie is so fucking rushed that it's named two of its characters Michael. Again, why did Rachel have to take the guard dog with her? They clearly need one at the hospital. And now we we have the version of the Halloween theme that Schroeder plays on his piano? The hell is with this hospital? There's just steam shooting everywhere? And what is this? The asylum from American Horror Story? Oh, she's made her way to where janitor Fred Krueger hangs out. Thankfully, she's rescued.
What happened? Was it one of your dreams again?
No, her dreams are less scary than the rooms in your hospital.
We both know he's alive. But you know where he is!
But nothing is scarier than Loomis yelling at a child.
What about your stepmother, Jamie?
I joked about Loomis's bedside manner in the past, but is this how he treated Michael? No wonder he stayed insane.
Dr. Loomis, leave the little girl alone.
A phrase that I have the feeling is said a lot. Ah, good. Creighton Duke has arrived to tell us Michael is like sticking a hot dog through a donut. Loomis makes his way to an abandoned house. Not sure whose house, because that is not the fucking Myers house.
Have you come home, Michael?
Answer is clearly no, because again, that's not the Myers house. Johnny Cash shows back up to show his entryway into a torture hostel. Now it just looks like he's hanging out at one of the wings in the hospital. Ah, good, the filmmakers have successfully combined Jeff Goldblum and Corey Hart. Hope there's not any other annoying teens.
Baby, I'm ready. Ow.
Get out of here, Ed Begley Jr. You're like 35. And given that Mikey was Jimmy Montrose from 16 Candles, I sure hope he gets rid of Michael the same way he got rid of the geek.
She's totally serious, asswipe.
Why didn't they just have him literally playing the same character from 16 Candles? See this? This is a good way to piss off a Jimmy Montrose. Jimmy should have seen this coming. Since he truly knows horror, he was Professor Peabody in Mary-Kate and Ashley, the Case of the Funhouse mystery. Since you have to specify that your case is also a mystery. Oh shit, we're late for the hospital's Gobs in Costume pageant. One thing I'm noticing about Haddonfield is there seems to be a lot of children in the hospital. Oh no, Jamie is getting another vision.
Clean up room service.
It's Tina who might be killed, so she doesn't say anything. What the fuck? I know they advertised that we can see his face in this film, but is that his face? If he knew this would get him some action, Michael would have used this mask a long time ago. Also, he's Stuntman Mike now. Someone in the hospital gave him driving lessons and also taught him to be a stunt driver. Don't mind Jamie, someone put ass blaster sauce in the Halloween cookies. Oh boy, is this where Tina finally gets... Rescued? Yes, thank you. Put heavy protection on the character who is really bothering me. The only other person I've seen put this much protection on annoying characters is Eli Roth. But if it weren't for Tina, Jamie wouldn't have the courage to finally speak.
Tina!
No, it's Taylor! But Tina has better things to do than be protected from a serial killer.
When you're older, there are people you're gonna meet who make you feel like connected.
What I'm trying to tell you is that I really need a penis inside of me. Good to know we sent every cop out to save her and she instantly leaves 5 minutes later.
Be sensible.
I'm never sensible if I can help it.
Tina!
See, if we don't let her get killed, then she won't learn her lesson. Don't worry, we'll get the bumbling cops earlier to follow her around. Wait, bumbling cops? That feels somewhat familiar. That's better than the lurking creeper from Jeepers Creepers being her bodyguard. They get to the party, and I see that Michael has stopped to change masks, and he's driving the car that everyone should be looking for.
What do you think?
Well, orders are orders. I look like a life-threatening situation to you?
Well, he's dressed like the killer, so maybe? And yes, these cops are supposed to be an homage to the bumbling cops from Last House on the Left. I knew I was pissed off for a reason. So let's not homage what made Last House on the Left disturbing, but instead let's pay tribute to the one thing that kept it from being great. At least these bumbling cops seem slightly more competent.
She's a virgin.
Got her phone number?
Better than when Michael talked in that Rob Zombie movie. Wait, that's not Michael.
Hey, just a little Halloween prank, okay?
Definitely not funny.
Damn right it's not funny. It's this kind of reckless endangerment that got Ben Tramer killed, which you all seem to be forgetting, and I expect maturity out of this bunch. Maybe that's why I'm not mad at the bumbling cops. They fit better in this film than if they came after a gang rape scene. I don't know what they smoked at that party, but sometimes you just gotta chase some kittens through a barn. This is one of the earliest slasher films where the annoying sidekicks are the main characters. I mean, for fuck's sake, the boyfriend's name is Spitz.
Spitz? Spitz!
Oh good, we're about to find out how Michael prefers his oral sex. Oh, for the love of God, enough with the damn fake-outs. Ben Tramer is spinning in his grave, and don't even get me started on how this film neglected to mention the murder of Ted Hollister. This movie practices safe sex, but not the safe handling of kitchen knives. I am disappointed. Same with pitchforks. If this were Necromantic 2, she'd just be getting started. Unfortunately, we'll just have to trust the MPAA that the girl was killed too. I guess Tina is the hero that we deserve.
You guys want to come skinny dipping?
I mean, that's a thing we do in horror films, right? Sorry if I seem annoyed by it. And now she realizes it was the cat that murdered her two friends. At least this movie does what Last House on the Left should have done. It killed the bumbling cops. Michael starts chasing Tina, but realizes it would be much funnier to run over the children. Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. Ugh, damn it. I don't even know this kid. I just thought it would be really funny if he died. Thankfully, Jamie is the type of kid who can outrun a car. This movie is daring to trump Halloween 4 by once again actually being menacing. The Michael Myers death car is something that I could have gotten used to in this series. Unfortunately, it's an 80s movie car, so it explodes very easily. I haven't felt this uneasy since the first one. What is this movie doing to me?
No! Oh, God! No! Oh!
Unlike in part 4, I am actually worried that he's gonna kill this kid. This child murder I don't find funny at all. Tina saves her and blah blah is stabbed, but is the talking dog okay? Dr. Loomis still has his special powers from part 4, the power of showing up at any place it's convenient. Jamie now finally wants to help them kill Michael, which begs the question, how many people did he have to kill before she helped them? It was Tina getting stabbed that was her threshold? I suppose the poster did promise that Michael lives, and this time they're ready. Yeah, they're so ready that the movie still has a body count of 17. I, for one, am ready for more Loomis monologuing.
Michael, go home. Go home!
Hasn't that been what most of this series has been about? The night he came home? Loomis is telling Michael to meet him at Michael's home for a final showdown. Too bad they'll both be at different houses, since again, it's not the fucking Myers house! By the way, what's creepier than Loomis looking through the hospital window? This guy creepily staring at the little girl brushing her hair.
You're one brave little girl.
I'll say she's brave being in the same room as you. I'd rather be in a room with Michael. She's getting a vision. She's now telling the deputy that Snowflake the dolphin is about to be kidnapped. She's envisioning someone else getting attacked, which means that all of the police force has to change locations. I don't know, maybe leave like half of them there with the kid, just saying.
Now you'll come, won't you, Michael?
I guess Loomis was counting on the sheriff's station being incompetent. But thank God they left a guard out front. Well, if Michael can take down a random guy in his car, then he truly is unstoppable. Loomis, however, wants them to stay put.
Charlie, Michael Myers is outside.
Damn, part 5 is a welcome return of Dr. Loomis being awesome! Michael is now approaching one of the Amityville knockoff houses. Look at that shot. Impressive. I appreciate that this is a movie made by someone who has seen Halloween, but they just forgot what the house looks like. Michael has the look of, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I just want to kill some kids and some frolicking teenagers. Is that too much to ask? Okay, fine. The deputy will do too. Oh, damn. His one weakness. Whew. Good thing he overcame his weakness. Locked doors. I thought for sure the sheriff made the right call, leaving this guy as their only defense against Michael. Careful falling down that vent. This house just might be haunted. It certainly changes its structure. Ugh, why does this movie have to resort to putting children in danger? I can handle a pitchfork to the back during coitus, but children in danger? You've gone too far, movie. This film about a man trying to kill his 9-year-old niece should have only featured her having tea parties. I am now thoroughly convinced that this is just Don Shanks himself trying to kill his co-stars. He really hates kids. Oh no, she's back at the hospital. It looks like the same set. If you just leave Michael alone here long enough, he's bound to accidentally start a fire and kill himself. But unfortunately, we learn the fate of the movie's most beloved character.
It's gonna take more than a cap and a booty to stop this hype hood.
Well, it's gonna come to this anyway. Might as well just crawl in the coffin and get it over with. Have at it, Michael. Get your revenge.
Uncle?
Whoop, she cried uncle. You gotta stop. Or just take your mask off like the advertising suggested.
You're just like me.
Yes, both of you are 6'5", a hulking 40-year-old men. He backs away because he doesn't want her to know that he too bleeds maple syrup. So it's come to this, Dr. Loomis using unwilling children as bait. 80s medicine was not the best. But these lines sure are fantastic.
Let's play a game. Catch the little girl.
Dr. Loomis just said, let's play catch the little girl. Good thing this guy wasn't around to hear you say that. Halloween 5 proves that while bullets may not stop Michael, a tranquilizer dart does. And if that doesn't slow him down, a break to the nose with a 2x4, which Donald Pleasance actually did break Donald Shanks' nose during this. And that's before Loomis got possessed by Tommy Jarvis. Watch what you're saying. If he dies, how are we gonna have several more of these films? Rarely have I seen a slasher film where the killer is placed under arrest. It's nice that they let him keep his mask in the cell.
National Guard will take him to a maximum security facility, but he'll stay till the day he dies.
Whoa, easy there, Nancy Grace. We haven't even had a trial yet. An explosion is then heard, and here, kid, just wait in here by yourself. Surely the Illuminati from Chainsaw 4 won't go outside. You know, I asked this in part 4, and I'm gonna ask it again. Are we sure that Michael isn't also the Hitcher? Will we find any answers at the end of part 5? That just sets up for the next film, where Sam Gerard hunts down fugitive Michael Myers. Don't believe me? They clearly set it up in this film. The movie is directed by a Gerard. While this movie may have had the lowest box office of the Halloween films, it still made a profit considering it only had a $3 million budget. Hear that, movies? The film was a disappointment, but it still brought in a profit. Be cheaper! Perhaps audiences were too scared to go in the theater, considering the movie's totally apocalyptic bleakness and the fact that the characters actually look like they're being chased by a serial killer. Or they didn't go because Part 4 was a disappointment, no one really cared about Part 5, or as it was known in the late 90s, H5 Trom. The ending is such a mystery, it's like an episode of Lost! Too bad horror films had to wait 6 years for the follow-up, Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. Which means that I will wait 6 years to do an episode on Halloween 6. Just kidding, I'll do it next year. I suppose it is time to review another movie from the Halloween franchise. I couldn't tell from the endless messages saying, "Where's Halloween 6? I thought you were gonna review Halloween 6. How come you haven't reviewed Halloween 6? I understand such early frustration, because apparently October of 2016 only has 14 days in it. Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers takes the bold move of removing sequel numbering, because if you've watched this many Halloween movies, you probably have no use for math. And that's right, I said Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. Just look at the trailer.
Halloween 6, the origin of Michael Myers.
Oh yeah, and it was also plagued with post-production problems, as evidenced by the fact that they couldn't settle on a fucking title! And what's with the Dimension logo? It feels like the movie is gonna open in outer space. I'm just kidding. I'm sure it flows nicely.
Uncle Michael, please don't hurt me.
Nope, can't tell this was a movie that was botched in the editing room. As you may remember from last time, Michael was arrested, only to be freed by the Hitcher, who also abducted Michael's niece, Jamie Lloyd. It took 6 years to bring this resolution to theaters. I'm sure that means the movie is very smart. Jamie is now older, pregnant, played by another actress, and really stressed, as you can tell by the skewed ratio vision. Who impregnated her, you ask? Why, it was the fucking Pope! They're wearing scrubs and masks to protect the baby and the mother from germs. Everything else here looks completely clean. The baby is clearly Michael's, which is why this cut indicates that she gives birth to fire. Who knows what to do with Jamie Lloyd's baby? The Shadow knows. So for 6 years, Jamie has been held hostage by the Thorn cult, who wanted to impregnate her with Michael's seed. Yeah. And Rob Zombie ruined the franchise. And in case you've forgotten the backstory...
When Michael Myers was 6 years old, he stabbed his sister to death.
Stop mentioning a better movie!
He killed his entire family until his 9-year-old niece, Jamie Lloyd, was the only one left alive.
There, mention one of the shittier Halloween sequels. That makes more sense. One of the nurses, I guess just now figuring out the demon seed cult is bad, helps Jamie escape. Only one person can protect her baby, Willow Offgood. Certainly not the nurse who is trying not to laugh.
That way. No. Save your baby. Go now.
Who needs a security system when Michael is just wandering around the premises, ready to jump right back into slasher movie mode in seconds? George P. Wilbur, who played Michael in Part 4, returns here in Part 6, so he clearly has some catching up to do. What? They were inside of a dumpster this entire time? It looked bigger than that. I'm glad this is picking up from the 5th installment. I was wondering how Winona Ryder was going to escape.
What?
But Rousdower, on the other hand, is way dead. Thankfully, the rights to the film were sold by Strode. Really? Now I can blame them for the shitty editing.
Danny, Kill for him.
Get your Elm Street 2 out of my Halloween 6! Well, actually, Elm Street 2 is a better movie. More Elm Street 2!
A local radio show tells us that Halloween has been banned for 6 years and is making its return, but the movie doesn't care about that since it immediately cuts to tits while the program plays. Don't worry, the movie isn't the only one spying.
Michael Myers is now the second creepiest person in Haddonfield. And who the hell is that? That person looks really familiar.
I was only 8 years old when I saw him, but I was one of the lucky ones. I survived.
Holy shit, it's Jason Segel!
So Paul Rudd plays Tommy Jarvis, or Tommy Doyle, I mean. He was the kid Laurie was babysitting in the original. And don't worry, Loomis is back too.
I heard the old quack was dead. What, are you looking
Not dead.
for a role? You know, maybe
Just very much retired.
Weird first line, considering this movie was released after Donald Pleasance died.
This talk show is so popular that even people who've been held captive for 6 years are tuning in. Haddonfield may have banned Halloween, but they haven't banned local businesses from looking like a shitty 90s horror film. She's now calling her agent to see if she can replace Danielle Harris in Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Meanwhile, Loomis gets a visit from Dr. Wynn, played by Mitch Ryan.
To old friends, to retirement, to new beginnings.
He's the villain.
They also recast Wynn, because I guess they couldn't find whoever that guy is. Instead of calling the police, Jamie calls the talk show in the hopes that Loomis is listening. And what's even more unbelievable than that is that he is. I'm starting to wonder why one of the alternate titles wasn't Halloween, I Want My Baby Back, Baby Back, Baby Back. And she still hasn't wiped her mouth from eating her first caramello in 6 years. The weird thing is that this car chase is completely unrelated. They outlawed Halloween, but not rape vans. Actually, Haddonfield does still celebrate Halloween. They just renamed it Forest Green. Speaking of, she goes into a barn since she'd rather deal with Jason Voorhees. I'm sure it was incredibly important to bring back Jamie. I see her lasting a long time.
Michael Myers is a really shitty uncle.
It's important he turns the machine on. She totally would have survived otherwise. Relatives of the Strode family are now living in the Myers house, and this movie sorta remembers what that house looked like after it was turned into a gothic mansion in 5. Now the movie can begin.
Yes, thank you. And here I thought the movie took place in Springwood. I know what fucking movie I'm watching!
Asshole Dad John is pissed that kids keep messing with his house on Halloween. Who would have thought that that would happen after moving into the Myers house? Not that there's anything else that makes him detestable.
Well, who the hell asked you to come back here in the first place? Doesn't show her face around her own family for 5 years, then comes back and expects us to roll out the red carpet. You think going to college is gonna make up for your mistakes, girl? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's it, Deborah. Just keep slipping her the cash. You know, while you're at it, I got a great idea. Here, why don't you give her all of our goddamn money?
That guy makes Jack Torrance look like Super Dad, and it gets worse.
Get away from her. You shut up and stay out of this.
He is so dead.
The kid is gonna get him back by ordering a voodoo doll from Creepshow magazine. Are you on the edge of your seat yet?
What the hell happened this time?
Let's not start that shit.
Loomis is on the case, but is mainly there to give his secret to getting rid of all those facial scars from this happening.
It's time, Michael.
And hopefully he tells us just how the fuck he survived that explosion.
Again, Tommy Doyle is still the creepiest person here.
Supposedly some scary shit happened to him when he was a kid.
Yeah, you know, that old Michael Myers thing. You might not have heard about it.
Tommy is obsessed with the Myers case. Must be why this is the first we've seen of him since the opening of part 2.
Now we know what Ant-Man would have looked like if it were incorporated into the DC universe. The bus station is now open, but no one has cleaned up this trail of blood all afternoon, or cleaned up the bathroom sink for that matter.
Jesus.
Or found a screaming baby in the cabinet. What the fuck, Haddonfield? Knocked Up would have been a far different movie if it starred the Rudd character. This is 40 my ass. Kara and her friends have meanwhile found a map to Woodstock 99.
I think it's cool.
Not everyone in the 90s was Butthead. Some of them were Beavis. Best get that baby to the hospital.
It's my baby. There's been an accident.
What kind of accident?
Get me a doctor, now!
Security?
Haddonfield Hospital prefers only unpanicky people to bring babies into the hospital,
Or they'll call fucking security. But then he runs into an old friend.
Tommy Doyle. Laurie Strode, Jamie's mother, was babysitting me the night when...
Tommy Doyle.
Huh, you look different. Tommy soon gets chased out of the hospital because there will be no sick babies on these premises, mister. Kara's mom is Kim Darby. Nice to see she raided the costumes from Mama's Family. And just because Michael breaks into people's houses doesn't mean everyone else can, or their damn jump scares. Just scare the shit out of her with the dialogue.
I beg of you, don't let your family suffer the same fate that Laurie and her daughter suffered.
Not to mention Ben Tramer, and whose fault was that, Dr. Loomis? There's more jump scares in this film than there are Halloween decorations. Hey, remember when Tommy was a kid and dropped a pumpkin and then Michael started following him? Yeah, I should be watching the first one right now. Michael lurking in the background isn't as creepy when you put in a fucking stinger to tell us that he's there. She's mad at her husband for not telling her that they live in the Myers house. Okay, as much of a dick as this guy is, that's on her for not knowing that she's living in the most famous house in town. This causes her to leave, and not the fact that she lives with Trump with a perm. Her downfall, though, won't be Michael, but shitty editing. And then John Wayne saves her, but kills her horse in the process. Nice of Michael to clean the sheets after he dirtied them. No one wants to be the only bloody Klansman at the rally. Again, people just walk right into this house.
What are you doing here?
Someone's not a fan of Over Her Dead Body. He tells them more about the Myers house, but again, the editing makes it confusing.
Do you know whose room this used to be?
The Phantom of the Opera's room? Tommy takes them all over to his place for safety.
You don't really expect us to stay here, do you?
Don't like it? Go back and stay with your abusive father. Nice to know the biggest headline from the 1978 Halloween massacre is that Tommy Doyle survived. Oh yeah, the real hero of the night. What, no love for Lindsay? Kara takes over bottle duty when Tommy tries feeding the baby through its nose, but soon we're given the origin in the Curse of Michael Myers subtitle.
According to Celtic legend, one child from each tribe was chosen to be inflicted with the Curse of Thorn, to offer the blood sacrifices of its next of kin on the night of Samhain.
Remember when this series was just about a guy who kills people? Have you downloaded your Thorn screensaver yet? Oh, there's more fancy talk.
The sacrifice of one family meant sparing the lives of an entire tribe. For years, I've been convinced there must be some reason, some method behind Michael's madness.
How do you know all of this? This was before the invention of Wikipedia. Just leave the baby next to the laundry basket. I see nothing bad happening here.
Tommy has more important work to do, like posing for the movie's trailer, while we get even more exposition.
Long, long time ago, it was a night of great power, when the days grew short.
Thanks, Grandma Cochran. I've seen Halloween 3. It's a much better movie than this. And your stupid lightning effects keeps turning this into a self-parody.
Especially the boogeyman.
What's the boogeyman?
It wouldn't have had the same effect if she just farted after saying the boogeyman. And it keeps going.
Michael heard a voice?
It told him to kill his family.
So is Michael now Frau Blucher? How does no one see him standing there? And if the lightning hadn't struck, his lurking would be completely pointless. Meanwhile, at the Halloween party, Hot Topic Bride of Frankenstein was the most popular costume in '95. And who knew the mysterious man in black was the radio DJ this entire time? Just kidding, it's this guy. Dad comes home and he's had a really long day of being Ryan O'Neal.
God damn it. She actually left.
Oh, don't worry, she left you her jump scares. How many times does he have to tell that bitch to never put red blood in the white sheets? Told you Michael cleaned up his mess. Since this movie really wants this guy to die, I'm sure his death scene is gonna be really lame. That is the only satisfying thing in this movie. Sure is more satisfying than this ridiculous in-movie Halloween debate.
Whoa! Does she get this riled up in the sack, Tim? I bet she wears crotchless panties and barks like a dog.
Can we not let Billy Bush moderate this? When the DJ finds out Kara's brother lives in the Myers house, he instantly wants his show to be recorded there. You'd think he'd need permission, but people just walk into that house anyways. I'm sure it'll be a ratings hit. Oh, never mind. We have to wait until Halloween Resurrection to bring multimedia into the Myers house. I'm sure that's a great film. Now that there's no radio show, that frees them up for a sex scene. Not sure why he's being filmed in rapist vision, though. But first, the foreplay.
He stood in the shadows, watching through the windows as his sister and her boyfriend made love. Then he crept inside, picked up a huge butcher knife. She turned around, and he stabbed her.
Cut it out, Beth.
Will this movie ever become its own film instead of just telling us about the first one? That didn't work for Halloween 4, and it sure as shit doesn't work for Halloween 6. But Paul Rudd has figured out the perfect weapon to fight Michael Myers.
When you decide to get serious, there's only one place to come. The games of Super Nintendo.
A fucking Super Nintendo! I guess no one saw Michael Myers decorate this man like an Ed Gein Christmas display. I think the real mystery should be, why hasn't Paul Rudd aged in 21 years? The answer? Thorncult. Time now to wash off that lame sex scene. Well, that's weird. People don't usually die after they fuck in these movies. Danny is getting more visions of shitty editing. Weird how the biggest hack job isn't being done by the guy who's hacking people. Great, now who is Tommy gonna spy on? Danny is now missing, so Kara goes to the Myers house to find her son. Don't know who Michael is trying to fool here, considering she saw him murder her. She finds Danny, so I assume Michael was off taking a shit, but he's back now. Where the hell did he go? But now Loomis is here to protect them, and his friend too, who I'm sure isn't evil.
Careful with the girl.
Kara!
Win.
Well, if you can't trust Greg's dad from Dharma and Greg to lead the cast of The Devil's Reign, who can you trust? Certainly not Tommy's guardian. She's fine. You can survive a fall like that in a slasher film, so long as you're the survivor. What's this? They're gone?
Why are they doing this? Why didn't they just kill us?
It's his game.
Well, that's a really stupid game. Kara has been kidnapped by Thorne, and once again, she could complain about her living conditions, but it's still better than Slapdad. Loomis and Tommy must stop the baby from being Michael's final sacrifice to Sam Hain, or to, stabilize the druid curse, or whatever. It's all stupid. And to do so, they have to navigate those long halls that are behind all the stores in a shopping mall. Loomis rather quickly finds Wynn, who wants Loomis to join him and his cult.
And I'm asking you to join me.
I thought Michael was a monster. But you...
Dude, what are you doing? He was totally about to say yes. Uh-oh, maximum security ward. That's for people who have been kidnapped and really, really, really don't like it.
He walks amongst us, brother. He's come back.
Maximum security, my ass? Who the hell is that?
How does it feel to be damned?
Oh, shit.
Okay, two satisfying things in the movie. The dad's death, and that very Paul Rudd reaction. Just the simplest change of letting Paul Rudd be Paul Rudd and hilariously reacting to horrifying things would make all the difference in the world in this film. I'm really not sure how Wynn's involvement was such a secret. They all seem pretty out in the open about this cult. And no one asked for Michael to have a motivation similar to Vigo and Ghostbusters 2. Whoa, 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 Michael. Dads are gonna have to wait in the waiting room. You can murder people, but no lighting cigars, please. What is he doing? I know it's easy to get lost in a hospital, but it's not embarrassing to ask for directions. That's what the help desk is for. They've really amped up the weaponry since the last time Michael rampaged through a hospital. And there's much shittier lighting as well. In Michael's defense, he was stopping them from giving birth to the fly. And if you didn't want a massacre to break out, you shouldn't have turned on the strobe lighting, or made your hallway look like Death's prostate. I wonder what the uncut version of that death scene looks like. God, these anti-Planned Parenthood videos get more ridiculous every day. At this point, they just give up and give him the baby.
He's yours.
Is anyone taking this movie seriously anymore? I say anymore, but the movie did open with somebody already laughing at it. Psych! Horse tranquilizers! Which means he's just gonna strangle people now, instead of shoving their head through metal bars. There, I'm sure one more shot will make all the difference, and beating him with a giant pipe will help too. You just made being hit in the head look confusing. Fuck this editing! Oh, and Loomis is back. Not sure how he escaped, but whatever. I'm sure all of this will lead to a totally non-confusing and satisfying conclusion. What the fuck just happened? I wouldn't even call that an open ending, because that would imply that it's at least some kind of ending. So Loomis says he has business to attend to, the others leave, Michael took off his mask and left behind a shot,
and Loomis screams about something. There's a shot of the Myers house, a pumpkin, and credits. The end? If it seems like someone stepped in and said, "This movie looks too fluid, so let's take a chainsaw to the editing, botch the ending, delete whole subplots including most of Loomis's scenes, despite his top billing, and nix a proper resolution to the Thorn setup and replace it with nothing," then you would be right. That is exactly what happened. And how did this happen? Because the movie tested poorly with 14-year-old boys. I'm not kidding. Whiny 14-year-olds who didn't like a more intricate Thorn conclusion caused the film's climax to be heavily reshot, only without Donald Pleasance because he died before the reshoots, resulting in a shit-for-brains ending that wouldn't even please a 7-year-old, let alone a 14-year-old. And did these reshoots work out? No! Critics hated it, audiences hated it, well, except for the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror Films, which has a quote calling it the scariest Halloween of them all. Unless that's followed up by, "That is, if you're 14 and stupid, we should really think about removing your Academy status." The only thing this movie did right was make people really curious to check out the original version, known as the producer's cut. That's right. 2 Halloween 6s, both radically different from each other. Is it too late to turn this into an anthology series? Unfortunately, yes. Will we be checking out the producer's cut? Yeah. Will it be next week? No! I gotta see about a dog.
The baby. Where's the baby?
Snob, you should now do the producer's cut of Halloween 6. Well, okay. First, let's give a little backstory on Halloween 666 Part 6, the origin of the curse of Michael Myers. For fuck's sake, could anyone settle on a subtitle or a fucking number? Original Halloween 6 screenwriter Daniel Farrens completed several drafts of the script, all while the rights to the series were going through different legal battles, resulting in a 6-year gap between films before the rights were ultimately bought by Dimension Films. The widespread acclaim of the Halloween 666 script is what caused Donald Pleasance to sign back on, deeming the script the best since the original, and executives at Dimension even claimed the script was so scary they had trouble sleeping that night. Which of course meant that it had to be rewritten. As I mentioned in the theatrical cut episode, the original cut of the film tested negatively with 14-year-olds, so huge portions of the film were reshot, re-edited, with whole subplots taken out, and characters' screen time diminished, which surely resulted in a better product. I was 14 when the movie came out, and I can vouch for the fact that everyone thought it was bullshit, especially me, because I was in my 10th viewing of Vasa de Nos. Although, the producer's cut is longer than the theatrical cut, so that's an immediate point against the producer's cut. Also, since this is a producer's cut review, I can include all of the cameos that I was forced to cut out of the theatrical cut. Snob, Snob, have you seen my beloved Steffi? Bat Hero! The opening of the producer's cut settles on the title H Sideways Witch Halloween 6. I think we all remember the editing from last time. Is this version also gonna feel like someone spilled coffee on the editing machine? What do you know? This one feels like an actual movie. Although they took the Stephen out of Paul's Stephen Rudd, and in this version, I think he may be playing that Pope character.
Also, this one has Bogart in it, making it feel classier. But there is something different about the scene where Jamie Lloyd gives birth.
That is a little more like it. Hey, here's Mr. Hand here.
I'm not sure if that change was for the better.
Not to mention, we get our first slasher character crossover as Creighton Duke shows up to take the baby from Jamie. The man in black doesn't say anything here because we can't give away that obvious twist yet. In the theatrical cut, it was Tommy Doyle providing the narration, but in this one...
When Michael Myers was 6 years old, he stabbed his sister to death.
It's Loomis, as it should have been. We can instantly identify him as a character. When it was Rudd doing the voiceover, Paul Rudd hadn't been introduced into the movie yet. This one also provides a flashback showing the ending of Part 5, and that Jamie had been kidnapped after Part 5's events, leading to this labor scene 6 years later.
Jamie, come to me.
Also, she was kidnapped by Darth Vader. Still don't know why the nurse had a change of heart or how she got the baby back.
There. It's that way.
And again, why is she laughing? Doesn't matter. The nurse is still way dead in this version too. But just the addition of better editing and better music makes this somewhat intense. And the context helps too. Not that any context is gonna save this poor bastard. Hey, wait a minute. I reviewed this movie like 2 weeks ago. Hell, the flashback alone sets up why the Strode kid Danny is also getting similar orders from the man in black. Though things seem to be a little too easily wrapped up in this version.
Stay away, monsters. Stay away, ghouls. Stay away from Danny. You jerks know the rules.
I'm satisfied. 4 stars.
That's why the A looked weird in the credits. It was designed by a 10-year-old. But rest assured, Tommy is still a creeper this time around, and he's still that weirdo on every radio station.
Does this wacko caller have a name?
My name's Tommy. I was only 8 years old when I saw him, but I was one of the lucky ones. I survived.
Playing Ant-Man as Hannibal Lecter was an interesting choice. Not sure if it was a good one, but it was an interesting one. As for Loomis, much of his screen time in the theatrical was cut because the movie's director, Joe Chappelle, found Donald Pleasance to be boring. And if you can't trust the director of Phantoms and the Skulls 2 to make wise decisions when making a horror film, who can you trust? I had a joke in the theatrical cut episode that Loomis's scars have magically disappeared, but in this version...
You look good, Sam.
I feel great. I had surgery, plastic surgery, skin grafts.
Perhaps you shouldn't cut out scenes if the result is a plot hole. I shouldn't have to tell you this. In the producer's cut, we even find out why Loomis happened to be listening to the radio program, but I'm not sure why it's still playing in the bus station / haunted house. Dr. Wynn comes by to announce his retirement to Loomis. I can't remember, is he the bad guy or not? Jamie still calls the radio station and not the police, but we at least get to see Loomis preparing for fucking battle. I think Michael may be one of the ghosts from It Follows. You gotta keep moving or else he will eventually catch up with you, even if he has to walk to your destination. Or run you off the road with a van. Who keeps giving him a license? This leads to our first ever pumpkin massacre in a Halloween film. All those pies and coffees wasted. Michael still stabs her in this version, only unlike the ridiculously over-the-top death scene from the theatrical cut, she survives. And you know who else is still in the movie?
You stinking kids got about 3 seconds to get the hell off my property. 1, 2...
Biff Tannen.
Given that this version consistently uses dates on the screen, the sudden appearance of the place and date doesn't bother me this time around. And more Loomis monologues make it even better.
Michael is alive. I can feel his evil heart beating. I can see him just as I did all those years ago, behind these very same walls.
Joe Chappelle is a fucking idiot. Wait, I think I know what one of the differences might be.
Yes, that Barry Sims. Beth and I are down on this gig. Danny, look, you just bring the posse tonight, and we'll hook you up. Peace.
In this version, they all die from diabetes. The Strode family all live in the Myers house. It's important to point out that John and Deborah Strode here are named after the original series masterminds John Carpenter and Deborah Hill.
Yeah, just keep slipping her the cash. You know, while you're at it, I got a great idea. Here, why don't you give her all of our goddamn money?
And I hope the similarities end with the names. John Strode still berates his daughter for having a bastard child. Only here, it's the combination of witnessing the abuse, hearing the voices, and seeing Michael Myers that causes Danny to pull a knife on his grandfather. But I think we all know the most important change.
What the hell happened this time? What's gotten into you?
The cheap-ass jump scare isn't there. That alone makes this the far superior version. There's more scenes with Danny, but also more scenes with John as well.
I don't care what she's done. She's your daughter.
She's not my daughter anymore.
Making us yearn for his death scene even more. Even Tommy Doyle is more effective because he feels much more like a supporting character instead of a forced lead. It feels much more like an ensemble film with multiple investigations and multiple character developments. Plus, since a bulk of Tommy's stuff wasn't reshot, his character's pretty consistent throughout it, instead of turning into a comedian in the last act. Not to mention...
Jesus.
This version also comes with a free bus stop baby. Loomis and Wynn check out the crime scene, complete with the mark of the Thorn cult, and more Loomis being awesome.
And the last thing I need now is you going around spouting off ghost stories.
I suppose it was a ghost that did all this, huh? It was a ghost talking on the radio last night, and that's a ghost being carried out here right now.
And just cut that scene out and add more plot holes. That's what the 14-year-olds want. I see Danielle Harris is sending them her alternate Satan Claus drawings from the last Boy Scout. They really should have brought her back. Even a smaller scene like this has an eerier feeling, as Kara Strode constantly feels like she's being watched. Suspense in a Halloween film, best cut that out too. Here they even explain why Loomis is in the hospital when Tommy sees him. It's because Jamie Lloyd is still alive. In the theatrical cut, it looked like he was loitering around the hospital for no reason. Still not sure why Tommy leaves once security shows up, since technically he didn't do anything wrong. All he did was ask for help. Tommy names the baby Steven, since Michael naming him Sassafras was kinda stupid.
Okay. Steven. You like that name? Yeah, I think it suits you.
You would think that, but if you love it so much, why did you get rid of it in this version? Loomis tells Mrs. Strode more backstory, though I don't know why a relative of Laurie Strode living in the Myers house needs to be told about Michael Myers. But even this scene is better edited this time around.
A man came by the house, a psychiatrist by the name of Loomis, and he told me about the terrible things that happened here in our house.
Look at how much creepier that shot is without the dun 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 on the soundtrack. Okay, moving on. Whenever I I notice that my axe is missing, I always walk a little slower too. And fuck the phone, get the hell out of there! Crap, I already used a Kim Darby True Grit reference in the theatrical cut. I don't know what to say here.
Oh, someone has diarrhea after trying Hardee's bacon three-way sandwich.
Yikes, in this version it looks like Michael butchered a truck. I don't know why. I wonder if the original tagline was "The night he came home and changed the locks." At least this feels like it was made by someone who has seen Halloween.
This shows that Joe Chappelle can do well with mood and atmosphere, only he and the studio need to get rid of their self-sabotage fetish.
With Tommy waiting in the Strode house, here's the joke that I used last time.
Do you know whose room this used to be?
The Phantom of the Opera's room? But here's how the scene is edited in the producer's cut.
You're in danger. Come with me.
Little things. It's the little things that prevent snobbery from happening.
Over at Tommy's place, we still get the hilarious Tommy-centric 1978 headlines.
Though one of them should have read local teen Ben Tramer killed in possibly unrelated accident.
Jamie may be in the movie more, but at least she gets to lay around most of the time.
And here's where it gets weird. And I mean the good kind of weird.
This is how you experiment with editing and a sense of dread in a Halloween film.
Not like this. Crap, spilled coffee on the editing software again.
Jamie is even given a better conclusion.
Your work is done now, Jamie.
No, that makes too much sense. Have Michael gratuitously push her on farm machinery.
Now that the scenes are in their original order, we actually get to see Dr. Loomis mourn the death of Jamie, which is nice. And here's Michael's connection to the Thorn cult, in case you missed it last time.
According to Celtic legend, one child from each tribe was chosen to be inflicted with the curse of Thorn. The sacrifice of one family meant sparing the lives of an entire tribe.
So, why are you so concerned about us if Michael's only out to kill his family?
In his mind, anyone living in his house is his family.
So in other words, Michael is an asshole. But not as weird as Tommy, who was smelling Kara's hair while telling this story. If Michael succeeds at killing the last of his family, then his curse ends and it'll be passed on to another child. If they had Jamie kidnapped for 6 years, they probably could have just killed her, but whatever. They gotta kill her to stop.
Kara, whatever you do,
don't fall asleep?
don't go back to your house.
Oh, right. Sorry, getting my killers mixed up.
Tommy's, house mother does her speech on Halloween again, and while it seems perfectly fine on this end of town, it's thunderstorming like a ghost story over at Tommy's place. I'm sure it's not much better next door.
Deborah! I'm home! Thanks for the dinner.
Oh yeah, we get to see this guy get killed again. This should be a treat. I remember that being better in the theatrical cut. Okay, so there's one thing the theatrical cut does better, and that's John Strode's death scene.
Meanwhile, DJ Bryan Adams holds the debate about whether Halloween should be allowed in Haddonfield, and considering that they're at a Halloween party, I think that's a pretty moot point.
But these are people who are shocked when the shock DJ they invited turns out to be a sleazy shock DJ, and pretty much gets killed in the same fashion.
And then his show was replaced by the David Lee Roth Show.
Serves him right for accidentally getting in the wrong van, fucking idiot. Was Myers counting on him making that mistake? Speaking of idiots.
Beth, what you said before about Michael Myers living in our house, is that really true?
How is it that the only people who don't know about the Myers house are the family associated with Michael's sister and who tried selling the Myers house? For Christ's sake, from 1978 to 1995, kids still decorate the house in Myers gear. Maybe they were right to cancel Halloween. All it did was cause kids to dance and sing under bleeding trees the dead bodies fall out of. I still wish this version would explain how Michael secretly got that body up there, and why Loomis just happens to show up. But whatever. Boobs.
Wait, I thought the people having sex survived in the theatrical cut.
Just kidding. They got butchered as hell. Though, look at the editing in the theatrical. It's edited like a film student making their first music video. This version, however...
Carol, what the hell is going on?
Beth, look out! There's someone in the room! He's right behind you!
It's edited like a horror film.
When Kara goes to look for the now missing Danny, it shows how using the quieter score can elevate the menace. And thankfully, she's not making the usual Strode mistake of dropping the weapon anytime they think he's dead. But the baby being stolen proves that someone on the inside knows their whereabouts.
Who knew? Nobody knew except me and...
Danny, come to me.
I knew it. It was the fucking candle. Now to really find out the identity of the man in black.
When?
Hang on, I thought it was going to turn out to be Pamela Voorhees. My brain is mushing all of these movies together. And stop staring at me! Like before, Mrs. Blankenship is involved with the Thorn cult. Not sure why she wouldn't just kill Tommy in his sleep, but after Kara knocks herself out trying to escape, the movie gets very, very different from last time we saw it, with some stuff that is still there.
I feel like I've been drugged.
We have been drugged.
Why are they doing this? Why didn't they just kill us?
Yeah, there's still not a good explanation for that. They track them down at Smith's Grove with even more additions.
I think Michael is under the influence of an evil rune.
Thorn. I saw the symbol.
How do you expect 14-year-olds to know what runes are? Best cut that out.
Wynn wants Loomis to join them and even take over for Wynn, who is meant to protect and watch over Michael.
Meanwhile, Tommy just hangs out. I added that. Kinda wish it was actually there.
Michael's sacrifices are intended to restore balance to famine, plagues, and Tyler Perry movies, though they really shouldn't have rested all this on Michael, since he's pretty much consistently failed at killing Strodes or Myers, with the exception of his sister, but that was in the early 60s. Here, though, we see Tommy save Kara from the Temple of Doom by leading them on a riveting minecart chase.
Oh, and what was hinted at in the theatrical version is all but admitted here.
You know whose baby it is, don't you?
Michael!
The baby is yours, isn't it? Isn't it, Michael?
Ew, bad uncle, bad touch! When the original climax was reshot, none of the reshoots contained Donald Pleasance, who had died right after initial production. So here we see a lot more Loomis as they escape, as opposed to him being knocked out and, oh, hello again. Here Michael is held off with the power of the runes. So you can shoot Michael, you can stab him, and you can blow him up. That won't do shit though. What you need is runes. Runes are his Achilles heel. Sorry I'm late, Michael. I had to change out of my cult gear and put on my Man in Black clothes. Even Wynn is given a proper resolution, as it wasn't until I was editing the theatrical cut episode that I even noticed he was in the operating room massacre. So Loomis says goodbye to them like in the theatrical, only instead of getting this ending... You know, when the movie just abruptly died. Wynn passes on his duty to Loomis, who is now the de facto Thorn leader, and Myers, now dressed in the Man in Black clothes, escapes into the night, leading to a sequel which never happened in favor of the H2O reboot. There's still much to criticize about this film, other than it being a slasher film, but unlike the theatrical version, this one has a beginning, it has a middle, it has an end, it has character development, plot consistency, it's got editing, mood, atmosphere, suspense, it has better character arcs, and, what's the word, resolutions. But just take all that shit out and vomit it up into theaters. Good job, idiots! Oh, it's nice that both versions are dedicated to Donald Pleasance. They loved him so much they cut out most of his scenes and called them boring. The original screenwriter had plenty of negative things to say about both versions of the film, but even he admits that the producer's cut is a better product, and even completely negative reviews of the producer's cut also admit that this one is at least a movie. Well, that does it for musical Halloween in October, our October Halloween reviews. I best get out of here before Bat Hero... Where the fuck did he go? Hang on, I gotta see about this. Sorry, I originally had an ending where Bat Hero was inflicted with the curse of Steffi Love, forcing him to stare down internet movie reviewers, and the only thing I could defeat him with was precious runes. But the stupid neighborhood kids didn't like that ending very much. Plus, the Bat Hero actor died.
Mommy, it's raining. It's raining red. Mommy, it's raining. It's raining red.
Well, now that we're past Musical March in September, boy vey, that was a long month. We can finally get back to some horror films, and it's been 1 year since we last looked at a Halloween film, and I can't wait to see what happens next in the Thorn Cult saga! What's gonna happen now that the leader of the Thorn Cult is dead? Loomis is in charge as Michael's guardian, and Michael got away in the Man in Black clothes. Ha! Nothing! Did you think that story was leading somewhere? Well, joke's on you, because this series just looked up the word reboot in the dictionary. It's 20 years since the original Halloween film, and Jamie Lee Curtis returns as Laurie Strode in Halloween H2O. The film explains that she faked her own death in a car accident, but it does completely negate parts 4 through 6 by saying that Michael Myers' body was never found in the hospital explosion and he hasn't been seen since. John Carpenter nearly returned to the director's chair for this film, but after a high salary demand, director Steve Miner took over the role, having previously directed Friday the 13th Parts 2 and 3. While not credited, the script was touched up by Kevin Williamson, as if slasher films in the 90s didn't already feel like a WB television series. Yep, this one came out during that time when horror movies got tired of having actual posters and instead used actors' publicity photos. One thing is for sure, if Jason Takes Manhattan was false advertising for mostly taking place on a boat, this movie is false advertising for not taking place on a boat. And since this wipes out the continuity of the other sequels, I'm sure it's far superior. After Halloween 2, Mr. Sandman became Michael's theme because he kills you in your dreams. What? Langdon, Illinois? That's not how you spell Haddonfield. Nancy Stevens also returns as Marion Chambers, Dr. Loomis's nurse, and that's not the only familiar face here.
Hey, Miss Whittington, what's going on?
What? Joseph Gordon-Levitt is both Robin and Jason Voorhees? And get used to those jump scares, because both them and Michael are making up for a 20-year absence. Marion fears someone has broken into her house, so why not send these extras from a Kevin Smith film? Honestly, Tommy could have just used his... I was gonna make some kind of reference to Tommy from Third Rock from the Sun, but forget I said anything. Somebody wants these secret Laurie Strode files. I bet it's Scout Taylor Compton. I assume that in the Jamie Lloyd universe, Marion Chambers is living a nice life of retirement in the Caribbean. In this universe, she's fucking dead! And you killed Joseph Gordon-Levitt, which means Bruce Willis no longer exists! However, Michael made one mistake. He crossed Alex Cross. Oh, and Loomis is dead in this universe too. Probably because Donald Pleasance died before the release of Halloween 6, which sort of makes sense for this series to be rebooted. Not that either of these universes matter, because Ben Tramer is dead in both of them, so what's the point of even living? We do sort of get a Loomis cameo in the form of audio from the previous movies.
I was told there was nothing left. No reason, no conscience, no understanding, even the most rudimentary sense of life and death.
There's far more important dialogue you could have used than that.
You don't have to swear, but...
She's a goddamn moron anyway. Sorry. I guess I just fuck up all the time.
There, now you're all caught up on the Halloween saga. Laurie is having a terrible nightmare. Someone is using footage from a better movie, and they also want Josh Hartnett fucking dead, probably for appearing in Pearl Harbor. I'm so glad you're here, better child than Jamie. I'd like to think that Jamie still exists, but Laurie abandoned her because she really only wanted a son, and she has no idea that Jamie is also fucking dead. Hey, Summer Glen, California. That's only a couple miles away from Haddonfield. Since this one actually takes place in California, it'd only be appropriate if you could see the Springfield, Illinois Hilton in the background. Laurie, now living as Carrie Tate, won't let her son, John Carpenter Deborah Hill Mustafa Akkad Tate, go on his big class trip to Yosemite. He should listen to his mom/slightly older girlfriend.
Look, I know today is the day, but I think...
Oh, really? What day is that, John?
Halloween.
I hadn't noticed.
And it's also prom night, and I'm booked on the 5:30 terror train.
Laurie is working as a teacher at Scream Queen Academy, having visions of Michael from this film and not the original film. That's weird. Personally, I think every private school should have their students dress as bags of Twizzlers. I wonder what's happening elsewhere. Fucking tone! See, here's your mistake. These bathrooms are for blowjobs only, not for actually going to the bathroom. Michael steals her purse and her car, and for good measure, he shoves an ice skate in the little girl's doll. Anyway, back to school.
No musical sleeping bags. No booze. No drugs. No kidding.
Slasher movies in the 90s were so lame! Sure, they may complain that they're not going on the class trip, but staying behind and having the campus to yourself and boozing it up, that sounds way better than the class trip. Plus, Laurie gets to stay behind too, with Bruce Wayne!
Wait. Place of employment.
Sorry, I needed a fix.
There is still smoke coming from Ben Tramer's body! Honestly, I don't care what parts of the movie Kevin Williamson wrote.
Fuck me!
Shit! What?
Maybe it was one of the 10,000 jump scares! Bedhead was an unfortunate hair trend in the 90s, but it was one of the easiest. Laurie is again reminded of her most feared day of the year. Comic-Con is in town. At least she has someone to confide in.
I think I'm losing John. I think he's finally tired of my bullshit.
Just tell your son that you're dating Batman. She almost tells him her dark backstory, but another jump scare gets in the way. I got it, bro! Fresh maple syrup direct from the trees! Oh, don't worry, they definitely get caught. We don't want any underage drinking here.
What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Mom, I'm really uncomfortable with you saying that
Well,
word.
then don't put me in the position, John.
All those years of babysitting finally made Laurie snap.
Of all the days for you to pull this shit, what do you think you can do? Just wander around town?
This movie's quality aside, it is nice having Jamie Lee Curtis back. Could this day get any worse?
Mr. Sandman.
Yes?
Bring us a dream.
Oh no, the dreaded Halloween theme that wasn't introduced until part 2. Ooh, what's in there? A head? A severed finger? An Oscar? Flowers? Is there no end to the lameness of 90s slasher movies? It's okay, there's another jump scare. That's totally the same thing as something happening. John never got to properly celebrate Halloween, which is why he grew up only watching that shitty Day After Halloween movie, which had nothing to do with Halloween. Michelle Williams sees Michael just like Laurie did in the original, only this one's way better because it uses cheap jump scare music as if we wouldn't see him there. But thankfully, Laurie gives her son the permission slip so he can go on the class trip to Sin City. Screw it, they're gonna stay behind anyway. Tiny buses? Oh my god! Now Laurie is all alone, with no one else but the jump scares.
Oh, damn it!
Holy shit, it's Kim Novak!
Well, hey, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare.
Someone's been brushing up on their Charles Cyphers quotes. And just in case you didn't know that this is Janet Leigh.
Oh, Miss Tate,
Why stop there? Why not have the theme to Chicago Hope play whenever Adam Arkin comes on screen? And oh my god, it's Anne Heche's car from Psycho! And most tragically... more fucking buses! But where there's school buses, there's the creeper from Jeepers Creepers. That's unsettling on a lot of levels. Michael arrives at the school, but decides that killing the black guy first would damage his reputation. It's okay, the stock jump scare music still lets us know where Michael is, because God forbid being creepy or having a memorable musical score.
The Halloween movies never had memorable music, right? Anyway, off to drink. Who are we getting this Strode versus Myers showdown early? God damn it, Batman! And I think I know one of the parts that Kevin Williamson wrote.
Do you want to die tonight, Cece?
Oh my god, the rules indicate that if a Scream movie shows up in another Kevin Williamson movie, then that's really stupid. Looks like someone is expecting company.
I thought we'd do this right.
Ugh, must even pumpkins be pumpkin spice? Laurie tells him the truth, that is, until they both get interrupted and have to confront the Penguins separately.
And the girl, what happened to the sister? She died, right?
No, she faked her death.
Oh wait, she's Laurie Strode? I spent this whole movie thinking she was Hitch from Road Games. Now he gets to tell her his truth. His dad tried killing a blind Audrey Hepburn, and then his dad was killed and he became Batman. She finds out her son did not go to Yosemite, so only one thing left to do. She has to shoot him. And by that, I mean whoever keeps editing in these damn jump scares. Uh-oh, someone left the corkscrew upstairs. Best take the death trap. This is a slasher film after all. I know what happens when you look for a corkscrew in a slasher film. Jimbo did not get to see the updated results from Teddy's computer. Oh, it's in the garbage disposal. You deserve whatever bad thing happens to you. Ow, that's not how you kill someone with a corkscrew. There. Thanks, Steven Seagal. And this is why we stopped using slasher movie prop elevators in our kitchens. Knives in kitchens, though, those are still good. Ouch, right in the ass! You better hurry up and have sex fast, then I might remember your characters' names. Oh, don't get mad at Michael. She obviously did that to herself. Michael is finding that it's much easier to take on his near-adult nephew as opposed to his grade school niece. Damn, who would have thought that Michael would know how to use keys? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a trailer. Don't worry, sweetie, everything will be... Oh my god, someone's coming! Oh no, I'm so sorry. I thought you were Busta Rhymes. Huh. I guess Michael proved it is simple to kill the Batman. As Michael finishes sitting in timeout, she gets the kids the hell out of there. And then she sends the young people off so she can deal with the evil Michael Myers herself. Boy, this is gonna be so scary. God damn these anticlimactic Halloween endings! Just kidding, there's a handful of minutes left. Oh, did you forget that these movies have an actual theme? You sure you don't want to go back to the stock horror movie music? And here we have this movie's only reason for existing. A 20-year later fight between Laurie and Michael. Not nearly as hilarious as adult Tommy versus Jason in F2O. So many great scenes edited together in a fantastic 3-minute trailer. It's unfortunate it's padded out to 90 minutes by the Dawson's Creek guy. Not even a kick to the crotch can stop this beast. I wish you would.
You know what these two need? Family counseling. And then he gets up and kills several more people in the nearest hospital. Time to put a stop to this once and for all. I'm still talking about the jump scares. Plus, she knows what she's doing, jackass! Oh, the fight isn't over yet. Look, it's commendable you're trying to stop Halloween Resurrection from happening, but it's already a done deal. Boy, this sure makes a lot of sense when you know how the next installment opens up. I'd spoil it for you right now, but then what would I have to talk about in the next Halloween review at the end of the month? On the plus side, someone finally got a good back crack, and now to give him 20 years worth of birthday cards that he missed. He's fine. Such a great ending. Wait till you see how the next one fucks that up. It makes the ending of Part 4 and the beginning of Part 5 seem like they blend together seamlessly. Halloween H2O, the full title is Halloween H2O 20 Years Later. 20 years later, that's still a title that rolls off the tongue. Halloween H2O got mixed reviews from critics, but financially speaking, it was the highest grossing film in the franchise, not adjusting for inflation. It's the perfect product if you really wanted to see Michael Myers and Laurie Strode in a movie that is neither stylish nor is it scary. It's for those who thought, boy, that Halloween was a well-made film with tremendous mood, atmosphere, and a musical score to die for. We need to see a follow-up movie that looks like a masked madman wants to infiltrate an episode of One Tree Hill. The last 15 minutes are okay though, and it was successful enough for there to be a sequel. Not that there wouldn't have been another Halloween movie if this weren't successful, but we'll get to that movie very soon, because this film severely lacked Busta Rhymes screaming obscenities at Michael Myers. Oh, and Laurie Strode's also in the next movie.
Tumultuous, round, melon breasts.
Round melon, what?
Rock, rock, Cinema Snob. Rock, Cinema Snob. Rock, Cinema Snob. Vibrating together, thank you very much. Rock. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/stonedgremlin productions. Follow us on Twitter at the Cinema Snob, or check out our homepage at thecinemasnob.com. If you are not blonding your hair in remembrance of the fallen Ben Tramer, then you are Halloweening wrong. And if the Halloween movie that you picked is Halloween Resurrection, you're also Halloweening wrong. In Halloween H2O, Laurie Strode returned to chop Michael Myers' fucking head off. Anyway, here's another sequel. H2O was intended to be the final film in the series, but, you know, it made money, so I'm sure we can work around this. There was even talk of doing an entry without Michael Myers, but Mustafa Akkad put a stop to that due to previously attempting the same thing with Halloween 3. Because God forbid doing something different, God forbid it's like the movie that's ironically better than any of the Myers sequels. So in 2002, we got Halloween Resurrection, a movie about people competing on a reality show in the Myers house. And it's a movie so shitty, it has the subtitle of Resurrection, which is always code for this movie is shit. You can tell they had faith in this Halloween film because they released it in July. What the hell kind of bottom of the barrel film company made this movie? I bet it's gonna be just like Shakespeare in Love. Maybe I should give this movie a chance. Pass! The true horror of the film was putting Tyra Banks' name over Jamie Lee Curtis's. And stop touching the damn credits, Harvey! We open in the screenwriter's room, a nut house.
And waiting for you on the other side of that door is either heaven or hell.
Or worse, Halloween Resurrection. Who on earth is behind this door? I fucking knew Annabelle was behind this! Actually, Jamie Lee Curtis is a patient here as a result of Harry Tasker driving her insane. And here is the genius explanation of how Michael is still alive. Turns out, before Michael was supposedly taken in an ambulance, a different one from H2O, he switched places with a paramedic and crushed his larynx. So I guess everyone in this universe has superhuman fucking strength and can survive getting thrown through a window and crushed. Or maybe simply putting on the Myers mask makes you act exactly like Michael Myers. The only way this makes sense is if the paramedic is the long-lost brother of Friday the 13th Part 5's Roy. Laurie isn't here because of guilt, she's here for trying to make sense out of that fucking explanation. And to spit out her pills to make the world's worst piñata. But someone's here after visiting hours. Just not even trying anymore. Was it a shot from the first film? Just do that again. Only put some generic ass music behind it. And it's on the day when the inmates get to roam the grounds in clown masks. Michael takes the underground serial killer entryway. He could probably walk through the front door, but at least this way he can get some rolled gold pretzels. Michael kills this guy so fast, all we hear is a scream before he quickly vanishes into a cloud of dust. These guards are the best. He notices a severed head ruining a pile of whites long before he sees a headless body in the middle of the same room. Probably for the best. Michael is gonna sneak in and out just like a jungle cat. A jungle cat on crack? Now all she needs to do is just leave him hanging there and wait for someone to shoot a rocket launcher at him.
I just have to be sure.
Oh, my mistake. Laurie's an idiot in this film. You know, regardless if that's Michael or not, whoever that is trying to kill you. Well, now what's Michael gonna do to pass the time? It's like if the coyote finally caught the roadrunner. He's gonna get bored.
I'll see you in hell.
Actually, you'll see him in another sequel, because at this point, Laurie dies more times than Michael. It's the classic Michael move of placing the blame on someone else. That's why we all thought this old lady did the 1978 massacre. That is classic Rosenthal. No, seriously, Halloween 2's director Rick Rosenthal returns to direct this film. Why? So he can kill Ben Tramer again? Now Michael must destroy all security cameras in the building.
Michael Myers. Born October 19th, 1957.
Well, that guy gives a bigger shit about movie continuity than the movie does. 1 year later at the Haddonfield University, let's see, we need a main character. Someone in this room should do. Okay, let's make it this girl. Why not? Everyone has ideas for costumes. Her friend Jen is gonna put together a spot-on Starbuck costume. Anyway, Sarah and company win a competition to be on the internet reality show Dangertainment.
We're gonna be bigger than the Osbournes. We're gonna be large.
Yes, but will the references be as dated? I'm sure I could fit way more dated 2000s references in this episode. Not everyone is keen on this idea, though.
Don't do it. That's the house where it all started.
You get out of here, friend zone Charlie. I guess someone's got to fondle panties and provide more exposition since his dad, Exposition Charlie, got the chair. Sarah has an internet relationship with Deckard. This was back when monitors were big enough to fit the girls right inside of them. This is getting too scary. Not the 2400! Now for more auditions under the supervision of director Freddie Harris, played by Busta Rhymes. Sir, you're gonna want the That 70s Show audition in the next room. Let's see how this goes.
I just want to say that Michael Myers is not just a man behind a mask. He's a legend.
Ooh, we gotta have him on the show. He's the famous Rookie of the Year.
You don't have to go far to find Michael Myers. He's the great white shark of our unconscious.
And pick that guy for his amazing Curtis Armstrong impression. I guess the spirit of Michael causes another stupid jump scare with falling stage lights, which for some reason makes Freddy come. This is too much for some people.
I'm dropping out.
What?
Look, this movie's really stupid. You just had a jump scare with a set light. I'm out. Oh, okay. We'll tone it down on the cheap jump scares.
I think it's perfectly revealing.
This movie's as subtle as throwing a firecracker in your face. But something here sounds familiar.
Did you see the boogeyman or something? The boogeyman? How very Jungian. Dr. Mixter's class? I'm taking that course too.
Dr. Mixture? The guy who got the needle in the eye? If he survived, that means there's still hope for Ben Tramer. Look, I can dream, alright? The protege of Spencer Pratt tells Deckard that he can be a bigger douchebag, but he must go to the Halloween party. Oh yeah, and naming the character Deckard does remind me that I could be watching better movies than this. This movie, though, is hip with the kids.
The viewers can pretty much control what they want to watch. Switch around from camera to camera, depending on what seems to be the most intriguing to them. So if you guys want to be...
It took reality television to show us that there are worse things than getting killed by a masked madman. The early 2000s were such an exploitation of stupidity that a 2002 Halloween film can make the theatrical cut of Halloween 6 look dignified by comparison. Dead ass, though. Unfortunately, Michael wants to renegotiate the contract on allowing them to film in his house. This is just like Peeping Tom, if it were directed by Paris Hilton. Michael's plan counts on everyone looking away from the camera at just the right moment, unless you do see him and just don't give a shit. This is terrifying so far. This is going to be the best MTV series since The Brothers Grunt. I know of at least one person who could defeat Michael in a dance-off, and of course, they all hate each other.
You already worried about your fan base?
You are like this close to getting voted off the island.
You're fired due to being the weakest link. Goodbye. You can pack up your knives and go, Michael. Oh my god, a knife in a kitchen.
You think this is the one that he used to, do his thing?
No, they'd keep that in an evidence locker somewhere.
Yes, it was the Rob Zombie Halloweens that are the true travesties of the series. Sure.
Like all reality shows, everyone's a creep.
Why are you touching me?
Well, because Harvey said I could. Speaking of, meanwhile, at the Miramax-sponsored Halloween party in a Miramax movie, and in case you didn't know what they're dressed as...
Hey, Miles, you think anyone will know we're supposed to be from Pulp Fiction?
Oh, is that from Pulp Fiction? Thanks for pointing that out, movie. I thought it was from Mad Dog Time.
As the night goes on and random shots are inserted into the movie, one thing is clear. The reality show within the movie is better edited than the actual movie. Plus, there's another familiar name.
Shit!
Careful, Jen.
Hands off, bud.
He's picking up where his Uncle Bud left off.
Sorry. I guess I just fuck up all the time.
He's been staying away from therapy whirlpools ever since. Thomas Ian Nicholas's Bud makes Michael only the second creepiest person in the house. Ooh, this is about to get so many hits.
What are you doing, you big perv? They're exploring the house of a mass murderer. Live. You want to watch? No way.
Sure.
I mean, it's better than humoring your micropenis. So much is going on in this amazing show.
Besides, screwing a music major would be tantamount to lesbianism.
Sure, if they're both chicks. But this show is starting to lose me with the jump scares.
Turn it down.
Scary.
Bitch! Slut!
Besties! Here's to us. People make fun of us for being in the film, but we're the only thing anyone remembers about it. Unless you're the one guy who thinks Creeper Bud is the best of the series.
Watch me.
Unfortunately, Michael couldn't use the catchphrase, "You've been chopped," because it's already taken.
Somehow, between the first two films and this one, the Myers house became simultaneously abandoned and furnished. Oh wait, I guess the reality show did that. You idiots are still watching.
Hey, is this that Michael Myers thing?
No, it's Halloween Resurrection. You're gonna need another drink. Snuff films have more thought put into them than this film. At least a snuff film has to decorate the set with plastic first. Al Capone's real vault has been in the Myers house this whole time? I can buy that the reality show did some of this shit, but I'm not sure that all of this could even fit in the mansion Myers house from part 5. Even if the twist is that Michael was raised by a family of jigsaw killers. I bet you this room is full of dust mites. Sure. Room for one more. Wait, this reality show isn't real?
I don't fucking believe this.
What?
Made in fucking Taiwan.
Taiwan? All my body parts are American made, damn it! Gotta kill someone. I have the feeling something really stupid is about to happen.
Oh, shit, man. Charlie, where the fuck you been at, man? Don't you know we've been looking all over this motherfucker for you? And why the hell you dressed like me anyway?
Go on.
I said, what you looking at me like that for? Huh? You don't get it? You don't get it? Your shit ain't working up there or something?
Not only is Busta the memorable thing about this movie, but he also has the best scene.
I left the back door unlocked for your ass to go out the back into the garage.
And that's what scares Michael away. You mean this whole time he just needed to be screamed at like a child? Good thing Tyra's on hand. Now everyone knows more about the backstory from this article in which the reporter magically got a still shot from the first film. Michael doesn't stand for people touching his lunch. And they laughed when the Myers family added on the basement from Arkham Asylum. Now to kill this girl and go back to eating my fucking rat!
That was so fake. No, wait, you guys, that really just happened. She was just killed.
Deckard, you should know the difference between a real Halloween film and a replicant Halloween film. Anyway, I've been back here for 30 minutes. Fucking notice me! Thank you! Busta, however, is shocked when they defend themselves from him dressing like Michael and trying to attack them.
Okay, so none of this shit is real, right? Like the furniture, the photos, all the fucked up toys.
It's all fake. We've been set up.
You're shocked that the reality show staged shit? Did you think the actual killer was gonna show up? Oh wait, I guess the actual killer is here. As Katie Sackhoff finishes smoking a joint with Dirk Benedict, she's saddened that she's not going to be harassed by Bud anymore. Plus... it doesn't matter. She was actually just an angel. Oh no, that guy. Again, just scream nonsense at him. He'll go away. Michael has been shot in the eyes before, but pepper is what really stings. Oh no, that guy. And the crowd goes wild. Dracula 2000 sucked! Unfortunately, Harrison Ford is busy, so I guess this Deckard will have to send her messages in order to save her. Idiot! Here, you'll be safe up here. 45 years old and Michael still doesn't know how to open a window. All she has to do is just hide out in here. Apparently Michael is busy masturbating at the moment. Michael did not take that stern talking to heart.
So you want to be on Dangertainment? Let's see what you got.
Michael Myers doesn't know what any of those words mean.
Look at me! Wanna fuck with me? Huh?
It's the first time Michael is just as confused as the audience. This is a man who really regrets killing Laurie Strode so soon.
This is bad.
Thanks. New message from Deckard, check your peripherals. What? No trick or treat, motherfucker? Here, you can escape through the house sewer. Unfortunately, this is where we find out that Tyra did not prefer being life-size. But it was nice of her to leave behind a working chainsaw. Ooh, now it's the too hot for TV edition of Dangertainment.
Oh, right. Fire doesn't bother me. Moving on. At least I only have to deal with you and not Busta Rhymes.
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
Thank you! Not the Freddy vs. Michael movie I was asking for. Every other shot continues to be in slow motion to get the movie to 86 minutes, and Michael is severely regretting not getting the wiring checked out. This is why he should have rented instead. And now everything is fine. Yes, thank you, Deckard. I had to be reminded of this.
Good job, boys. Now let's get back to the party and fuck a pile of cheerleaders.
But first, the reality TV producer suddenly has morals.
Michael Myers is a killer shark. Baggy-ass overalls. He gets his kicks off of killing everything and everyone that he comes across.
I wish Donald Pleasance said it just like that.
He's using all of Loomis's best quotes.
Wow, you're looking a little crispy over there, Mikey. Like some chicken fried, motherfucker.
You idiot. A scorched Michael survived the finale of the previous Rosenthal Halloween. He can survive this one too.
Not that it matters, because like Part 6, there is no follow-up to this film.
A sequel was planned for the film, which would have brought back Josh Hartnett's John character seeking revenge for the murder of his mother.
Oh man, that movie didn't get made.
The movie did turn in a profit, but received such a wildly negative response from critics and audiences that the producers thought, is it even worth continuing? Unless, of course, you ask Cinema Score, whose audiences deemed it almost as great as Medea Halloween 2! So the producers decided to go the remake route with Rob Zombie's 2007 film Halloween.
But then again, it's a remake, which automatically means it's the worst, no matter what happens in the film. Or at least we'll find out next year.
God damn. What the hell somebody gotta do to get a little decent help up in this motherfucker?
Rock, rock, Cinema Snob. Rock, rock, Cinema Snob. Rock, 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 Cinema Snob. 5 degrees, you got it. Thank you very much.
Alright, you want to see more Cinema Snob episodes? Do you like movie reviews from people in cars? How about animated cat detectives? Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/stonedgremlinproductions. Follow us on Twitter at The Cinema Snob, or check out our homepage at thecinemasnob.com. And you guessed correctly, I am a little drunk. Oh boy, am I geared up for this Halloween movie, especially since Halloween Resurrection left us with a cliffhanger which showed that Michael was definitely on his way to kill more reality show stars. I can't wait to see what the next chapter in that story is. Just kidding, all that shit's gone. So instead, we have Rob Zombie's 2007 remake of Halloween. An ambitious remake that sets forth to tell the complete backstory of Michael Myers, such as his time in the institution and everything in his home life that led to him becoming the silent boogeyman. It attempts to give us a psychological twist on the story, but is mostly remembered for ruining this perfect series of films. Who can forget these highlights?
God damn. What the hell somebody gotta do to get a little decent help up in this motherfucker?
The baby. Where's the baby?
Tumultuous, round, melon breasts.
I taught you better than that, kid.
How could this movie fuck up all of that? And what better casting to take over the role of Dr. Loomis than Malcolm McDowell? And look, there's Danny Trejo, Ken Foree, William Forsythe, Richard Lynch. This is destined to be slasher movie greatness. But it's a remake, so it's terrible! After the iconic opening credits of the original John Carpenter film, a musician like Zombie is gonna give us something wild and crazy, I'm sure. Scariest opening since the Windy City opening credits. Clearly a nod to those credits being as silent as the killer himself. So let's dive into this very sophisticated and hyped up remake from the creator of the critically acclaimed Devil's Rejects.
Somebody around here's got to make some money.
I'm all broken up here, bitch. I can't work.
Yeah, and whose fault is that?
Maybe I'll choke the chicken, purge my snorkel all over them flappy ass tits.
Oh. I think I get it now.
Bitch, I will crawl over there and I will skull fuck the shit out of you.
Oh, I'll get the crutches for you.
Not every fucking movie you do needs to be about rednecks. The original film may have been shot in California, but this Haddonfield is clearly shot in a shithole outside of Jacksonville, Illinois. Not enough was said in John Carpenter's Halloween about Judith Myers' stepdad wanting to fuck her while she's filmed in Michael Bay Vision. Michael Myers also tortures small animals because this is also a flashback to Freddy Krueger's childhood. Uncle Cognac knows what the problem is.
Give me a fucking break. He's probably a queer.
Yes, clearly a reference to Loomis's original prognosis.
He's probably a queer. He's gonna grow up, end up cutting his dick and balls off and changing his name to Michelle.
Stupid 70s psychiatry. I bet school is gonna be great for this kid.
What fucking pussy, dude. I told you he wouldn't fight, man. He's all fucking tough. I was like, we're fighting.
Fuck, fuckity fuck, man. Motherfucking fucky fuck, fuck. I joke, but Dakota Fanning was a really good choice for young Michael. I'm glad this movie has heroes.
Hey, tough guy. Think she'd suck my dick for a quarter and let me suck her tits? I heard they had to pump the cum out of her stomach.
So, is everyone in this universe a potential killer? This makes for a bad Halloween movie, but a much better Phantom Menace movie.
Fuck you.
What did you say, son?
Who knew Michael Myers was the goth kid who kept trying to convince you that Doom Generation was a good movie? Anyway, sorry I'm late. I'll be your best part of the movie. This is Dr. Loomis back when he hosted MTV News. Michael has bad grades and bad hobbies.
We found this in Michael's school bag.
So expel the kid, put him in an institution, and call it a fucking day.
damn, he was gonna eat that cat. And just to remind you of what you're watching.
I need to take him through a series of tests.
You can talk to him, but what is evaluating him? What does that mean?
Why is the Halloween theme playing during this shitty prequel to Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer? Michael takes the term Kiss Army too literally. Either give him 2 tickets to Ozfest or he's gonna continue to beat the shit out of you. Now that he gets his Ziggy comic back from the bully, he can finish editing him to death and make sure that this is never mentioned in the movie again. I see they're watching the scene from Halloween where they're watching other movies, only with dialogue written in edge.
That is some deep-ass, serious, faggoty-ass shit, man.
And this is why you don't let the comments section of a Dinesh D'Souza review write your movie. Anyway, I got a date with a 13-inch king-size Snickers. Have fun, Michael! What year is this taking place? And what the fuck? Give Ben Tramer his mask back! Ooh, wait. That means Ben Tramer is alive in this universe. It was right of Rob Zombie to hit the reset button. And this is why Michael snapped. There were no costumes left in the Halloween store for the Crow. And like hell if he's gonna dress like Neo for a 3rd straight year. Terror strikes when he ties up Stepdad and forces him to listen to his theory on Donnie Darko's ending. Michael's fucking crazy. He's wearing a Christmas sweater too early in the year. Oh no, don't kill the worst character. Whew, that was more satisfying than leaving Twitter. This poor asshole is only getting a bat to the head because Michael overheard him saying terrible things about Metallica's Master of Puppets. In the original film, it was really only implied that Michael got grabby with his sister and his stepdad had a hard-on for her while his mom was a stripper. This movie gives us all the right answers, complete with bringing back Don't Fear the Reaper and the theme music. You're wearing your sister's sex mask, bro! This movie is so brave, it says fuck waiting for the sequel for the twist. Holy shit, Laurie Strode is Michael's sister! Or, in this movie, maybe it's his daughter. It would get that trashy. And this is why they didn't bring Michelle back to Fuller House. She would have murdered all of them. You're in big trouble, mister. So much for taking you to see Basketball Diaries this weekend. As Sepia News is telling me, Haddonfield actually became a much more peaceful place after these people died. Oh, I'm so terrified. You're trying too fucking hard! It was good you called me. I can save this child. I can save this child. With McDowell's Loomis here, there is a great deal of humanity to these scenes. Too bad I don't give a shit about this kid, or have a shred of empathy towards him. Mom comes in to thank Michael. Ever since killing her husband, she got a great job at a law firm. While most of you would expect Machete to be in a Jason Voorhees film, this movie plays with all expectations.
You gotta look beyond the walls. Learn to live inside your head. Hey, there's no walls that can stop you there.
Those are the lyrics he wrote for his metal band Corroded Titan Stool Sample. Now to explain to Michael the truth about black being a color. I think this kid knows more than enough about the color black. The more insane he goes, the more his life looks like B-roll they can splice into a death scene. I used to wonder what Michael's voice would sound like.
Fuck you, world! I hate you! Shut the fuck up!
Now I just want him to shut up. Michael, I'm trying to be a likable 3-dimensional character here, but you keep causing the audience to roll their eyes. This hospital is doing wondrous things for him. He's gonna grow up to be a fine biker villain in a Clint Eastwood movie. Here, watch this kid for us, and don't be a dick for no reason.
Cute baby. Couldn't be related to you.
Why? For the last time, just give the kid the fucking silver shamrock mask he wants so he'll stop murdering people with forks. Mom chooses to remember when her son was simply insufferable, instead of being an insufferable killer. What year is this taking place? Oh, and I think she lost her job at the law firm. Crap, she just shot herself right into the sequel. "15 years later, and Michael has been replaced by Cousin It being put on top of the body of the Jolly Green Giant. Things are still the same here at Winston Cigarettes Hospital."
What do you mean you're sorry about these chains? You got feelings for this big idiot? Is that what it is? What's the deal going on, Ishmael? What the fuck, man?
Speak English! I totally believe this is the same person as the kid that I just saw, like trying to convince me Bill Bixby is Lou Ferrigno. Oh, damn it, another good scene.
It's strange, Michael. In a weird way, you've become like my best friend.
Why isn't this movie from his point of view? You can really see the sadness in his face as he just gives up trying to help Michael, and you see the torment that it causes him. On the plus side, he's a hell of an audiobook recorder.
These eyes do not see what you and I see. These are the eyes of a psychopath.
And it's the eyes of someone who starts out their days doing their best Alex DeLarge in front of Alex DeLarge. Enough, class. Let's get back to the shit.
You do me dirt on this one, I'll fucking hold it against you.
Hey, you know what? I'll fuck her. You don't want to fuck her? I'll fuck her. We're right here.
There's a guy who smokes a whole carton of fucks a day. What a great idea. Let's rape this girl in front of the 8'4" psychopath who could squash us with his foot.
Fuck, I can't believe this motherfucking shit's fucking happening, cocksucking fucking fuck.
Let this be a lesson to you. Don't befriend the kid who tortures animals. He will definitely murder you. Now he's off to audition for Aquaman. Luckily, Loomis knows exactly where Michael Myers went.
I want a search of every Rush house, Led Zeppelin house, and Def Leppard house in the tri-state area.
Ooh, now trucker Ken Foray can recite his classic line, "When there's no more room in hell, an emo kid will escape an institution and kill some teenagers." He's gonna get smelly feeted to death.
I got a Taco Deluxe Supreme talking back at me, so I'm gonna be a while. You mind waiting somewhere else and let me pass this beast in peace?
Poetry. This is Joe Grizzly. He's the Ben Tramer of this universe, in that no justice was served for Joe Grizzly. He's a man who just loves his hair, and his knives, and his truck. Taking Joe's costume saves Michael a trip to Hot Topic where he was gonna dress like Jared Leto's Joker, but he's definitely still gonna write Damaged on his head. And don't forget to reference Halloween 2 some more. Mr. Sandman lets me know that this movie's about to get a whole lot more wholesome.
Okay, that is so not funny.
Screwdriver, Mommy, you want a hammer? Look at this, Mom.
Lori!
I'm sorry. Okay.
Ah, Lori with her new family, the fucking fuckity fucks. So while the first half of the movie definitely had ideas, whether good or bad, and wanted to do something different, this is where it just starts doing the first film again, right down to Lori being warned about the boogeyman before she drops off the key at the Myers house. I'd also like to point out that this movie is over 2 hours long. The twist is that not only is Lori Michael's sister, but his niece, Danielle Harris, is also Annie? Michael is keeping his distance because he too is confused. Sure, one crazy person escapes and you instantly blame Udo Kier. This is a room with Caligula, Udo Kier, and Clint Howard. Face it, fellas, somehow this is all of your faults. Hollywood's best crazies really shouldn't be put in charge of the asylum.
He is mad that trusts in the tameness of a wolf.
And stop making everything sound cool. Oh wait, high school girls, they're not gonna talk cool at all.
But this is so fucked. What, me suspended from the squad? I don't mean to sound conceited, but I'm like the fucking hottest cheerleader they got. Yeah.
All of Linda's totalies have been replaced by fucks.
Gosh, ever since your parents split up, you have your dad wrapped around your little finger.
Totally wrapped.
Well, except for that totally, the line was originally fuckface McFucky fuckballs. Aw shit, another actor too good for this movie.
Can't wait for Rob Zombie's Child's Play, where the doll is possessed at an underwhelming Cannibal Corpse concert. Oh hey, another horror actor I recognize!
Poor woman, I guess she couldn't stand the stress of being labeled Satan's mother. I think she blew her fucking head off.
Wait, so is that the end of the Charlie Bulls story? Disappointed. This is as familiar as it is random.
I think I know whose grave that is.
So now it's a remake of the heavy metal horror film Trick or Treat? Not gonna lie, Rob Zombie would have been perfect to make that remake. This is changing so much. Linda and Bob are getting killed way earlier in this one.
Get me another beer.
You get it. I'm the one that just did all the heavy lifting.
I always wondered what John Carpenter's Halloween would be like if someone breathed Keystone Light onto the script. And Bob gets stabbed against the wall like in the first movie. Michael dresses as a ghost. Though with Dee Wallace in the film, this could be E.T. in that Halloween costume. That's funny. I don't remember Bob being as big as a 2-story duplex. Go back to more Loomis lines.
Wolf mainspring, polyagonal rifling.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Muzzle velocity of 1,450
Great, just wrap it up, that's fine.
Okay.
The doctor involved, I think he wrote a book or something. Fucking Blood Money.
Yeah, I read that book. It was a masterpiece.
A solo Loomis movie is really what I want in my bag of treats. Bye, Mom and Dad! Don't die tonight! And then they watched The Thing together. Ooh, in this movie, Tommy is dressed like everyone going to see this movie on opening night. Michael will get back to killing in a second. He's gotta watch the big giveaway at 9. He already has his mask on. Look, Loomis, I spent time in an institution. There's no way the ghost of R.P. McMurphy is haunting the kids of Haddonfield. Who can even attempt to out-monologue Loomis?
When I first met him, he was a sweet, charming little boy.
Who tortured animals. But I just have to keep telling myself that Ben Tramer is still alive in this universe. Surely they won't do something to tarnish his name.
That I talked to Paul about his buddy Ben Tramer.
Ah, they said Ben Tramer was retarded.
Yeah, but he's not short bus retarded or anything.
What?
He said, and I quote, "Dude, she's fucking hot."
First Halloween 2 kills Ben Tramer, and then this one slanders him. I don't know what's worse. Okay, never mind Ben Tramer. What the fuck? A Jamie Lloyd nude scene? This movie is weird. Even Michael looks like he has mixed emotions about this. If Michael didn't get to Danielle Harris, Satan Claus was gonna come after her in December anyway. The editing is telling me that Michael is dragging her right into this spaceship. Too many liberties, movie! But finally, Loomis and Chief Brackett come to the conclusion that they both need to drive off and make their own buddy cop movie together. No, don't go in there, that's where the third act is! Classic Annie. Unfortunately, a giant door was hiding behind another giant door. As Laurie runs back to save the kids, we find that Michael hates doors as much as Jason hates windows. He can't kill her right away because her name is too high up in the credits, and we need her for the sequel. Michael learned to do this when Dr. Loomis showed him the Drusilla death scene from Caligula. And yes, Linda is still dead because like all the other dead characters in the movie, they had no more fucks left to give. Michael gives her that Ziggy comic he's been holding on to, and she hesitates because she's way more of a Far Side fan. Unfortunately, all of this happened the day after Michael had to close the pool for the season. Help us, best part of the movie! It's not too late for me to save the movie. That's right, I said it. Good, now he's totally dead and the movie can end.
Was that the boogeyman?
As a matter of fact, I do believe it was.
Actually, that exchange is more grammatically correct in this one. Still not a better movie. Oh wait, he's not dead.
Michael, it's my fault. I failed you. Please let her go.
I'll teach you to act the fuck out of this movie and try to bring in some sympathy.
You can hide, but this long fucking movie's gotta end sometime. Just come on out already, so the movie can end. Just find her so the movie can end.
Oh no, he's fucking up the house. This movie's so long that I've run out of jokes to give. I'm sorry I failed you, Rob Zombie's Halloween. Please continue this really long climax. End! Fuck! Fuckity. Fuck. He'll be fine. As you can see, they've got a music video to shoot. And that's what you get when guests on the Jerry Springer Show decide to stage their favorite slasher film of the 70s. The only white trash in a Halloween movie should just be a used Payday wrapper. Every frame of this movie looks like it should be asked, "Show me on the doll where it touched you." But, Malcolm McDowell and Brad Dourif were great. While getting negative reviews from critics, the movie generated enough hype to be a box office success, bringing in $80 million against a $15 million budget. Most people bought 2 tickets though, one for them and one for their giant smelly beard. In adjusted dollars, the movie's the 4th most successful Halloween film, which led to the 2009 sequel, Halloween 2. Unlike a lot of really cynical cash grab remakes and some of the other sequels, this one does have ideas. It's made by someone who wants to add their voice to the material. It is a remake with strong ambition. It wants to be good. But while John Carpenter's Halloween is a fine glass of scotch, this film is a can of Billy beer full of cigarette butts and carny spit. That's quite an interesting concoction that you came up with, but it doesn't taste very good.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Joe Grizzly, bitch.
Rob Zombie's 2007 remake of Halloween opened to negative reviews from critics, but polarizing reviews from fans. Either you thought it was the worst thing to happen to this beloved franchise ever, or you thought it was alright. And it was just those 2 opinions. There was nothing beyond those 2 things. But due to the fact that it made enough money at the box office, feedback be damned, there needs to be a sequel. While initially Rob Zombie showed no desire to return to the sequel, but after having a bit of a vacation after the first film, and due to the fact that the studio gave him carte blanche to make whatever kind of Halloween film he wanted, Zombie returned as the sequel's writer and director. Wait a minute, Rob Zombie free to do what he wants? I think I know what that means.
Ah! Fuck!
Yep, that seems about right. So strap in and prepare yourselves for Rob Zombie's Fuckoween 2. I guess I should be less mad at this film. The first movie was over 2 hours long, and this one is technically under 2 hours. In that the running time on this version is 1 hour and 59 minutes long. Frick. Oh, sorry. Fuck! Don't let these unused lyrics to a Jefferson Airplane song fool you. You could stare at this text for 2 hours and still not know what it means. The movie flashes back to Michael's mom visiting him in the hospital, only to discover that, holy shit, they switched him out with another actor. Now we definitely know the significance of Michael's obsession with white horses, which wasn't even mentioned in the first film. The first movie may have dropped the ball on the opening credits, but as we remember, the original Halloween 2 had the memorable Skull Pumpkin credits. Surely this movie will do the same.
Okay, no more gloom. Okay.
These movies ruined opening credits forever. This is moments after Laurie shot Michael in the face in the last film, and there's no need to drunk test her. She's already walking in a straight line. We need to get all of our best doctors on this man. He was the best part of the first film, and like hell if he isn't gonna be in this one.
Not only is Ben Tramer still alive in Halloween 2, but so is Caroline Williams from Stepfather 2. Worlds are colliding here. This movie needs 50 cc's of pacing.
I don't know. I thought it was car accident. I'm very confused.
At least neurosurgery cleared her head.
Necessary. Michael, however, is being transported by Dr. Rob Zombie characters.
You gotta look at the naked chick. Ooh, man, she was F-I-N-E fine.
Go be crazy in another Rob Zombie movie. Before Michael is able to reenact the ambulance escape from Halloween 4, a cow sacrifices itself to keep these two from breeding. After this guy's fucks make up half the running time, I finally realize that Michael is the horror movie equivalent of the stern parent who washes your mouth out with soap. Makes more sense than this. You may laugh, but this would all make sense to you if you even bothered to pay attention during Winter's Tale. Now for the biggest supporting character in the film. The Moody Blues! Interesting how the first 15 minutes of this movie is like a remake of the entirety of the original Halloween 2. It's when the nurse is actually called Nurse Octavia that I realize that, holy fuck, it really is Octavia Spencer. Is she playing herself? And since she dies, is it her ghost that's been acting this whole time? No, Laurie, don't go down there. You'll have to deal with Freddy Krueger. It's one of those lower-funded hospitals where they just chuck all the bodies in a garbage disposal. Laurie will be safe in here. What, she's still safe? She's not wearing her mask. All the other kids in town, though, are way dead. This is a pretty suspenseful scene, and the Moody Blues on the soundtrack make it, well, moody. Too bad none of that shit happened. Which begs the question, is it a recurring thing for actress Octavia Spencer to pop up in Laurie's dreams? And was she really about to run into Freddy? Doesn't matter though, so long as this really happened.
What's the difference between jam and jelly?
I don't know. What?
You can't jelly your cock up a dead girl's ass.
My life is a lot better knowing that joke. It's 2 years later, and Laurie has decorated her room exactly like young Michael would if he went off to college. Laurie's now crashing with Annie, and they're the best of friends. Oh, and, this is the director's cut, by the way.
Boo fucking who for you?
See? You don't fucking care.
Right. I don't fucking care.
You may call this the director's cut, but I call it the frenemies version. Here's her problem. She's got Margot Kidder as Carrie Fisher as her therapist. Laurie loves Annie, except for the fact that she wishes she was murdered.
I know I feel kind of shitty by saying this, but she's a concert reminder.
We're gonna have to pick this up later. Laurie's got a whole concert to tailgate. And the world's easiest Rorschach test doesn't understand its own meaning either. Yes, I'm sorry I'm late. Laurie was acting like a real bitch. Let a pro show you how to act like an asshole.
I mean, look at you. Are you color coordinated? What pink clogs and this orange thing? What are you, a clam digger or something? And I don't mean that in the lesbian sense.
He's very pissed. They used his publicity photo for Halloween and not the one from Blue Thunder like he wanted. Oh, what a shock. This is where Laurie works. Doesn't matter what this place is selling. You're definitely walking out of here with hemp and a Quicksilver Messenger Service album. The Breakfast Club is really lame when every character is Ali Sheedy.
Get out the kids, motherfucker!
I'm begging for a Best Buy to come in and run them out of town. Well, I'm glad we're back with Loomis. I'm not sure why he's giving a speech in front of a giant picture of young Corey Feldman, but he does sound cool.
All the slaughter of plague, pestilence, famine, and Michael Myers.
I'm glad he added the Michael bit, because sometimes I'm not sure if he's playing Dr. Loomis or Connell Cochran. I kinda want it to be both.
Look, let me make things nice and sparkling clear.
Alright, never mind. He's Alex DeLarge. Any other quotes from Malcolm McDowell movies?
I have existed from the morning of the world, and I shall exist until the last star falls from the night.
Well, both movies have people who want to fuck a white horse. Michael is now one of the STD ghosts from It Follows, so it's gonna take him a while to catch up to Laurie. 2 years exactly. Where the fuck was that ambulance going? And where is this movie going?
Halloween is coming. You have to get ready. We are counting on you to bring us home this year.
And that's what happens when Michael bought fudge from Laurie's shop.
God damn it, there's gotta be an Allman Brothers band around here somewhere. Let's ask this guy and beat the fuck out of him.
I told you if you came on this land again, I'd beat the fuck out of you.
This has happened before? Oh, but this is the last time. No, Michael broke up the Marshall Tucker Band. Relax, people. This movie isn't through bringing in more returning characters.
Wait till you see the burrito I'm gonna dump on your leather interior.
Yes, it's about time the talking dog from Part 5 made a return. Back at home, they're all resisting the urge to say how funny it would be if Annie were played by J.C. Brandy. Instead, they talk about Lee Marvin.
Who's Lee Marvin?
Did I stutter?
Paint Your Wagon, The Professionals, Lee Marvin?
Paint Your Wagon is your go-to Lee Marvin movie? That's like if your go-to Brad Dourif movie was Halloween 2. Now it's making sense. The movie is all about Michael's deep desire to marry his mother on set of a Marilyn Manson music video. This is what happens when you let the silent art kid who has 200 pet rats direct your slasher film. I know you're angry, audience, but I'm here to save the day again with my dialogue.
When I want your opinion, I'll beat it out of you. Here, now take that and go sit in the car.
This was bound to happen when he took control of the hospital from Dr. Tiberius. And now Laurie dresses like Michael to kill Annie. I bet this is really happening. Oh, shock, it was a dream. I bet Octavia Spencer was hiding in the corner. I can't prove it, but I got the feeling that Laurie's hair smells like an old dollar bill that's been under a dirty couch cushion for 5 years. Michael couldn't get here and kill them fast enough.
Let me go and give me some fucking prescription.
Such a way
I don't want help. I want my prescription.
I'm so sorry.
This is the first director's cut I've seen that seems to only exist to make the few defenders of the theatrical cut hate this movie. Sure, we could show Malcolm McDowell being awesome.
You don't need my shit. I put up with your shit 24/7. You better back the fuck off.
But let's cut back to something shitty. If Ben Tramer could see Laurie now, he'd wish he got hit by a car and blown up. Meanwhile, at a strip club, sure. We see Daniel Roebuck's life before he became Kevin Sorbo's manager in Let There Be Light. You're never too old or too young to watch your mom strip. It's always awkward. I knew this would happen. Massacring people in a strip club while Ozark Mountain Daredevils plays. If this scene were any more Rob Zombie, it also features Sid Haig piggybacking Ronald McDonald while dressed as an SS officer. Back at the Sawyer house from the Chainsaw Massacre remake, they're gearing up for the season. It's pretty ballsy of this town to have a giant window display of Loomis's book at the center of the massacre on the anniversary of the deaths. There's even a fucking billboard for it. I haven't seen a slasher killer be so taken aback by a billboard since Jason Takes Manhattan.
He's still out there, rich and famous, all because of our pain.
Why is she talking to the homeless man from Mulholland Drive? Where's Michael?
And what do you think is gonna happen having your book signing in Haddonfield?
I'm sorry. You killer.
No, I didn't kill anyone.
You killer!
Sir, all right, everyone.
This actually has nothing to do with Michael. This is all for killing Captain Kirk! Okay, so as Loomis drives away and...
Fuck you, motherfucker!
Stop murdering the word fuck! I think I know what could help Lori get over her depression and flashbacks to surviving a murder spree. Maybe take down the poster of Charles Manson on your wall, you fucking tool. You're not cool!
I'm not me. I'm not me. Do you understand what the fuck I'm saying?
This movie's as deep as a hardwood floor in Delaware. Sure, the first movie had McDowell, Clint Howard, and Udo Kier share the screen, but this one has McDowell, Chris Hardwick, and Weird Al? Huh, totally the same. The next 40 minutes are just them recapping The Walking Dead. Also, kids aren't this stupid.
Are you a giant? Can we be friends?
Great, that's what I want to see. Ralph Wiggum get butchered. Now our heroes are dressed as that girlfriend you once had that talked about Rocky Horror so much she ruined the movie for you. Annie hangs back. She gives the cops shit for watching after her. Yeah, that seems like something someone who survived a brutal knife attack would do. Then Michael bangs a dude against a tree, and oh no, that girl dies. And what the fuck is in this punch? At this point, I'm not at all surprised that Laurie Strode managed to find her way into Narnia. Given how they're appearing when characters aren't looking at them, I guess they're real. Michael certainly is. Fudge! Holy fuckity fuck, Annie's dead! I need you to find the nearest phone and call Dr. Scott immediately! Or die, whatever. And then they watched Shock Treatment together. And here's how to not tell her, Dad.
So did you dispatch?
Yes, sir, I did.
So why are you telling me about it?
Because, sir, a phone call came from your house.
Was it really necessary to when a stranger calls the news to him? Given everything on the walls, this has all been Michael's way of telling his little sister to grow the fuck up. This is all bad news for the sheriff. They finally killed his daughter, and holy shit, Annie was Jamie Lloyd this whole time. Laurie, however, is saved by the only man who could help her, Roach from People Under the Stairs.
Got milk?
Now the whole family is off to the world's worst Alice in Wonderland party. The sheriff may be upset, but it's hard to be sad when Dauber from Coach is telling you the news. Back at the Myers shack, it's getting really intense. But unfortunately, with Rob Zombie directing, there's no way he's gonna play Love Shack in this scene. Anyway, here's to me. I still come out of this with my dignity intact. It seems to imply that all of this is happening because of Loomis's true crime book. Even Ghost Family sends Michael off on a spree to kill the doctor for making money off of them. John Carpenter's Halloween barely touched on the fact that Michael's ruthlessness was driven by his hatred of capitalism. Fuck it, I might just leave that flub in there. If it seems crazy in here, that's because we get to hear adult Michael's first words, and it isn't fuck. What? That's not how you give a slasher killer their first words.
Freeze! Get the hell away from her, Ed!
See? Wait, neither was that. No, you're all making a huge mistake. If you kill him, who's gonna scalp tickets at the Molly Hatchet show? Now it's up to Laurie to finish off, Loomis?
Hold your fire! Hold your fire!
Like hell the worst character in this movie is gonna kill off the best character? Guess the movie should be ending now before something embarrassing happens.
Love hurts. Love scars.
Ah, stop it! Now Laurie spends the rest of her days in the opening scene from George Romero's Day of the Dead, only with Emma Frost and a fucking horse.
Love hurts.
And thus ends another plot thread that goes absolutely nowhere. This series kills more plot lines than teenagers. You just don't understand the meaning of this film. Clearly it all symbolizes that only a mother could love her murderous son, who is also hung like a horse. Well, it's interesting to see how a family deals with surviving a slasher film, and how on the other end Sam Loomis deals with it through profit, which was even foreshadowed in the first movie. Stick with the theatrical cut. It's less bitchy and shouty. But obviously this series was the worst of the worst, and the biggest embarrassment of this flawless series to date.
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
Or not. The movie technically brought in a profit, bringing in $39 million, but since it was a sharp decline from the box office of the first remake, and with critics and audiences reacting very negatively towards the film, plans for a third installment called Halloween 3D were scrapped, and instead, everything but the first film is being completely reset as Jamie Lee Curtis returns in David Gordon Green's upcoming Halloween film. This series now has more timelines than Lost, and I think Laurie has been resurrected more times than Michael has. Sure, that does mean that the timeline is once again being reset to save the life of Ben Tramer, but after watching these two Rob Zombie films, what I'm really mad at is there was absolutely no justice for Joe fucking Grizzly.
I'm a chick dressing up as a dude who wants to be a chick.
Guess this new set works. Chair, posters, dated quality, a little too low lighting. Alright, I'll allow it. Especially because it is Halloween season, which means we should definitely watch something Halloween related. I've already done an episode on Halloween, so maybe I could do Halloween. Wait, I've already done Halloween as well. Oh, but there is Halloween, so maybe I should watch Halloween. Hang on, I'm already confused. It's time that I consult the Choose Your Own Adventure Halloween chart. It's right next to my Choose Your Own Gutenberg chart. Let's see, Halloween is a classic. Do I want more of this? Most of these roads I've already taken, but I've never answered no before. I'll get to that some other time. I'm gonna be 40 in a couple years. Might as well take the 40 years later route. The 2018 sequel, Halloween, which ignores all of the other movies past Part 1, is not only a return of Michael Myers, although not the other return of Michael Myers, or that return of Michael Myers, but it is also the return of Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode. No, not that return of Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode. She is still living in fear and paranoia because of the events in 1978, which is having an effect on her kid. So, not only is this a sequel, but it's also a remake of H2O. Oh boy, I've got high hopes for this one, H4O. Maybe I should have high hopes here. After all, it's the return of good reviews for a Halloween film. That means when we reference David Gordon Green, we have to mention the good movies that he did. If the movie turned out bad, we'd only be allowed to reference The Sitter and Your Highness. Especially seeing how Danny McBride co-wrote the script, just like that time we all discovered Steve Martin's Nail Gun Massacre fanfiction. We're in safe hands here with producer Jason Blum. He could produce 5 Halloween sequels for the cost of 1 Halloween Resurrection, though I am a little surprised that this is the first of the series to contain roughhousing. Michael has been institutionalized in Smith's Grove ever since he was shot off the balcony and then found trying to buy Band-Aids at a National. I haven't seen Dr. Sartain here use a series of 4-letter words to describe making love to an eye socket, so this must not be Rob Zombie's Smith's Grove. Michael is set to be interviewed by journalists Doctor Who and his latest companion. Dr. Sartain, meanwhile, was a student of Dr. Loomis and a successful clone of Ray Cherbagia. I'm assuming that Dr. Loomis chose him because his name sounds a little like Dr. Sam Hain. What? That's how Loomis pronounced it. But we gotta be careful when visiting this nut house.
Perhaps you'd like to tie your left shoelace? Mr. Tovoli here, the gentleman with the umbrella.
Look, he's gonna tie your laces around his balls and open the umbrella in his own ass. We can't stop him. Here's where they play checkers with the patients and dump chili on them when they're out. They love it here. These two must be from Let's Screw with Mass Murderers magazine. Oh, dang. Careful, you're causing the other patients to shit diarrhea out their dick and semen out their ear. Luckily, the movie got back the original shape, Kane Hodder. Just kidding. It's Robert Englund.
Say something!
I see nothing bad coming of this. The original opening credits were pretty iconic, but no one likes opening credits anymore, so let's do them really fast. Hey, if Michael can be resurrected a dozen times, so can the damn pumpkin. Well, that was a great interview. We only got a half pound of feces thrown at us this time. I'm sure they're great at their job. No one has the heart to tell him he's talking into a taser. Oh, we'll get Michael to talk. Let's bribe him so he can buy us a Nick Castle autograph.
Yes.
Hello. We're looking for Laurie
Strode.
Oh, oops, I was way wrong. Laurie, thank God we've searched through 3 different timelines and we finally found you alive. Now they're interviewing Laurie, but it's really embarrassing when he accidentally brought his Sarah Connor notes. Whatever it is they write for sounds lame.
We like to re-examine incidents with an unbiased lens.
Boo! Tell us why Michael was secretly a Nazi. Oh, I get it. It's Exposition magazine.
2 failed marriages, rocky relationship with your daughter and granddaughter.
Wait a minute. This movie is my dream come true. If part 2 doesn't exist in this timeline, that means that not only is Ben Tramer still alive, but he was once married to Laurie. Granted, they don't actually say Ben Tramer by name, but it was totally him. The other husband was probably this guy, or Bud.
Sorry. I guess I just fuck up all the time.
Yeah, you effed up your marriage, bro. Ben Tramer was a way better husband to Laurie. They're asking some really invasive questions, especially about her daughter who was taken away. Plus, they antagonize her by holding up a model of the semi-truck from Road Games. And here's Laurie's daughter, Karen, and her husband, The Wiz. Gotta say, it is nice for this series to finally be treated with some respect after all these decades.
Oh, mother! Oh, man. I got peanut butter on my penis.
I mean, aside from that line, I'm sure they give Allison here great Halloween dance advice.
They're all nice guys until they get you pregnant, and then you gotta drive in their pickup trucks, and you clean their guns, and you...
Your prom date was a gun, wasn't it, Dad? Allison has great friends in Vicky and hipster Paul Bunyan. We also find out that since part 2 doesn't exist, Michael is not Laurie's sister, but he is second cousin to Bob. Maybe this guy will be 2018 Bob.
There's a lot worse stuff that's happening today, and I mean, what, a couple people getting killed by one guy with a knife is not that big of a deal.
I bet he lives. Get to school, the streets are unsafe.
Happy Halloween!
Ugh, never mind. No wonder Michael went insane. He's the most normal one in Haddonfield. Don't even get me started on creepy nice guy Oscar, the Siamese twin of Fuggy. Just get to class, they're studying callbacks.
He said fate took a different course.
40 years later and they're still teaching the same lesson. And holy shit, Laurie is Michael Myers. Somewhere Nancy is haunting the dreams of someone in a 2018 Springwood high class. Someone's looking for a detention.
All this hiding, all this preparation, it was for nothing. I mean, it took priority over your family. It cost you your family.
Look, the other sequels don't exist. We've got 40 years worth of exposition to catch up on. Grandma has to get back to her toys.
She's playing with her son-in-law's prom dates. We hear a little from Dr. Loomis demanding Michael be terminated before he kills McMurphy and escapes with a water fountain. Or before the hospital transfers him. That seems like a good idea. If he escapes the bus, I'm sure the other patients can handle it. Meanwhile, at dinner, they confront Allison because her boyfriend looks like Joel Osteen bred by the Mickey Mouse Club. Focus, Dad.
You have a jalopy filled with bullet holes from the G-Man.
I wish we had one of those.
It was in Laughlin, like a model.
Did you talk to your grandmother?
Sorry, I decided to change the subject before Dad rubbed the complimentary jellies on his nipples. Speak of the boogeyman, Lori needs a good stiff drink since Toby Huss is going to continue this dinner as Cotton Hill. Lori needs to pull it together. Judy Greer lost her other kids in Jurassic World and she's fine. No, don't leave. You haven't given us the chance to say, that went well. Karen's childhood doesn't seem so bad.
I learned how to shoot a gun when I was 8.
Now she's able to protect Allison from Oscar. Ish, after learning all of this, H2O kid needs to stop freaking complaining. And what movie am I in now?
I enjoy it, but I'm missing dance class for this, and sometimes I'd rather do that than hunting.
Is dance class that important to you?
The hell, I finished Musical March in September last week. Are you telling me that there's another high school musical? Michael had to escape so he could find the real killer, a one-armed slasher movie villain. Yes, your dad is dead, but surely Michael isn't gonna kill a kid. How dare this movie show that nothing is off limits? Clearly, this slasher film is too much for my delicate sensibilities, and that is the movie's fault and not my own. Go back to killing a dog like in the first one. This may not be in the universe of Halloween 2, but it is in the universe of the fourth kind.
Gotta find some way to blame this on Abby.
I think I understand now. This is the alternate timeline where Biff traveled back in time to put locks on the Haddonfield Hospital doors. Now I am all caught up. Continue. Whoa. When are we gonna get to Thanksgiving? Alright, the reporters. They ask the cemetery worker to please, for the love of God, finish the story about Charlie Bowles. No time for exposition about movies that do still exist. We gotta get to this rest stop bathroom, because if we're gonna remake anything from H2O, better this than this.
Tumultuous, round melon breasts.
Round melon.
Sherlock is having a great day. He got the interviews he needed, plus free gas, and he doesn't have to share credit on his article anymore. Plus, the paper's gonna have a very tasteful in memoriam about him. Now maybe the costume department will speed up its job. Boo! Where's the Halloween 4 Simon Le Bon mask? With Michael having escaped, Lori needs to prepare her family.
Gotcha!
Jesus.
You're dead.
You scared me.
Plus, she gets a head start on April Fool's Day. I see no danger here.
Hey, Lori, this is my home, and I can take care of my own family, all right? I know jujitsu.
The bus crashed.
I've studied.
What?
See, Dad will protect them with his deadly comic relief.
No one needs to be prepared for dangers in the world.
The world is not a dark and evil place. It is full of love and understanding, and I'm not letting your psychotic rant.
This needs Crazy Ralph to tell us future generations are doomed. I guess Officer Hawkins was there in the 1978 massacre. I'm too lazy to go through footage, because then I would miss the best scene in the movie. It's a series of long takes where Michael bashes people in the head for not watching either Night of the Living Dead or The Thing. This is a sequel which feels the most like Halloween since, well, Halloween. It's a welcome return to very ambitious filmmaking, though I question Michael's first order of business in taking out anyone wearing a Stranger Things costume. Looking at you, Oscar. This movie is too dangerous, though. It's going to inspire people who already like to creep between people's houses.
best go to the dance. The theme is It's the Great Pumpkin on Ecstasy, Charlie Brown. But no matter what the timeline is, it does suck being a babysitter in this town.
Hi! Oh my gosh, I wish that you were here. It is so much fun. God, I wish I was there. I was so fucking bummed.
Yeah, you better stay hidden. All this work time has something to do with you being in Project Almanac. Stay in and keep this kid from danger.
Are you talking about smoking weed? Don't lie to me. That's against the rules. I'm telling my mom.
Well, I'm gonna tell your mom about your browser history.
You better not.
Oh, sorry. They're doing a bit. We'll be back in a moment. To commemorate our move to the Windy City, pick up our limited edition Saul t-shirt to tell the world that you would rather just wear a shirt of Saul than go see Saul in the hospital. Bastards, don't you know Saul is dying? Pick up the shirt now at Zazzle.com/thecinemasnob. Good, we're back to the party, which means drinks! Allison is very frustrated because no one gets her Malcolm McDowell Oh Lucky Man costume. Plus, her boyfriend is an idiot who's cheating on her at the party that both of them are at. Honey, I can explain! I thought I was making out with a real tiger! I can make this right.
Your fucking precious phone?
Great, given he's not in the movie anymore after this may be the biggest idiot to ever live in a slasher film. Luckily for Oscar, though, no one else is called dibs on Rule 34 Tuffy. Everyone makes look good by comparison, and he's dressed as Bubba from Dark Knight of the Scarecrow, because Vicky has a thing for banging the simple folk. They're gonna be the Bob and Linda of the movie.
Yeah, it's probably just Julian taking a dump.
Only if they made Linda's totally dialogue look like totally Shakespeare. Unfortunately, there's a death scene lurking around the house.
Shut up, Dave! I heard him breathing, and then I saw him! He's in here! Boogeyman's in this house!
Okay, alright, come on, I got you. Let's check it out.
Send Dave first!
Okay, well, I'll just wait for you two to finish your second bit. My balls are killing me over here. I don't know who's gonna get killed first, Vicky or Dave for breaking into Dan Connor's garage. Just kidding, it'll definitely be Vicky.
Oh shit!
Oh shit is right, it's Michael's coming out party! This kid is the smartest one in the movie for getting the hell out of there. But between this and, oh shit, what tone do you want here? Not that that matters anyway. These silver shamrock masks are telling me that regardless of what's happening here, all of the kids are gonna die during the big giveaway at 9. And I distinctly remember not taking this route on the Choose Your Own Adventure. Oh, who needs Sheriff Will Patton when we can have Lori make the citizen's arrest? Great, we got a good Halloween movie, and yet we're still cursed with 7 years of bad sequels. Oh, and that guy died. I think Lori should be the real sheriff. She knows all of these characters' deals.
I'm Michael's doctor, Ranbir Sartain.
You're the new Loomis.
Okay, well, if you want to get that literal and semi-meta, sure. This action is getting pumped.
Did you know our friend Hawkins here was the first responding deputy when Michael was apprehended in 1978?
We're over halfway through and you're not done with the exposition yet? Oh, right, the trailer moment.
Did I pray every night that he would escape?
Well, that was a dumb thing to pray for.
Yeah, it kinda was. Several more people are dead. You could've just prayed for him to stay in the hospital and not be transferred. And someone help Allison.
Allison, you're the coolest, you're the prettiest, and you're the nicest girl in school. And if anyone doesn't appreciate that, they're a crazy person.
Smooth as the face on Michael's dirty mask. Perhaps, maybe you should finish monologuing. You are no Loomis.
Is he on a random path, or is he emotionally driven, triggered by something? Perhaps some unheard marching order imprinted on his very being.
So, minored in drama, did we, Doctor?
Allison will be fine so long as she's got some mace.
You deserve better, right?
What the fuck?
Sorry, Oscar. Cheating boyfriend who makes out with sexy tigers is more appealing.
Allison, I'm like really drunk right now. Seriously, I got really horny at the party and...
I've met like a dozen people like that, and
all of them make hanging out at this table way more tolerable and less creepy. So long, realistic ducky. So much for crying himself to sleep while watching Last American Virgin. Again, she's gonna be fine. Michael is not interested in laying a kiss on her. See, these people will be safe, regardless of Dad not realizing that this is not the time for his Satan and a pirate walk into a bar joke. While it's true most of these are paintball guns, the glow-in-the-dark paint will make it much easier to see Michael. Or they could just spot him anyway.
Look! It's him!
Here we go.
No, that's Ben Tramer's grandson. You're about to make the same mistake again. Oh, phew, the younger generations of Tramers are safe.
Step
Dr. Sartain is evil? I did not see that coming. He appears to have some kind of crazy obsession with Michael, like a deadlier Dr. Loomis. I can't wait to see where they go with this. Oh, well, guess they didn't make it very far down that road. That was as necessary of a detour as kinda start over. And don't even get me started on the small talk. I'm not sure this movie should be an hour and 45 minutes.
Now, a banh mi sandwich. Banh mi is essentially just the Vietnamese version of a French baguette. Mm-hmm. And the term actually refers to the...
Thanks, deputies Jules and Vincent. Although Officer Richards is played by an actual homicide and human trafficking detective. Sure, anyone can shoot mannequins and joke about peanut butter on your dick, but this dude's a hero. Well, that's just great. Officer Charlie Benton lives, but this dick is alive. This is all just an elaborate setup to prove to Karen that her husband was too dumb to marry. Now this 40 years of training will pay off. Damn it, probably should have seen that coming. That's okay. I've seen him grow 2 eyes back. Fingers will be nothing. It took an extra 20 years to realize that defeating Michael in a booby-trapped house will be much easier than fighting him at a boarding school, regardless of Batman being there. I don't really know if you needed 40 years of training. You probably could have just dropped a net on him or something. Or dig a hole in the yard and put a carpet with a kid's clown mask over it. Oh, right, the granddaughter. The good news is that Michael is nowhere nearby. The bad news is that you're in Leatherface's backyard. Good lord, I must point out that Laurie has massacred more mannequins than Joe Spinell in Maniac. Michael is just avenging the memory of his mother, who was a Macy's department store manager. Falling off the balcony hurts, doesn't it? Try it with 6 bullets in you. Now get the hell down there, even though you are in no danger of dying. Sure, it may look like Michael has found them, but really, he dropped his keys under the table. It's just a coincidence Karen and Allison happened to be down there. Laurie taught her well. A good shot to the face will do wonders on killers.
Happy Halloween, Michael.
It's been years since Michael was defeated by good cinematography. Laurie has come a long way since leaving knives next to Michael's seemingly unconscious head, but without Loomis here to light a lighter himself, she's got to figure out some way to set him on fire. Nice. In memory of Laurie's dead son-in-law. Now let's get the hell out of here before Grandma decapitates a paramedic. So much fire. I bet he's dead and that there will be no sequel and the family can live in peace. But holy shit, she was Jamie Lloyd this whole time! Well, that movie was great! Simply because it was better than most of the other sequels, which overall makes it pretty good. It's got 4-star cinematography, and 4-star Laurie versus Michael, and 0-star Trick or Treat, motherfucker. That's a compliment, by the way. Although...
Oh, man. I got peanut butter on my penis.
But it does have 2-star one-liners. That's not a good thing.
But the movie was not only a big hit with critics, it also made a hell of a profit at the box office, meaning we'll see a lot more Halloween Kills in the future. No, seriously, the next sequel is literally called Halloween Kills. It's preparing us for Halloween Kills again in space. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a kitchen next to my set now. See? I can have Halloween candy anytime that I want now. Oh boy, I'm so hungry. Okay. Go away now. I'm gonna rub peanut butter on my dick.
You are so getting dry fucked tonight.
And now here we are at Halloween Kills, which is the 12th Halloween film, but don't think that it'll be hard to follow. It's very easy to follow the timeline here. For instance, after this Halloween 2, there's also this Halloween 2, and then in 2018 we got this Halloween 2, and now after Halloween 3, kinda, and this Halloween 3, and this Halloween 3, we arrive here at Halloween Kills, another Halloween 3. And yes, there are silver shamrock masks in it. After the success of the 2018 Halloween, which only kept John Carpenter's 1978 classic in the continuity, it seemed pretty clear that there needed to be a trilogy out of this particular storyline. Originally planned to be filmed back-to-back with Halloween Ends, that didn't happen due to scheduling, but hey, we still get Halloween Ends 1 year after the release of Halloween Kills, which did have its release date pushed back due to COVID. Finally, something that stops, or at least delayed Michael a little bit. Halloween Kills picks up directly where Halloween 2018 left off, and features more returning characters, speeches, referencing the first one a lot, taglines, and yuck comedy. The movie had very mixed reviews from critics and audiences upon release, but as long as it isn't about a reality show inside of the Myers house, we should be good. This is one that is surely gonna take some risks.
Picked up.
For instance, obviously Pennywise will be in it. There's David Arnold returning as Cameron, and yes, I did have to look it up to remember his character's name. He is devastated by being the dick boyfriend in the previous film. If he's sorry though, that means he's gonna die in this one. Plus Oscar returns as a dead body. I guess Deputy Hawkins was injured in the previous, or he just passed out drunk again. And just because you're bleeding severely from the neck doesn't mean you can't provide a flashback to Halloween night 1978. See, it's that kind of thing that's gonna get drunk trick-or-treaters killed. Here, young Hawkins is played by Thomas Mann, and they need some catching up.
Loomis said he shot him multiple times in the chest.
I saw from 50 yards away, he crossed right here.
Dr. Loomis can tell you himself that he specifically shot him 6 times. And another backstory, too.
I used to know the guy. Michael?
Just killed his sister when he was 6 years old?
Yeah.
It's gonna do that a lot, isn't it? However, someone is gonna get their comeuppance in this flashback.
Lonnie, weird and scrawny.
Now it's Lonnie's turn to get bullied. He wasn't the same after Loomis made him shit his pants. I've been focused so much on Ben Tramer coming back, I never thought that it would also be nice to focus on Lonnie some more. And they do a good job of reconstructing the Myers house, since the real Myers house is now owned by an insurance agency run by people who hate how famous it is. That sounds like it's your fault for buying it. This movie is perfect for the person who left the original and said, "Aw man, why didn't they show the dead dog that Michael ate? They should be safe looking through his house, unless..."
Haddonfield. Where nothing exciting ever...
Unless you say something ironic that will instantly trigger a Michael Myers attack. He is in safe hands, though. And by him, I mean Michael. I also like what they do with Loomis here, even though...
What happened in here? Tell me what happened. Did Michael kill again?
I never thought I'd
I'd say this, but this may be the most theatrical I've seen Loomis. Loomis is played by the construction coordinator, Tom Jones, who they added some makeup to, though now I want to see this Tom Jones as Loomis. It all works out for the best in this one. No rampaging through the hospital in 78. Here they just wait for him to tire himself out, and then he'll easily turn himself in. He's been shot 6 times. He knows how much it hurts. The end. This is one of those sequels where it's the previous movie, but more. And I mean more pumpkins for the credits. It's the 12th film, so make sure there's 12 of them. Things could be worse. You could be stuck at an open mic night. And yes, there's a couple of new characters here, but even the movie is more interested in the other table with the characters from the original film.
Bring it down a tad, like my wife and I are trying to watch the talent show.
No one has ever said that, ever.
And there's even more exposition.
They are friends with that crazy lady that almost got killed by Michael Myers.
The hell? Even the bartender is giving the backstory? One of the best parts, though, Robert Longstreet as the adult Lonnie. Tommy here is played by Anthony Michael Hall, after they did approach Paul Rudd about reprising the role. But it is always great seeing Anthony Michael Hall back. And it's good he addresses the crowd about the backstory, so they can stop bothering the bartender.
Any of you know the story of the Haddonfield Boogeyman?
Yes, it's all anyone ever talks about. There are some returning actors, too, like Kyle Richards as Lindsay. Halloween 4 timeline Lindsay is probably partying somewhere. And there's Nancy Stevens as Marion Chambers. She's dead in this timeline. This one gives flashbacks in case you're too confused, but this makes me more confused. This shot is from Halloween 2, so this scene is in continuity, but this one isn't. Meanwhile, oh right, Laurie is in this. You may be saying that a lot. As far out as this scene may be, it's still a documentary compared to how this would happen on 911 Lone Star. There are things the movie does well. For instance, Michael Myers is pretty intimidating in it. They do know how to film him fairly scary, and right away they up the ante on the death scenes in the spirit of Halloween 2. I can't get pissed about all the kills in a movie called Halloween Kills. And this hospital is much better than the one in Halloween 2. This one has people in it. And it's got Brackett as the security guard. He won't do something dumb like get a hammer to the head. Karen is very sad about the death of her husband, but no matter, they won't leave any comic relief stone unturned. Let's take a break so we can come back with more comedy. Do you need a refresher on the first Halloween? This Halloween parody in 5 minutes should do the trick. Head on over to Hack the Movies and check out this short. Plus, I know that boom mic operator. In this Halloween, comedy lives tonight. We are back, and are you ready to laugh?
Dad's gone.
Oh, wait, that's not funny.
Ah, there we go. It's like the older couple at the beginning of Halloween 2, only if they had witty Bob Hart's Abishola banter, and played around with a drone and did super poorly at it. And even when Michael does show up...
There's a big fella in our bathroom, and he's wearing a monster mask!
Am I supposed to be scared or laughing? Oh, Lenny Clark, even when being murdered, you're still hilarious. Though it's got one of my pet peeves, where the person just stands there and patiently waits for Michael to kill them. Sure, I could run, but we spent a lot of money on these special effects. Gotta put them to good use. And do you mind? I'm trying to watch the talent show. Ah, great. What? They de-aged Walter the puppet? Shit gets real. Cameron is Lonnie's son, and he has to go get him after having 13 more drinks.
I've been having a bar about 50 years.
You started with your granddaddy, right?
Yeah, my grandpa started the business.
And backstory of the bartender.
It's worse than we think. They found Steve the pizza shop manager's head from Terrifier. Art the clown is also running the streets. But at least there's one speech here that cuts to the chase.
His name is Michael Myers. Go get him.
What? What's that? Richard Kimball, you say? Okay, I'll go get him, I guess.
Maybe they should leave the exposition to the news.
An eerie reminder of an event this community has spent decades trying to forget.
Have they really? Though I think my favorite cameo is that when they show Bob's yearbook photo, it's a picture of Bob Odenkirk. I didn't know Haddonfield was so close to Naperville. These characters pick things up quick. After realizing they're in a slasher, they do all the right things, like forgetting something at the bar and having to go back and get it. But everyone talks about the town motto of evil dies tonight. No one pays any attention to love lives today. We could just let him tire himself out. He just wants to cruise around and listen to his music. He'll turn himself in eventually. Maybe the other escaped mental patient will do the same.
When he's done jerking off in the trees.
Also, no, they don't turn the Myers house into a reality show. Instead, it's a sitcom, starring Big John and Little John. Carnosaur 2 was the far superior Michael McDonald horror sequel. Thank you very much. And like every Halloween sitcom episode, there's always pranks. In this case, someone pretends to have swallowed a razor blade. Whatever, Halloween 2 would have done that for real, and without the backstory.
Do you have any idea whose house this was?
Yes, I do! Meanwhile, Lori, on second thought, her time in this hospital isn't as good. She doesn't have Lance Guest here to bring her a Coke. Also, that Halloween 2 saved the backstory for the last act.
I was always told that I couldn't talk about Michael.
Doesn't matter. Everyone else in this town talks about Michael, although I still have questions.
Michael Myers is alive.
What? Again, am I supposed to be laughing? There's some silliness here, like, oh, come on, Mom. We just want to join a vigilante mob to hunt down Michael Myers. What's the worst that could happen? The Cuckoo Patrol has been missing for years. We need someone to bring justice to this town. Thankfully, Mom shuts her down. Here, keep yourself busy with some flashbacks.
Goodbye, Michael.
Oh, that Halloween 2018.
There's good ideas in this. I like seeing the town unfolding into mob justice, kind of like an entire movie made out of the redneck mob from the end of Halloween 4, and I really like Lonnie in it. I think the Halloween 4 mob was a little smarter though. In this one it's like, yeah, bring the kids, give them a shotgun, and make sure they say an applause line.
Tonight we hunt him down.
Not bad, but that's too long for the poster.
Not only does this movie describe the previous movie,
Man, I had an altercation with Myers about an hour ago, but he escaped.
It also describes this one too. But the biggest threat in this town, the bratty kids.
You gonna kill me? Satan, not today. Oh, I'm so scared.
this is exactly why Connell Cochran made those masks.
Really, Kyle Richards is very good in this too. Sadly though, it doesn't matter what timeline Marion Chambers is in, she's gonna die at some point. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's probably safe though. This movie has a lot of problems, for sure, but then something like that happened and I get a genuine laugh. And they know how to slow him down a little bit. Just try taking his mask off. He doesn't want it ripped. That thing is vintage. And just saying, I can kinda get behind Real Housewives of Haddonfield way more than the Myers House sitcom. I do like this sequence where you have James Jude Courtney playing Michael, but they have the original shape, Nick Castle, doing the breathing sound effects. But meanwhile, Lori...
You had a knife in your fucking stomach.
It's a paper cut.
I mean, she is right. She has had worse injuries, at least in that timeline. And there's more backstory too, but this one involves Lonnie, so it's okay.
I remember once we were out on Lake Cherokee in this canoe with a shaman from Little Rock.
Alright, I really want to see that flashback. Their hunt for more vintage masks continues. It makes their investigation tough, though. Those are silver shamrock masks. It could have been Michael who did this, or they could have been watching the wrong commercial on a portable TV. And I can't get mad at this particular Lori scene, when she and Frank talk about a time when they kissed and held hands, and then the most important thing in this series of movies happens.
But I knew you, sweet friend, Ben Tramer.
Oh, wait, cut the music. They merely just mentioned him. You gotta show him for there to be a full celebration. But anyway, in another backstory.
You know, when we were kids, we used to all dare each other to sneak into the old Myers house.
I know!
While the hospital may be more busy in this one, I believe that somewhere in all of this chaos, this universe's Bud is still trying to get so laid. Pay attention, everyone in here with a sprained ankle. We've come up with a catchphrase that we will continue to say repeatedly.
Evil dies tonight!
Evil dies tonight!
I know I should stop all of this, but they do have a slogan now.
Evil dies tonight! God damn it!
And legacy characters are saying it, so now we have to let the mob do their thing. And to catch up Lori.
Because 40 years ago, when I was a kid, you protected me.
I know that, and she knows that! While Lori doesn't have much to do in this one, damn, Jamie Lee Curtis is still great in it. This is getting serious. So what's happening at the Myers house?
Don't you know whose house this was?
We don't want to get sued.
But someone sneaking in the house and leaving a bloody handprint can only mean one thing.
Someone's in our house. And it's not a child.
Jokes. Sure, we could run, but never mind. We got a badass action pose and a tiny knife. We got this. This is getting a little dumb, but not as dumb as what happens next. Again, there are really good ideas here where the town has become just as bloodthirsty as Michael, to where they see someone who is innocent and they think it's him. Except while we don't know what Michael looks like, they know what he looks like, and as obsessed as they are with him, I'm sure they've known how he's aged too. Even this mental patient himself was also on the news.
Evil dies tonight!
But they said the catchphrase, we gotta let them do their thing. These two have no excuse. Oh, the tiny knife didn't work against Michael? And again, it's nice to see him help Michael kill him. I'll run in the direction of the sound of someone being murdered, and then just stand there and wait to be killed. The Myers house will not be renewed for a second season. Hell, even this guy is smart enough to run his ass off. I'd buy it more if they thought this guy was an old grizzled Loomis who's been alive this whole time. He'll be kept safe from the zombie-like mob, but sadly, he's no match for the fact that Evil Dies Tonight is spoken 29 times in the film. I'm surprised it wasn't more. That's enough for him to leap out the window. Huh, on second thought, he's a completely different body type than Michael. We're stupid.
Not him, Tommy! He's always worn a mask. How do we know it's not him?
He's on the news. He didn't have a mask in court or in the hospital. They didn't really blur out the news report. Let's take another break while they get their other flashbacks straight. And if you need a little more Ben Tramer in your life, we have opened back up our store where you can get yourself this sweet Ben Tramer being saved by a stoplight painting that I did. It's really, really stupid and will look great on your wall because in this household, art dies tonight. Click on the link in the description. You won't need dental records to identify this piece. We are back, and now that we're done with this flashback, get ready, because here's a clip from the 2018 one, and then we're right back to another shot from the flashback in this movie. I'm not entirely sure this movie needs to be an hour and 45 minutes long. At least someone is kind of smart in this.
Tommy! You took my daughter to chase a killer, and an innocent man is dead!
Look, if something happens to your daughter, we can create you a new one. I know how. I am still down with the Lonnie plotline, even though, yeah, it's silly, but goddamn Robert Longstreet is cool in it. So of course my saying that means they go inside and Lonnie is dead. Damn it! And hey, do you mind not killing Cameron right now? I'm still mourning Lonnie, even if this is a pretty good death scene. And you could actually kill him instead of taking his mask, which he is very protective of, you big bullies!
I'm an innocent woman, just like your sister was. It was Halloween night. She was in her bedroom.
I know, and he knows! Here's where the movie straight up gets weird, where she lured him into a trap. You know, maybe if you led the mob directly to the house instead of this trap, you could have saved a couple of people, and your daughter wouldn't have been in as much danger.
It's Halloween. Everyone's entitled to one good scare.
But hey, then you couldn't have said that line from the first one. Going back again to what I said before, I like where their head's at, with the town having enough and beating the shit out of them. As silly as it is, it's doing this kind of thing better than Texas Chainsaw 3D did, but this is still just weird. They got Laurie speechifying about Michael again, or even Loomis would say, okay, this is too many speeches. And then it becomes shot like a completely different movie, where random people and legacy characters left and right get killed, and it's like a whole sequence shot like an old psychedelic film, or video game inserts if you picked this character in a fighting game. He can even teleport like never before, where he's suddenly back in the house, which was surrounded by cops, and then, oh no, Karen died. Ooh, you told me that evil dies tonight, and that guy doesn't count. This movie feels like what it is. Strictly a bridge film between what they really want to do in the previous and what they really want to do in the next. Halloween Kills gets a lot of hate, and it's in a way where I can't disagree, because the flaws are right there, crystal clear. But I don't hate the film, and I don't think it's worse than 6 or Resurrection. And at the end of the day, I'm never bored by it. It has flaws that are kind of fun to talk about and make jokes about. And it delivers on the title in that there are some great kills in it, and Michael is legit scary in some scenes. There's plot points that could be great if written a lot better and without so many holes and speechifying and flashbacks and talking non-stop about events of the other movies. It's also a tonal mess, and sometimes I can't tell if it's a comedy. I would call it mediocre, but its craziness does stand out, I'll give it that. But if you hate the movie, I get it. I just can't hate it. They mention Ben Tramer. I can't get mad. Naturally, I had to review it since it's a Halloween movie. Just like we got a new Hellraiser movie coming out, which I'll also have to review. So stay tuned next week for Hellraiser 2022.
Get out of my yard, you little pervert!
Has Halloween officially ended, or has it taken this franchise 13 movies to do what Friday the 13th, the final chapter, did at only 4 movies? There'll be more after this somehow. Just saying, multiverse movie. Regardless, in 2022, the David Gordon Green and Danny McBride Halloween sequel trilogy came to an end. Sure, it all has a beginning, middle, and an end, but to say that these movies delivered mixed results is a bit of an understatement. After the 2018 movie brought Laurie Strode and critical acclaim back to the series, people couldn't wait to see where the story went next, resulting in 2021's Halloween Kills, which I'd say is divisive, but personally I know far more people who dislike it. Though for me, I gotta hand it to it for entertainment value. It was one where the flaws made it even more batshit and fun to talk about, and for better or worse, it was a quotable film. The director and writers wanted to give each one a different feel, with the first being a drama about trauma, the second being a wild-ass action slasher, and this third one being more grounded as a love story, with the evil literally lurking under the town. Audiences were split, as some hated and others loved how much of a departure this was, with it being mainly about a new character named Corey Cunningham, an outcast in the town who falls for Laurie's granddaughter. But the hostility of the townsfolk inspires him to don the Michael Myers mask himself. Wait a minute, this isn't just Friday the 13th, the final chapter, but it's also Friday the 13th Part 5, like the series now has its own Roy, if A New Beginning also featured a showdown with the real Jason Voorhees. We only speak highly of Roy in this household, therefore Halloween Ends is totally for me.
I'm watching my video.
And remember, upon release, it was simultaneously put out in theaters and on streaming, so turn up that volume if you want.
WURG 94.9 The Urge.
Would you mind flipping over to the oldie station, please? It's too early for this. Thank you. I'm gonna call in and request Bobby Boris Pickett. Perfect for when I spray the kids with a hose just to be a dick. Here we're going back to Halloween night 2019, 1 year after the events of the previous two, and we meet babysitter Corey Cunningham, played by Rohan Campbell. Also a reference to another John Carpenter movie as well, as he's named after Arnie Cunningham of Christine, and even dresses a little like him at first too. However, Jeremy the kid might need some extra attention. Yes, he's a walking, talking wolf boy, but also...
Since last Halloween, all the events and, the headlines of Michael Myers, Jeremy's been afraid of the dark.
Perfect, we'll get him used to the dark.
Mike, you want to see my new chainsaw and hockey mask?
Homer was also the Roy of his series. Now have some fun tonight, you two. You'll see me later, but I'll be so shit-faced drunk I won't even know you're here. Just try not to be weird now.
It's Halloween. We're gonna have a good time tonight.
I see nothing bad coming of this night. Just some mild confusion as what? John Carpenter's The Thing exists in the universe of the Halloween movies? The original Thing, yes, I knew that. I'm just curious that instead of directing Halloween in this universe, did John Carpenter make a name for himself directing the day after Halloween? Plus, the kid's not even paying attention.
And I don't really feel like pretending to be best friends with an ugly-ass boy babysitter.
I am gonna laugh hysterically at what happens to you in a minute. See, this is what happens when you don't listen to the mother. You gave the boy all that sugar with an extra dose of horror classics. There's no way he's gonna go to bed without a hilarious prank. Go on out, Jeremy. You want to see your mom stumble inside and vomit all over the floor, don't you? See, they're pulling up right now. It's gonna be great. She's gonna try walking in heels. Seriously, this is one of the best moments of the whole sequel trilogy.
What was that?
Okay, when I saw this on opening day, I instinctively burst out laughing at that scene. Then I was relieved that I was the only one there because I didn't know how other audiences would have reacted to that. But judging from the feedback after, I was not the only person who laughed at that scene. On the plus side, at least he got to see The Thing as his last movie. Imagine if it was Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Please tell me it then cuts to the opening credits. This movie has my attention, largely for the Halloween 3 Season of the Witch nod, by using the font from that movie's credits, an ongoing credits reference as Kills used the font of Halloween 2. But also this implies that it's gonna be an entry that takes a turn. Not too much of a turn now. It's late, I'm not in the mood for anything new, just turn the first one back on.
Michael Myers was pure evil. He took our dreams and turned them into nightmares.
I know, for the love of God, I know. Half the runtime of Halloween Kills was referencing the events of the first one. They're getting caught up on the others too. Now we're watching a clip show of the previous two.
His senseless brutality ravaged my community.
Don't talk about Halloween Kills as if that movie wasn't funny as hell. This also gets into how the town turned all paranoid and that the evil brought out the worst in them, with some even committing suicide after the events of Kills. Well, except Lori, she's actually doing fine now, surprisingly. So when Michael was locked up for 40 years, she was ultra on edge, a survivalist, and a hardcore drinker. But now that Michael actually is still on the loose and killed her daughter, I guess that was all she needed to get her life back together? What?
It's up to each of us, whether or not we lock the door and find our resolve, or let him inside.
No, keep the doors locked. He's still out there. Not that they don't still have some stress. Look, they burnt the pies. I'm sure you could win a whole new set from the radio contest, as Willie the Kid wants to be a standout character too.
94.9, giving you the urge with Willie the Kid. It is 4 days until Halloween.
Haddonfield hasn't gotten its thirst for rock back after the passing of DJ Barry Sims in Halloween 6. Barry would play Don't Fear the Reaper anytime I wanted. Willie is gonna save it for the ending credits. Good news though, Corey gave up his career in babysitting.
Real on 94.9 WUR.
Corey, got a second?
Do you mind? I'm being a steel town girl on a Saturday night over here. No matter where you go in this town, you'll always be under the watchful eye of Willie the Kid, the forgotten Tim Meadows SNL character. They could use some more ladies' men in this town.
You're under arrest for being the prettiest girl I know.
Ugh, Haddonfield would be a lot smoother if Bud still existed in this universe. If you weren't busy hitting on everyone you pulled over, you'd realize that Michael is most likely hibernating in the sewers, ready to strike if the town is officially taken over by a roaming gang of school marching band bullies. No, not bullies of marching bands, but marching band members who are bullies.
You're that psycho babysitter. He killed that kid, didn't he? Yep.
This is weird. I'd put down money that Corey could have shoved their drumsticks in their throats in a matter of seconds. I'm not buying that they're getting the one-up on a guy who crushed a glass bottle in front of them. More on this kid in a second. Corey and Lori have to bond first.
So do you want to do it? Or you want me to?
What? We can't cut their hamstrings in their sleep. No, you idiot. We puncture their tires, then we cut their hamstrings. Take him right away to get all stitched up for his meet cute with Allison.
You shouldn't let that guy talk to you like that.
I've dealt with much worse.
Yesterday I had to pull a clarinet from a man's ass after he crossed paths with a marching band in the park. See, he's already helping her out. Now the horny deputies will never pull her over again. These two finally have each other.
I got a motorcycle.
Oh, a motorcycle. Teach me to ride it?
What are you, both 15? See, Grandma is Cupid.
So you did that on purpose?
What? He was injured, he needed medical attention, and Dr. Mathis is the best.
Yes, I hired the marching band to anger him so much that he injured his own hand. Whatever gets him out of his house.
Boys who keep secrets don't get custard for dessert.
Okay, is he 15? I actually really am interested in his story. It's flawed, but it did only just occur to me that 26 minutes in, and Michael Myers hasn't even showed up yet. But I'm not tapping my foot like, when's Michael gonna show up? I'm like, okay, I want to see Corey kill off these damn kids, and Corey and Allison aren't the only love story here. When are these youngins, Lori and Frank, gonna get together?
I got myself a guitar at the pawn shop, and I've been fiddling around with that thing.
Great. He's gonna strip down naked and play Mr. Sandman, isn't he? Let's take a break. Since Willie the Kid isn't gonna play Blue Oyster Cult, the grocery store is playing the Muzak version. Seriously.
Great Halloween parties begin at Walgreens. Candy, party decorations, masks, costumes, makeup. Everything you need for Halloween fun now at Walgreens.
We're back, and lest you forget that Lori has also written a book.
You still got your nose in that book you're writing? Got a title?
We all know she's gonna call the book Evil Dies Tonight. Lori was having a good day until someone else came along and brought up Halloween Kills.
You see what he did to my sister? He killed her husband, took her boys. She cannot speak because of you.
Actually, she can't speak because she just stood there like a moron and let Michael stab her because the script told her to. It's okay. Over at the party, they'll go back to referencing the first.
Orchard. It's Scarecrow. See anything you like?
Hey, do we want a cameo from Nick Castle, the original Shape? Or do we want someone to quote the Linda See Anything You Like line? We go with both. And if you put a clown mask on him, that's a one-way ticket to this character doing something crazy. Or is that a scarecrow mask because he's the town straw man? Who cares? They're drunk. These people are getting off easy. People here will mostly get stabbed. If this were the party scene from Terrifier 2, which also had a Halloween reference, Michael would take 5 minutes and peel off someone's skin and pour salt on them. Speaking of pouring salt on wounds, you're that drunk mom.
Sorry for killing my son.
Your kid was an ass. Guys, why are you fighting? The third act breakup isn't supposed to happen till later.
I was just trying to help you to just...
I'm not your fucking project, Allison!
Corey, I know!
This scene actually is quite good, and on paper, I understand what draws these two together, like how she points out how the town is bringing out the worst in them, and people look at them differently, but he points out that it's worse for him because they see her as a survivor and him as a kid killer. They are two people whose second date should be group therapy. Oh, and also, she doesn't have to deal with the freaking school bullies. Okay, so about this kid. This is Terry. He's only called Terry in the movie, but the novelization points out that his name is Terry Tramer, grandson of Ben Tramer. I have thoughts. First off, why is it making me do homework on this reference when all the other references are as subtle as a kid falling off a balcony? You gotta go all the way with the Ben Tramer reference. On the one hand, he is alive in this universe, but I liked thinking that Ben was the father of Laurie's kid, but I guess that's not the case. Guess I'll have to assume Lance Guest was still into her in this universe. And are the Tramers a family of Stephen King bullies? Corey mentions that Terry's dad treats him like shit, but I'm just wondering, why does Terry have a Brooklyn accent? I'd buy it more if he was related to Bud. The hell, they just throw him off of a bridge. Do they also bully the football team? Screw it, come on guys, let's go look for Megan. I guess we should get to Michael at some point. When you fall off of a bridge, might as well go poking around in the sewers. I mean, you're already there. Why not? There's been a massive manhunt for Michael all these years. They didn't even bother to check to see if he was hibernating underground. Seriously, what is he doing down there? He's been waiting forever to pass along his evil. Jeez, should I tell someone?
You see that man in there? You take people in there now and then.
Oh, no you don't. We already have Roy from Friday the 13th Part 5. We don't also need Abel from Friday 3D lurking around. Come for Halloween. Stay for this villain origin story, where Corey looks like over the course of it, he's transforming into Charlie Kirk. Oh, and Laurie isn't so sure about Corey anymore. Once she's noticed his jump scare powers are getting more supernatural.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
How did you do that? This change went fast. In the span of a day, it went from, I'm gonna set these two single lovebirds up with each other, to, I don't care for him bringing a more sinister soundtrack with him. He fits in this world, though. He also likes describing things we've already seen.
We were making paper planes, but he wanted to watch a monster movie.
I know, damn it, I'm not gonna forget the best scene in the movie. Maybe Laurie can talk to the 30-year-old kid's mom.
This town turned against him after the accident with Jeremy Allen. They would have felt for him. They would have helped him heal.
Have you met anyone in Haddonfield? They confused this guy for Michael Myers till he fell out a window. Like I said, the acting from these two is good. I like their characters, but the chemistry's a little off. I like the concept, but there's not enough of a spark here to make me really believe this is happening. What's carrying it, though, is just waiting for him to snap, like when a horny deputy shows up.
Let me tell you, it's change your mind.
He said we're good.
But you got a problem?
Alright, I'll leave. Corey is our best chance of getting rid of the damned marching band. I like the cinematography here, too. It kinda is the darkest of the three. There's parts where it looks like it's in the universe of David Lynch's Lost Highway, like Michael was about to die in Kills, and then envisioned an alternate universe where he's now Corey Cunningham, the movie's Balthazar Getty. I also like that this one does a far better job at not crowbarring in really awkward comedy. There's still laughs here, but it's not turning into a wacky sitcom out of nowhere. Instead, sometimes it looks like a vigilante movie if the town basket case fed people he hates to a monster in the sewers. You get what's coming to you, dude. Nothing bad will happen if I follow the crazy man underground. This way I can have Allison all to myself. I guess the idea is that Michael recharges with every kill. That's why he's a little weaker in his hibernating stage. I don't know. I've seen Michael still be pretty strong after going a while without killing anyone. I never thought I'd see him with his own personal Robin. Here, though, I'm like, can we stay with Michael Myers for a bit more?
Oh my god, are you okay?
I don't know what's happening to me.
In that some of these scenes with Corey and Allison are getting repetitive, there's a lot of scenes where something troubling happens to him, and he tells it to Allison, who I guess is turned on by this. I suppose they had sex. Corey usually goes around with bedhead that looks like he was up all night banging. Allison can't wait to tell her friend.
I know, right? I know I talk too much. I just get so excited about all that boogeyman bullshit.
Well, she's gonna die. And I like that they brought back Lindsay for this one too, as they gave her some extra scenes after the good reviews she got in Kills. Plus we hear from Jeremy's dad, who is in less attack mode than the mom.
And I'd see him every now and then, see the way people avoided him or how they made faces behind his back. Because I felt like they took my pain and they made it about them.
Wait till you see how they do that on the internet. But Corey's even freaking him out too.
And he looks at me, and it's not him. At least not in the eyes.
Hey, I fell off a bridge. Can you at least take me to the hospital? The movie even has its own Dr. Chalice from Halloween 3 in the form of Dr. Mathis here. They both look a little bit alike, and he's also the hospital's horny old dog, cracking open a can of beer and hooking up with the hottest younger character near him. This scene feels like it's here to just have some extra deaths in the film, since it does actually have a fairly low body count compared to the other sequels. I don't know, it'd make more sense if Michael and Corey teamed up to go after Terry Tramer first. God, I needed that. Remember, if you grab the mask from my head, that means you are ready, Grasshopper. We'll be right back. Michael still needs to stretch a little after this.
This morning, Billy looked like any other boy, but as the moon rose, he turned into a werewolf with new Pa's Halloween makeup kits.
We're back, and it's an emo-ass 90s movie now.
When I look up at that tower, I wonder if I could climb at the top.
Just saying, if you made this in 94, Ethan Hawke would be perfect casting.
Corey, what are you...
See, if you want to play some appropriately moody alternative rock, you've summoned the DJ. He's right there.
And once Willie get in the air, it's like your favorite song stuck in your head.
Ugh, I liked it better when we had DJ Kingfish from Candyman 2. He always let us make out on the rooftops and jump off of it. Hey, at least Laurie is just simply watching. Corey has to deal with his own mom, where another 90s movie can happen.
You go right now! Get out of my house!
Then he finds a nice home with Jack Horner. It's like it's more than a greatest hits of Michael, but it's also a greatest hits of 90s Miramax. Anyway, it's Halloween now, with there not being much Michael in it. I actually forgot this was taking place around Halloween. You needed the Silver Shamrock commercials to come in and remind me. Laurie knows where Corey is, sleeping at the scene of the crime, just like Michael in the Myers house. And you can tell Laurie's been writing a book.
There's the evil that exists as an external force that threatens the well-being of the tribe.
Laurie's decided to make her autobiography a Western, or a virus story, because she details how much evil is an infection.
It's more dangerous, because we may not know we're infected.
I still think he should see an actual therapist. It's coming close to turning into a Lifetime movie where she's keeping her granddaughter away from the bad kid.
If I can't have her, no one will.
Okay, I'd rather you bring back Evil Dies Tonight than that overused line.
Make up your mind, Lori. Do you want me to stay away, or do you want to slash tires with me while thinking that I'm marriage material for Allison?
Or he imagined her, I don't know. This script needs a punch-up. There's some wackiness here too, like how Corey is now the bully who picks on the poor, unsuspecting Michael in the sewer, where Michael just lets him kick his ass and take his mask. Wait, never mind. That's part of his training, remember? Grasshopper is now ready. We'll finally see him go after the grandson of Buddy Repperton, Ben Tramer. Oh, and she really did confront Corey in the house, I think.
What did you say to him? I see the same thing in him that I saw in Michael.
Lori is a terrible matchmaker. You know what could really take on Michael Myers? That's right, Jean-Claude Van Damme in Hard Target. I want to hang out with this guy for a while. This really does throw everything at the wall. It wouldn't have surprised me if the bullies in the junkyard randomly resurrected Freddy Krueger in the third act. Oh, wait, we're still putting this in the Stephen King universe. It's the junkyard ending of Christine. Not gonna lie, Corey does cause some of the more hilarious deaths in the series. I'm not even mad that we're stuck with Ben Tramer's idiot grandson. We've got Corey Cunningham, one of my new favorite characters in the franchise. He's just petty too. I understand killing a Tramer with fire, that runs in the family, and he also kills his own mom too. That way he won't get grounded when he sneaks out late and kills the DJ. But why kill the DJ?
Really, you should be ashamed of yourself exploiting these tragedies. There are 3 missing people right now.
I'm pretty sure that exploiting tragedies is the official town motto.
And is this a talk station or a music station? Oh, I get it. It's hip surfer music from all the post-Pulp Fiction Miramax movies, too. I don't much care how you wouldn't let me jump off of your rooftop. Therefore, you have to go. If only you played Blue Oyster Cult like I asked. This very much worries Allison. Normally at this point, Corey would show up disheveled and recap the scenes we just saw, but lest you forget, it's called Halloween Ends. Is she gonna fight Michael Myers, or is she gonna fight Corey Cunningham? Who cares, as long as someone's wearing the mask? Now would be a good time to take a break. I think Lori needs a minute to give her book a better ending.
And Freddy Krueger is waiting just for you.
$2 for the first minute, 35 cents each additional minute.
We're back, people.
Did you really think I'd kill myself?
That would be kind of amazing if it ended like that. At least that would be cartoonishly abrupt and not frustratingly so. They spent a majority of the movie building up Corey as a character, but, well, guess he's gone now.
What did you do to him?
Relax, honey. I'll set you up with that nice Billy from down the block. When I first saw this, I didn't think he'd be off so soon. He does bounce back for a second before Michael finishes him off, but given the time we spent with him, it's pretty anticlimactic how he goes. Yes, he is the representation of the evil that Haddonfield grows inside of you, which can be killed off in a matter of seconds. We're good. We gotta get to the showdown without Corey serving as cheerleader. I actually do like this movie. I liked it in theaters, and I like it now too, but there's problems. The ideas are great, like it's a really good second draft that needs a final polish for it to be an actual great movie. But as it is, I did find it refreshing that it wasn't just doing the same things again and took a wild swing. I know, being different doesn't automatically make something good, but there's enough of this that worked for me because I did like the characters that it introduced, and it toned down some of the problems with kills. I appreciate too that it must have been hard to make a final confrontation that doesn't just do the climax from Halloween H2O again. They did a good job of making it different from that movie. See, there's different weapons here.
How does he know what a garbage disposal is?
And hey, at least we have a rare Halloween timeline that does have a conclusion, unless you just stop after 2. Don't know what happened after the Thorn Cult story. Don't know what became of this. Guess Michael left the morgue in this one. Your guess is as good as mine. Here, though, like it or not, it finishes him off, but in a weird way. I've seen this man take more bullets than Alex Murphy, but what they needed to do to kill Michael was pin him down and slit his throat and wrists, his one weakness. And I think the evil is still getting passed on because Allison just snapped his arm like a twig. Some of this does come from reshoots after test screenings to make it a quieter, more intimate finale. And its weirdness is par for the course with Haddonfield at this point. It's okay, the authorities gave us the all clear.
This is not how it works.
It is tonight.
Nothing to see here, folks. We're just parading the body of Michael on top of a car like he's got a town funeral procession. And we're escorting him to city limits and warning him that he's officially banned from the community. What is happening? Where Michael dies, the town now officially rises as a cult that practices human sacrifice. What if you just moved to Haddonfield and are seeing this? Is there a reason these vigilantes have strapped a dead body to a car? Is this what they do with hooligans here? Putting them in a shredding machine to send a message? Oh, that's pretty much how they got rid of the stepfather in Stepfather 3. This just means Michael will be back in the Platinum Dunes remake. He doesn't even get a eulogy.
There would be no tombstone, no memorial. The mysteries were put to bed.
But there will be a shitload of Netflix documentaries about him. Don't forget the Corey docuseries too.
You were right about Corey.
Huh? All right, I forgot. He kinda died quick, huh? And thus Lori has finished her book with all the references you'd expect. See, it even says New Beginning. It's dedicated to Roy. But not after we throw in end shots of the rooms like the end of the first, and Lori's able to fall in love. They're playing her song. DJ Barry is back and takes way better requests. Yeah, it's messy, but it's unique, and it stands out amongst the others in the series. It's a mess I at least respect. I always wanted to see where it was going. I like the deviation, and it is way more tonally consistent than the previous two. But whether you like or dislike it, hopefully we all agree it's a lot better than this group's next movie. Don't know if we're gonna get a trilogy out of this when the first already started with the bad reviews. We've officially reached the end of our look through all the Halloween films, and I can't think of a better way to end than for the zaniness that lies underneath this town to fully take over and possess me. I'm gonna get drunk and go trick-or-treating and get hit by a car.
Rip off your shirt and show grief your fucking tits and say, you know what? Let's go.
Happy Halloween.